Chapter 51, My Dear Empress. In the grand dining hall of the Academy, hidden within the lavish private lounge reserved only for the special class elites, Sophie Castria Saturday, the silence was sharp, like the tension in the air. Across from her stood two men, mirror images of each other. Blonde hair, red eyes, regal posture. They could have stepped out of a painting of the imperial lineage itself, Isaac and Albert Castria. Twin princes of the empire, her brothers. You asked to see me, Sophie said calmly, her voice poised, her face unreadable. Isaac, the colder, more calculating of the two, stared at her in silence. But Albert? He was already seething. Is that how you greet your older brothers? Albert snapped. His voice a growl. Sophie didn't flinch. Tell me what you want. I don't have time for games, you little, Albert. Isaac's voice cut through the room like a blade. One word was enough. Albert froze and gritted his teeth. We're here to talk about your relationship with the heir of the Weaverheart family, Isaac said evenly. Sophie didn't react. She'd expected this. Her mother had warned her already. What about it? You need to cut it off. Now, Isaac said, tone flat but laced with steel. You were meant to align with the chosen one, Elijah. Everything was arranged. So why are you playing house with Noah? Sophie's voice remained soft. Do I not have the right to choose who I want to marry? Do I not have the right to love whoever I want? Albert scoffed, his expression twisted with disdain. Know your place, sister. You exist to tie the chosen one to our bloodline. That's it, love, he laughed, cold and bitter. You think you were born for love? Don't be stupid. Your whole existence has been a pawn on the board. He stepped closer, eyes burning into hers. Even that engagement to Noah was just a convenient leash to that cursed witch's bloodline. But now, we have the real prize. The chosen one. Elijah, his voice dropped to a venomous whisper, so do your damn duty. Stop acting like a whore. You're disgracing the imperial name. Silence, then Sophie spoke. Her voice wasn't loud. But it struck like thunder. I see. Albert flinched instinctively. The power and authority behind Sophie's voice were incredible. Sophie stood slowly, eyes glowing red, threads of crimson lightning dancing in her irises. The air around her shifted. Electric. Dangerous, so that's how it is, she smiled, but there was no joy in it. Just pain buried beneath elegance. I expected this. I really did. But hearing it from your own mouths? Still hurts. She looked at them, not as family, but as strangers. All I ever wanted was to be seen. To be acknowledged. As more than a tool. As a true daughter of the empire. A contender for the throne. Her voice dropped, quiet and devastating. But that was just a fantasy, wasn't it? She met their gazes head on now. Their scorn, their disbelief, their dismissal, it only made her sharper. I came here ready to be merciless. But I hesitated. Because you were my brothers after all. She turned toward the door. Not anymore. Albert's voice cut after her like a blade. Where the hell do you think you're going? You think that little speech meant anything to us? Sophie paused in the doorway. Then, without turning back, Noah Weaverheart is my husband. Today. Tomorrow. Until my last breath. She glanced over her shoulder, voice like steel wrapped in silk, and prepare yourselves. Because I will become the empress. Her red eyes crackled. I will have no mercy, and for this time, I mean it. Then she was gone. Silence flooded the room. Albert stood frozen. Did that bitch just declare herself a rival for the throne? Isaac stared after her, then smirked. Looks like Noah's given her a spine. Can't blame her. With a talent like his backing you. Even the sky must look reachable. Albert let out a low chuckle. Let her try. We have Elijah now. And with Elijah comes the favor of the goddess herself. They exchanged a look. Let her have Noah. They had divine backing. Let's see if even he can go against a god. Later that night, Sophie stood in front of Noah's door, arms crossed. She hadn't planned on coming here. What am I doing? She thought. It's late. He's probably asleep. She turned to leave and froze. Noah was already there. Leaning casually in the wall. A faint smile tugged at his lips. Leaving without saying hi, Sophie didn't reply. She walked forward and hugged him. Noah blinked, taken aback. She had never made the first move before. Not like this, something was wrong. What happened? He asked softly. There was a long pause, then, nothing. She smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes. Just missed my dear husband. Am I not allowed to? He gently pulled her back, looking into her eyes, and saw it. The shimmer of unshed tears. His expression darkened. His heart ached. What happened to my empress? He whispered. Tell me who hurt you. I'll break them. Her chest tightened. Just family. Noah understood instantly. I hesitated, she said, her voice low. I thought maybe I could still be human with them. But today, I realized they never saw me as anything more than a tool. She looked away, so I made my decision. I'll claim the throne even if it means destroying them all. The last words trembled on her lips. Noah cupped her cheek, firm yet gentle. Don't force yourself, he said. If you can't do it, I will. She met his eyes. If you want them alive, I'll imprison them forever. If you want them dead, I'll kill them without hesitation. His voice was like iron. So walk your path, my empress. I'll be your sword, your shield. Don't worry about anything, because you have me. Because you are mine. His aura erupted. The temperature dropped. The air grew heavy, and no one, he said, eyes burning, no one touches what's mine, and God's? He smiled coldly. I'll kill gods too. Sophie's breath caught. She believed him. In that moment, with every fiber of her being, she knew he meant it, and something inside her bloomed further. She smiled. Not just any smile. The smile, soft, beautiful, radiant. She had fallen completely, utterly, and the world itself knew. The system chimed in. Sophie's feelings for you have reached 90%, then, ding, your emotions and resolves have been acknowledged, your love is genuine, title granted, the loving husband, your existence has been strengthened, and in the quiet glow of that moment, beneath divine recognition and mortal resolve, the Empress and her husband stood together, unshakable, unstoppable. Chapter 52, Queen of Souls. Noah lay alone in his room, staring blankly at the ceiling from his bed. Today had been hectic, starting with a meeting with the dean, who was now his new master, attending class, coercing a demon into signing a slave contract, sending letters, and not comforting Sophie, his dear wife. His mind and body were drained. He didn't show it, but juggling so many responsibilities at once took its toll. Fighting against someone chosen by the world itself, now that was exhausting. Noah understood it clearly. Beating Elijah wasn't just about defeating one man, no, he had to overcome the very goddess backing him, a mortal challenging a god. Even Noah knew how hopeless that sounded. He sighed, tiredly, but he had no choice. The goddess couldn't intervene directly, and she clearly wasn't omniscient. If she were, she would have sensed Leona, a demon standing right beside her chosen. That meant her influence was limited. She could only act when a major threat emerged. A threat to her champion, and do you know what they say? If your enemy is divine, find where she cannot look. This gives me some leeway, he muttered. Room to move, but it still wasn't enough. I need to share more. Seduce more. Damn this system for putting me in this position. 70% affection? That's not easy. He needed an edge. Something unique. Not something given, something created, just like Sophie had developed her red lightning. I'll do the same, but better. He sat up slightly. System, can my talent ultimate fusion fuse even titles, and can I share the titles of the women I'm bonded with? You can fuse titles, but not yet. To fuse and share titles, you must reach SS rank. At that point, the system will evolve. Noah raised an eyebrow. I know S rank is when you awaken intent by evolving your aura to warp reality. But what about SS rank? In SS rank, you must understand, or rather, create a concept. For example, someone with sword intent might develop the concept of the absolute sword, a blade that never misses. Or someone with fire intent might forge the concept of eternal flame, a fire that never dies. A concept? Noah whispered, his thoughts drifting to his auras. He'd have to evolve them each one and then create concepts for all. No. Fuck no, he shook his head. Even creating concepts for just his ice and lightning auras sounded absurd. Let alone samsara, or even limitless. Hell no, I'll accumulate achievements instead. Let the Akashic records offer me options. That's easier. For now, I just need to do something crazy enough, and what's crazier than a mortal planning to defy a god? System, show me my new title, the loving husband. Your love transcends space and time. You will instinctively sense when your partner is in danger and instantly teleport to them, no matter the restrictions. If your love deepens further, you will be bound even in death, reincarnating together until the end of time. Wow, Noah breathed. Didn't think it'd be this useful, teleporting to his wives when they're in danger instantly. Without restriction, that was incredible. He didn't have to worry constantly. He knew his girls would run into trouble eventually. That was life. They were their own people with dreams and challenges, but now, if anything ever got too dangerous, he'd be there. Perfect, Noah grinned. Titles were really convenient, now he just needed to accelerate things. Anya. Elizabeth. Aphasia. Yuki. And the second years, he couldn't forget them, he needed them all, and he had to form an elite group, one that would constantly interfere with Elijah. Can't let that guy in peace, right? His mind raced with plans until a white circle formed beneath him. What? In a flash, he vanished, reappearing in a pristine white realm. Before him stood Elira, arms crossed. Did you forget we're training tonight? Noah blinked. I thought we started tomorrow, there's no time to waste. Get up, he groaned but forced himself to his feet, exhaustion weighing him down. Elira studied him, noting his state, and, dear disciple, next time you tell a demon to drop her disguise, make sure to seal the area properly. That dark aura of theirs is easy to detect by stronger beings. Noah's eyes widened. You knew, not that she's a spy, just that something was off. After all, you asked me a SSS rank soul contract. So I was watching you. You're bold, I'll give you that, she smirked. I'm liking you more and more. Noah relaxed a little. You're not going to do anything to her, no. She's your slave, isn't she? And you clearly need her. I'll leave her to you, he smiled softly. I appreciate it, Master. Can I ask one more thing? Go on, separate Elizabeth from Elijah. Make sure they're never in the same group for missions or anything else. Elira raised an eyebrow. You're serious about going against him? You realize doing that means you're not just opposing him. Right, Noah's gaze hardened. No fear. No doubt, he decided this the moment he arrived in this world. He would steal Elijah's harem, rewrite destiny itself, and if doing that meant standing against the whole world, then so be it. He would succeed or die trying, no in between. Yes, his voice was calm. Unshakable, Elira stared into his silver eyes, her pure white ones glowing faintly. The contrast was striking. Then, she smiled. Elira's affection for you has reached 50%. Then, as your master, I'll support you. Separating those two will be a pain, especially since the current status of the church is difficult to deal with. But I'll manage. For you, thank you, Master. Noah beamed. Now, she said, eyes sharpening, let's get serious. If you want to be my heir, you must learn my skills. And for that, you need an affinity. Do you know what my specialty is? Noah tilted his head. Almost innocently. No, Elira smiled. Soul, you'll learn to sense it. Touch it. Control it, to manipulate the soul itself and more. She raised her hand, and a small white stone materialized in her palm. Noah's eyes widened. Soul magic was practically unheard of. Aren't you a space specialist? He asked. I am, she said with a mysterious smile. Thanks to a soul that resides within me, an old monster who mastered space. A voice echoed in her mind. Old monster? You ungrateful brat, show some respect. Elira ignored it. Noah frowned, puzzled. A soul. Within you, she didn't elaborate. Instead, she held out the stone. This will awaken your soul affinity. The rank you receive is random, but I hope you get at least an S. That's the minimum required to learn from me. Understood? Noah nodded. Then take it and awaken your affinity. Become my official heir, and show me you are worthy of a throne greater than the Empire's, the Throne of Souls. Chapter 53, Elira Varnes, the vulgar woman. Noah looked at the small stone in his hand. It seemed like nothing more than an ordinary rock, so plain, it was hard to believe it could awaken something as rare as a soul affinity. He glanced at his master, frowning. How can this help me awaken an affinity? Especially something as rare as soul affinity. You really know nothing about this world, or the ones beyond. Elira replied with a sigh. That stone was found in an ancient ruin. I nearly died retrieving it, so make good use of it. She paused, letting the weight of her words settle, before continuing. Don't limit your perception. Not born with an affinity, or not the one you want. That doesn't mean you're stuck. You can gain one later either through the Akashic records or through rare treasures like this. That's why I want you to explore the world. The academy is useful for building a foundation, and the missions will help you learn more, but, she locked eyes with him, one day, go beyond. Be free. Unfettered. Discover everything, accomplish incredible feats. Make your name known. She smiled faintly, I want my legacy to reach the very top. So make it happen, dear disciple. Noah listened intently, then nodded with a serious expression, don't worry. I will, and incredible feats. Please, master, you know me by now. I'm already challenging the world's chosen one. You think I'm afraid of a few achievements, he smirked, so how about this, stage 1 of spreading your legacy, defeating the champion. Ylera returned his smirk. I'd love that, dear disciple. They exchanged a devilish grin. Now awaken your affinity, she said. Just crush the stone, got it. Noah crushed it in his hand. Immediately, a strange force surged into his body, his entire frame tensed. His limbs trembled. His eyes went wide as he began to see it wisps of ethereal energy. Souls. Or at least, soul force, inside him, a new affinity was awakening. Compared to his others, it felt weak at first. Incomplete, but his nature wouldn't accept that. Your title Limitless is acting, 006-031, ads by Pub Future. His aura surged, wrapping around the fledgling soul affinity, stretching it, empowering it. Making it excessive. Boundless, limitless. Minutes passed. Finally, the transformation ended. Noah lay on his back, breathing hard. So, she murmured, what rank did you get? He glanced at the system panel and smiled. You have awakened the affinity, soul, SSS rank. SSS rank, it seems. Ylera raised her eyebrows. I expected SS at best. But I keep forgetting you're an anomaly. She pulled out a book and handed it to him. Soulcraft, the Queen's gasp. This is my personal soul manipulation skill. I created it after hundreds of years of study and experimentation. Treasure it. With this, you'll be able to see souls, touch them, manipulate them however you wish. Your only limit is your imagination. Oh, and yes, it's an SSS rank acquired skill. Genius, I know. Noah tilted his head playfully. Wait, did you just say hundreds of years? Master, how old are? He stopped, because he felt the killing intent. You really got that from everything I just said? She asked coldly. Do you want to die? Noah swallowed hard. I mean, you must be a timeless beauty. Ageless, elegant. Like an ancient moon goddess or something. He flashed the same sweet, innocent smile he used to give his mother whenever he'd messed up. Ylera clicked her tongue. Start practicing, you'll train with me every night. Don't forget. She sat down, seemingly in midair. Noah tilted his head. It's a space chair. You can't see it because you're too weak. Don't bother. Noah wisely shut his mouth and started training, but fatigue caught up with him. After everything he'd done today, exhaustion settled deep into his bones. Not even an hour later, he fell asleep. Ylera walked over silently and knelt beside him. Gently, she lifted his head and laid it on her lap, making him more comfortable. She gazed at his face for a while. Noah was truly handsome. His features were soft, refined. He had a beauty you couldn't ignore. Then the voices started. Are you falling for him already? Wow, Ylera. This is fast. You're not usually this sentimental. Is it just because he's pretty? Don't be ridiculous. You've seen better looking men. Oh, maybe she just likes younger boys. I told you she was suspicious. Now do you believe me? Ylera's voice cut through them like a blade. Say one more word, Nicole, and I'll trap you inside a puppet I'll feed to a dog. Silence. Wow. Shifting back to your vulgar side the moment he sleeps. TSK. I've failed as a teacher. Indeed you have. Told you to let me raise her. Now look, the voices kept bickering. Somehow, Ylera tolerated it. She tuned them out and focused on the boy in her lap. She didn't know why, but she was starting to like him. Fast, brave, talented, intelligent, audacious. He would do anything to reach his goal. How could she not like someone like that? She smiled softly. Grow strong, dear disciple. I'll protect you until you do. She gently brushed his cheek. Damn, she really is a pedo, Nicole, Ylera snapped. Out. 1 week inside a puppet, a soul was yanked from within her, a man with beast-like features. Panic on his face. Wait, I was joking. Ylera, stop, she didn't care. Fuck you gone. Trapped in a puppet elsewhere in the academy's library, a girl sat at a table, face serious as she read. You'd think she was studying forbidden magic or some world-ending secret, but no. The title of the book was How to Act with Your Friend. It was Yuki. She was reading the book intently, trying to figure out how to interact with Noah, her first and only friend. Her teacher had told her friendship was sacred. Something rare. Something to treasure, and Noah was a good friend. He's willing to teach me that incredible sword technique. Just because we're friends, she muttered. She nodded to herself. Satisfied with her conclusion, she was adorable. Unfortunately, the book she was reading wasn't exactly the best reference. You must hug your friend every time you see them. Friends can hold hands. You must not keep secrets from your friend. Be honest and transparent. One best friend is enough. Never betray them by finding another. Yuki nodded along with every line. By the end, only one thought remained in her head. Yes. Noah is Yuki's only best friend. And I will never betray him by finding another. Now I know how to act with him. She stood, proud of herself, and headed back to her room with a determined expression, ready to be the perfect best friend. Chapter 54, Zara Alice. A month later, a full month had passed since that night. A night where many things changed. The battle for the throne had officially begun. Sophie was doing everything she could to surpass her dear brothers, and the factions were already forming. On one side stood Isaac and Albert, backed by none other than Elijah. With just his presence, dozens of talented students rallied to their cause. They arrogantly called their faction the Fated Ruler, and it quickly grew into a powerful force within the academy, its influence spreading like wildfire. But Sophie was far from alone. Her support? Surprisingly impressive. Malric, Rouge, Aiden, Patricia, and of course, Anya and Yuki, all of them were on her side. Thanks to Noah, he'd worked tirelessly behind the scenes, earning the loyalty of these geniuses. For Aiden and Patricia, all it took was a promise: vengeance. A chance to pay back what was owed. For Rouge, a different approach. He promised her daily battles and that he'd personally join some of them. That bloodthirsty girl accepted immediately, grinning like a lunatic. As for Malric, he didn't care. If Rouge joined, so did he. For a necromancer, an heir of death, the guy was surprisingly soft. Lucky for Noah, Anya? That one was even easier. With a gentle demeanor, a few kind gestures, and genuine concern for her well-being, her affection had already reached over 70%, making her a viable bond candidate. But the real surprise, Yuki, that sword-obsessed freak, had an affection score of 80%. Even Noah was shocked. Yuki had suddenly become extremely affectionate, hugging him, holding his hand, always sitting next to him. At first, it felt awkward. But Noah, being Noah, wouldn't let such an opportunity pass, so he gave it his all. He spoiled her relentlessly. Daily hugs, a kiss on the forehead, checking what she ate, asking if she slept well, showering her with constant attention, all in the name of friendship. Very convenient. And Yuki? She believed it, but as time passed, her feelings began to shift. They became heavy, too heavy. She started to glare at any girl who dared approach him. Even Sophie wasn't spared. A fight almost broke out. Noah had to scold them both to restore peace, but the damage was done. Yuki had become possessive, jealous, dangerous. To her, Noah was hers, her one and only best friend. No one else could have him. One poor first-year girl had made the mistake of confessing her feelings for Noah. The next morning, she was found in the training field, bruised and cut, covered in sword marks. Yuki, of course, played innocent. Her orange eyes looked at Noah as if shocked. How could her best friend accuse her of such a thing? Certified Yandere, that's what she'd become. But Noah liked to see the silver lining in every situation. And what was the silver lining here? He could share Yuki's talents and affinities with himself. That alone made it worth the psychological risk. As for Elizabeth, well, she was living a nightmare. Leona was terrifying. For a month straight, Elizabeth hadn't been able to spend more than a few seconds near Elijah. Every time she got close, Leona would yank him away. Naturally, she tried to remove Leona several times. But with Noah's limitlessness aura protecting her, Elizabeth was completely powerless. Watching Elizabeth slowly lose her sanity became a daily show. Noah enjoyed every moment. After all, she had dared reject his offer. This was just karma, and now Noah stood before the student council president and the vice president. Preparing to make his faction official in the eyes of the academy, two beautiful women faced him, one with striking green hair, piercing green eyes, and a tall, elegant figure. Glasses perched on her nose added to her dignified aura. Alice Evergreen, the student council president. Once infamous for her monstrous talent until Noah and Elijah arrived. Beside her sat a girl with blue hair and pitch-black eyes so dark they looked like voids. Her cold demeanor clashed with the gentle affection she gave the black cat curled up on her lap. Yes, our dear Neko, sitting calmly on the lap of Zara Bain, the vice president. So, you're Noah Weaverheart, Zara said. Yes. A pleasure to meet you. Noah replied with a polite bow and charming smile. I'm here to make my faction official. I've fulfilled all the requirements, I just need your signatures. Alice remained silent, only Zara spoke. You're rushing things, she said, standing slowly. Her tone turned teasing, almost mocking. We need to make sure the faction leader is actually competent, right? Noah's eyes narrowed slightly. That's not one of the stated conditions, I just made it up. Problem with that? Noah said nothing. Good. Then win, Mr. Prodigy. But if you lose, Zara's playful look vanished. Her gaze hardened like she was discussing something deadly serious. Neko stays with me. You'll break your soul contract with her and hand her over. Noah blinked. Ah, fuck. Should have seen this coming. Cat obsession confirmed. He glanced at Neko, who sat helplessly in Zara's lap. Noah sighed. Truly a bother. Still, her attachment to Neko was a good thing. It meant Zara wasn't all cold logic. There was sentiment underneath, see? Always look for the positive, a classic Noah philosophy. Fine, he said. And if I win? Alice gave him a strange look, like she couldn't believe he dared to ask that. Zara chuckled. Anything you want, she said it simply, because she was confident, she'd seen his fights. She had a good grasp of his level, or so she thought, even if Noah had grown over the month, she believed she had too. There was no way he had caught up. What a mistake Noah's past month had been. Intense, his master's training was brutal but rewarding. He had gained space and time skills. His soul manipulation had evolved. To compare today's Noah to the one from a month ago, a fatal mistake. Alice, you'll be the arbiter, Zara said. Alice nodded silently. Zara gently set down Neko, whispering to her, wait for me. I'll beat your old master and become your new one. Then we can be together again, okay? She didn't wait for a response. She stood across from Noah, her eyes gleaming. Ready? Yes, Noah said calmly. Alice raised her hand and brought it down. The duel began. Zara acted instantly. She locked eyes with Noah. Pain, shudder. Noah's senses exploded. Pain. Mental. Physical. Emotional. Soul-deep agony. It was overwhelming, like being torn apart from every direction. His knees buckled. His limitlessness aura kicked in, lessening the blow just enough to keep him conscious, but before he could even catch his breath, Zara was in front of him. Her hand touched his forehead. She grinned. Fear. Chapter 55. Try your love on me. This time, it was worse. The fear that gripped Noah was overwhelming. It was the fear of everything, a fear so intense it could paralyze, make one incapable of even taking a step forward, a coward's fear. But if there was one thing Noah wasn't, it was fearful. How could someone aiming to bring down the so-called chosen one be someone shackled by fear? Impossible. Zara should have chosen any other emotion. Pain, despair, shame, anything. But fear? That was the wrong move, and now, she was too close. Noah moved suddenly, grabbing her arm tightly. Zara yelped in surprise, completely caught off guard. She hadn't expected him to break free from her fear command. She knew how potent it was. She knew what it meant to face that kind of terror. His grip tightened, no room to escape. His silver eyes locked onto her void-black ones. Your fear was incredible. And the pain, unbearable, he said softly. How do you live like this? With so much darkness in you? How are you not mad from it all? He asked, really curious about how she is managing to live with this. Zara didn't respond. Her eyes suddenly went blank. Void. Completely devoid of emotion, goosebumps. Noah's body trembled despite himself. That look, it was terrifying. He acted fast. Freeze, ice of blood. In an instant, she was encased. His blood ice surged, sapping the air, turning it cold and suffocating. Zara's blood began to slowly freeze. His ice magic had improved a lot. He stepped back, raised his hand, and summoned 5 deep, purple bolts of lightning, each charged with soul energy. Crack, arg. Zara screamed as the bolts crashed down on her. What is this? She gasped, confusion in her voice. The pain, it wasn't just physical. Her soul was burning. Noah's soul manipulation skill had reached a level he is able to imbue soul energy in his attacks. Every attack now hurt more than the body, it scorched the very essence, but Zara wasn't giving up. She wouldn't lose Neko. Neko was her light. The only thing keeping her sane. Without her, she couldn't survive. She really loved her. And she can't accept to be alone again. She wouldn't let go. Let's raise the stakes. Her voice turned cold, merciless. Her aura shifted, chaotic and overwhelming, pain. Fear. Anger. Disgust. Sadness, every emotion surged from her like a storm, warping the air, threatening to consume reason. It was oppressive. Noah struggled to keep his focus. His emotions started to go out of his control. Seriously, all this? For Neko? He asked, frowning. Then he glanced at Alice. She was clearly conflicted, standing silently, fists clenched. Is she hesitating because she doesn't want to upset Zara? Or is this something else? Noah turned to Neko, whose worried voice rang in his mind. Don't be too hard on her, Noah. She's kind. She really loves me. She's never hurt me. His brow twitched. Don't hurt her? Neko, I'm the one at risk here. Who's your master again, me or her? TCH. He clicked his tongue, irritation rising. Zara was growing more excited, emotions spiraling. This was a dangerous game. He had to end this fast, truly. What a fucking bother. Without hesitation, hundreds of ice swords formed in the sky. Then lightning javelins joined them, all of them filled with power. His aura exploded. He activated his aura of ruler, applying deep pressure on Zara. Zara could barely move. Noah turned to Alice. End this, or she'll need medics. Alice's eyes flicked to Zara, still struggling, stunned. How? How are you this strong? Zara murmured, her eyes wide. She could feel it. Those attacks weren't just ice and lightning, they'd destroy her soul. Alice sighed, then, for the first time, she spoke. Her voice was serene, like a goddess delivering divine will. Stop. Everything halted. Instantly, even Noah froze. His eyes widened. What was that? What's going on? Before even he asked his system for answers, the system pinged. Zara Bane's talent, controller of emotions, SSS rank. Alice Evergreen's talent, voice of command, SSS rank, in process of evolving to EX unique rank. Note, Alice is a dragon. Zara is a human-demon hybrid. Noah blinked, once. Twice. What the actual fuck, a dragon? A hybrid. More SSS ranks. Noah cursed. I'm done with this school, I swear. Why does every hallway have a god-tier freak hiding in it, damn it? Only EX unique rank are worth having now. I am gonna evolve this ice talent of mine soon, fuck. He exhaled sharply, frustrated. This wasn't part of the story he remembered. He had reached the chapters he didn't read. There were too many unknowns now. Hidden characters, secrets, alliances, he knew nothing now. Absolute dark. I don't like this. He had always been confident because he knew how everything would unfold. But now, he was in the dark. And that was dangerous. Noah looked at Alice, realizing why she rarely spoke. Her words weren't just heavy. They were law. Zara stirred, eyes fixed on him. You're a monster, Noah chuckled softly. And you? You walk around carrying so much darkness, how are you not the monster? He stepped closer, his tone gentler. He had to. He knew nothing now, he had to act brazen and take a shoot in the dark. He looked deeply at Zara. Her power came with a cost. To use emotion, she had to feel it. Deeply, every pain, every fear she unleashed. It was her own madness for someone her age, just inches from her face. He studied her. Her face was blank, emotionless, of course. If you can control emotions, you must be able to control your own. Very convenient. Try it on me, he said. Zara blinked. What? Your emotion of love, Noah said calmly. Show me what it feels like. Let me see how heavy it is. Zara immediately stepped back. No, firm. Absolute. Noah just smiled sweetly, not minding her girl refusal. Dear Alice, forgive me, I have a habit of calling beautiful ladies like that. Anyway, as I was saying. I've won, haven't I? He didn't look away from Zara once. His silver's eyes locked into her deep black eyes, she froze. Alice sighed in her mind, he got you, Zara, Neko just thought, Noah is still Noah after all, so? Do I need to say it twice? Zara clenched her fists. Fine, she closed her eyes briefly, then stepped forward, placing her hand gently on his chest. Noah raised his eyebrows, smirked faintly. Be careful, young lady, I am easy. Zara ignored him. Love, a warmth flowed through Noah, but he barely felt anything, he had to concentrate to even recognize it. Of course, he had grown up loved. Surrounded by affection, his mother, his allies. His life was full of warmth, well, his second life to be precise. Zara? An orphan. Her village destroyed by demons. She had nothing but scars. Her love, while sincere, was faint. Weak, Noah didn't pity her. He just smiled, his silver eyes glinted as the room's temperature dropped to a calming, comforting chill. The girls felt it, a peaceful cold. Reassuring, they instinctively relaxed. Noah's voice was soft. What a shame, dear Zara, your love mastery is weak. But don't worry, he leaned in, just an inch from her lips. Zara's body trembled slightly, showing she is not used to this kind of proximity with men or simply people. I'll teach you. I'll let you experience what real love is. Her eyes trembled, and the first step, he turned to Neko for an instant, then back to Zara. You'll guard Neko for now. I've got work to do anyway. So keep my lovely beast safe, won't you, and learn something from her at the same time. His radiant smile lit up the room. For a moment, Zara, Neko, Alice, all they could think was, what a beautiful man. Zara's affection has reached 50%, Alice's affection has reached 45%, Neko's affection has reached 87%. Noah smirked inwardly. I love this. Chapter 56, Hidden Schemes. Zara stood still, surprised by Noah's bold words, but the fact that Neko will stay with her made a small smile tug at her lips, barely noticeable, but there nonetheless. She gave a slight nod. Thank you. For Neko. She turned away, not giving Noah another glance. As the controller of emotions, Zara could hide anything she felt. And right now, she chose to bury the strange warmth rising within her. Alice stared at Noah. He's dangerous. But in a different way, she thought. Her curiosity piqued. Zara handed Noah a set of documents. Take it, these are the papers needed to make your faction official. Do you have a name? Noah thought for a moment. They dared to call themselves the Fated Rulers. Fine, Fatebreaker. Zara and Alice both raised an eyebrow. They instantly caught the meaning behind that name. A subtle jab at Elijah's faction itself, but they said nothing. It wasn't their concern. It's done, Zara said. You are now the leader of the faction Fatebreaker, Noah Weaverheart. Noah smiled, finally. Meanwhile, in a hidden meeting room within the academy, Isaac, Albert, and another man with red hair and piercing green eyes, his features bearing a strong resemblance to Emily's, sat across from Elijah, who wore a faint scowl. Why did you tell me not to let Leona in? Elijah asked, his voice cold, laced with irritation. Are you doubting her? Isaac sighed. You know we can't trust anyone. This is too important. Please understand, blessed one. Elijah paused for a moment, eyes narrowed. Then he nodded slowly. Fine. Let's discuss today's topic. Is everything ready? Luke Campbell, member of Emily's family, grinned wickedly. Yes. We're just waiting for him to make a move, he won't see it coming. The three exchanged knowing smiles, then Albert added, blessed one, we've noticed how you've been neglecting the future saintess these past weeks. Are you sure that's wise? Elijah tilted his head. I'm not ignoring her. I've just been busy with Leona. But yes, I'll speak with Elizabeth after this meeting. Albert exhaled in relief. They had all seen Elizabeth's increasingly unstable behavior, and they needed her. Her eyes were essential. If she could see into the future and guide their plans accordingly, they'd have an undeniable advantage, but Elizabeth had always refused, claiming she wasn't feeling well. Sometimes when they insisted, they'd wake up hours later with no memory of what happened. The girl was unhinged. They were convinced Elijah's neglect was the cause. Thankfully, he agreed to talk to her. Please do, Isaac said solemnly. We need her powers. We can't afford to waste an advantage like that. Noah is dangerous, extremely, Luke smirked. Then why not let me teach him a lesson? It'll be quick. Elijah looked at him with pure disdain. Can you beat me? He asked. I am not talking about the present me but me a month ago. Can you beat the version of me? No, Luke admitted reluctantly, then shut up, Elijah's voice cut like a blade. If you think his danger level is 10, multiply that by 100. I'm the only one who can go against him. So sit down, plan all you want, I'll handle him. The temperature in the room spiked. Suddenly, it felt like a blade hovered against their throats. Yes, they replied in unison, their voices slightly trembling. Elijah rose and turned toward the door. Continue your meeting. I'm done here. He vanished. Albert clenched his teeth. Luke scowled. Are we really going to support this? Albert hissed. He is treating us like we are his fucking lackey, Isaac sighed. Do we have a choice? He's the only one who can fight Noah. And don't forget, that bitch has Noah on her side. He paused, then added quietly, and he's not wrong. Noah is a monster. Only another monster can fight him, but us, he continued, his voice low. We're simply geniuses. Compared to those two. We're just almost ordinary, Luke growled. Just like that mute Alice, yes. Exactly like her, Isaac said bitterly. But we don't need to be monsters to win. They have strength? Fine. Let's show them that strength isn't everything in this world. His eyes hardened. We'll show them that scheming exists too. Their faces set with newfound resolve. They would rise, not Noah. Not Elijah. Not Alice. Them. Outside, Elijah walked with a sour expression. I wonder who dared to put my beloved chosen one in a bad mood. A sweet voice cut through the air. Leona. Elijah's scowl melted the moment he saw her. For the past month, she had been with him every day. Inseparable. Where there was Elijah, there was Leona. Most students believed they were a couple, and they hadn't denied it. Just some annoying issues, Elijah said, pulling her into a soft embrace. But now that you're here, I feel better, Leona smiled sweetly. Resting her head against him, completely affectionate on the outside, but inside, how long do I have to keep this act up, she thought with irritation. It's exhausting keeping that damn psycho saintess away from him. She'd lost count of how many times Elizabeth had tried to kill her. Each time, she failed only to scream Noah's name as if possessed. Sometimes Noah would show up to watch the show with mild amusement, but for Leona, it was terrifying. The gaze of Elizabeth terrified her to death. Fuck, I've been cursing nonstop since that night, she thought bitterly. Then Elijah pulled back slightly. Leona, I have something to tell you. She tensed instantly, face adopting a meek, vulnerable expression. Yes, her acting was flawless. I like you, Elijah said seriously. Leona sighed in her mind. I knew it, you've always been there for me. You even helped me get with other girls even though I could see you like me too, yes. Of course I like you. I totally love being around psychopaths, she thought sarcastically. I want to make it official, he continued. I want everyone to know you're mine. I don't want to lose you too. Leona's brows lifted, but she immediately controlled her expression. Too? So he really considered Sophie and Yuki as his. This guy's mental, she forced tears to brim in her eyes, her voice trembling. Elijah, I love you too. I've always loved you. I'd give everything for you. But, she looked down, struggling, then continued, I don't think I'm worthy of you. You're the chosen one. And I'm just someone with SS rank affinity. There are many like me here, Elijah's expression softened. I don't care about that. I just want you. I'll protect you, what a easy guy, but you can't always protect me, she said softly. Let me reach S rank first. Then I'll be with you without fear. Her brown eyes locked into his golden ones, her hands tightening around his. Please. Can you wait for me? Elijah stood silent for a moment, he then smiled warmly. Yes. I can. They smiled at each other, one thinking about how irritating this whole situation was. The other thinking how lucky he was to have such a woman, but then, Elijah's thoughts drifted, to Sophie, to Yuki, to Alice and Zara. How he was struck by their beauty. I will have them all, he thought darkly. I will kill Noah and take them all. Truly, such an ambitious man. Chapter 57, a bond revealed. Inside his room, Noah stood tall, looking down at Leona, who knelt before him with her head slightly bowed. You're telling me Elijah confessed his love to you? Yes, she answered, her voice soft. A low chuckle escaped Noah's lips. That's good. Your performance was excellent, Leona. Truly, he stepped closer, his eyes calm but unreadable. I promised you a reward once your job was done. Tell me, what do you want, then, more pointedly, as long as it's not freedom, I'm open to anything. Leona hesitated. The only thing she truly wanted was freedom, but she knew better than to speak that aloud. She could ask to accompany him to the demon continent, but that would be far too suspicious. And so, swallowing her pride, she bowed her head lower. I'll let you decide, Master. Noah smiled, a satisfied glint in his eyes. Good choice. He turned away, thinking. She was his slave, bound to him by contract, unable to disobey. But even so, he didn't like taking chances. His master had warned him, you know nothing of this world. There are always loopholes. If there was even the slightest chance she could break free without his consent. He needed to be prepared. Let's give her something that even after freedom she will choose to be with him. But what could he give her? His thoughts wandered to his second talent, his ultimate fusion. Why not test it again? Today, he smirked. As a beast master, he said suddenly, is there any beast's blood you'd like to have? A creature whose traits you wouldn't mind inheriting. Leona looked up, clearly confused. But she answered anyway, of course. A dragon. If I had their blood, I'd become a dragon-demon hybrid. It would be incredible. And taming dragons in the future would become so much easier. Her voice was filled with longing. Undeniably, this was her dream. You don't have dragon blood. Do you? Noah asked. She gave him a look as if he'd just asked the sky to bleed. Master, you jest. Dragons? I can't even imagine acquiring their lesser kin drake or wyvern blood, let alone a true dragon's. She shook her head with a sigh of quiet frustration. Noah nodded. Of course, dragon blood wasn't something you just found lying around, because dragons. They were monsters. Take Alice, for example. That girl could kill you with her voice alone. How the hell is that fair? But life wasn't fair. Never had been. Stay here, Noah said at last. I'll find a way to get you what you want. I made you a promise. And you did more than enough to earn it, before Leona could respond. He vanished. Noah appeared in the White Realm, his presence distorting the empty void around him. Illyra had given him an artifact allowing him to teleport here freely now. No more summoning rituals. No more waiting. You're early today, a calm voice said behind him. He turned to see Illyra, his master, sitting elegantly on what she liked to call her space chair. Still, even now, he couldn't sense it, not with his eyes, his mana, or even his space sense. Nothing. She was truly beyond him. He pushed the thought aside and approached. A month had passed since they'd begun their strange yet growing bond. Her affection toward him had reached 60%. But since then, it hadn't moved. I have to find a way, he thought. Without a word, he sat beside her and gently laid his head on her lap. Illyra said nothing, only smiled and began stroking his cheek, her touch soft and motherly. Do you need something, dear disciple? She asked. Few would believe this serene goddess could speak so gently. But no one knew not yet of the strange relationship forming between them. Only Esther knew. Of course, she knew she was his shadow. After all, Master, do you have dragon blood? Noah asked suddenly. Illyra raised a brow. Why do you need that? I made a promise to reward Leona if she succeeded. That's her dream. And I don't want to break my word. He kept his tone honest. She deserved at least that much. What exactly will you do with it? Noah hesitated. A shadow passed through his eyes. Illyra's smile faded ever so slightly. He still doesn't trust me, she thought. A flicker of bitterness crept into her heart. A notification appeared. Illyra's affection for you has decreased to 58%. Noah's breath hitched. What? He looked up at her and saw it. Disappointment, quiet and hidden, but unmistakable. That hurt him more than any blade. She'd been kind. Too kind. Protective. Generous. She'd given him everything, spoiled him rotten, and yet he'd kept so much from her. Illyra had always told herself to be patient. He was still learning. Still growing. Still adjusting. He will open himself soon, but after everything, she had hoped, just hoped, he would finally open up. Still, he was silent. In the depths of her soul, the ancient voices stirred. Illyra, be reasonable. He's just afraid. It has been only a month, yes, but damn it, does he even see how much you care? I'll talk to him, man to man. You'll scare him with that face. Let me, I swear to the most unholy, Illyra snapped inwardly. If I hear one more word, I'll trap all of you in the butt of a dog for a month. silence, you like dogs, shut up. The inner council went mute. Meanwhile, Noah clenched his fists. He understood now. She'd seen his reluctance. And that small, silent pain it had cost him, he couldn't afford to lose her. Not like this, so, damn it. So be it, he grasped her hand gently and sat up. His voice was soft, but it trembled with honesty. I didn't mean to upset you, master. I was afraid. This secret. It's everything to me, but I see now, I've no reason to hide from you. You've supported me, believed in me. You've given me everything. And I haven't given you anything in return. His silver eyes searched her face, vulnerable and open. So today, I'll bear everything. My heart, my feelings, what I'd buried deep for fear of rejection or of disappointing you. Illyra blinked, stunned. A blush crept up her cheeks. Too adorable. Too much for a being at her age. He smiled, heart-pounding. I like you, master. I really do. Use your soul eyes, see for yourself. Without hesitation, Illyra activated them. She needed to know, and she saw it, Noah's soul. Calm. Clear. Honest, no lies, no doubt. Illyra's heart skipped a beat. You see? Noah whispered. I love you. I want to be with you. But I thought. I'm not worthy yet. You're beyond anything I've ever known. Your strength, your wisdom, he swallowed. But I can't wait anymore. As for the dragon blood, I need it because I have another talent. One beyond my ice talent. Illyra was now completely focused. My other talent is called ultimate fusion. An EX unique rank. Her breath caught. What? She stared, stunned. You have an EX unique rank talent. Him too. No wonder he'd kept it hidden. That kind of power could reshape reality itself, and yet he'd told her. After confessing his feelings, he shared his greatest secret. Illyra's chest ached, too full, too warm. All her life, she'd been alone. Always chasing power, always building. Never looking back. Never letting anyone close, until Noah. At first, he was just another promising student. But something about him had cracked open a part of her she didn't know existed. A desire to nurture, to protect, to love. And now, I love you too, dear disciple, she said. Voice trembling with emotion. Illyra's affection for you has reached 80%. Chapter 58. The True Anomaly. Noah and Illyra sat side by side, fingers entwined, their hands locked in quiet unity. The air around them was warm, soft, almost sacred. A stillness that wrapped them like a blanket. It would have stunned the world to see Illyra Varnes, the dean, the goddess of the arcane, reduced to a woman in love. But here she was, looking content and delicate, like a maiden in spring. Even Noah struggled to believe it. Confused, he turned to her, his voice unsure. Are we together now? Illyra's smile was gentle, teasing. She understood his hesitation. Who wouldn't, standing next to a woman who once seemed untouchable? Yes, dear disciple, she said. We're together now. And as my first man, aren't you the lucky one? Her teasing made his lips twitch into a crooked smile. This is mad. It happened so fast. I didn't expect this at all. Me neither, she admitted softly. Silence followed, but it wasn't awkward. It was the silence of realization, of breath sinking. Then Noah stood, his expression shifting, sharpening. If I'm your man now, he said, stepping closer, then how can I allow myself to be weaker than you? He leaned in, eyes burning with resolve. Isn't it supposed to be me who protects you? Illyra smiled, eyes gleaming. And yet, I know you'll catch up to me soon. Until then, her voice hardened with promise. I'll protect you, nothing will touch you. But Noah shook his head, lips curling into something almost boyish. Let me face my own storms, master. Let me struggle. Let me bleed and claw and grow, he grinned. Let me have my protagonist arc. All right, Illyra gave a soft laugh, a little reluctant, but she knew he was right. Growth never came from safety. You wanted dragon blood, right? She asked, shifting the topic. For Leona, yeah, he nodded. I want to see what happens when she fuses with it. Illyra's fingers snapped, and a vial of thick, dark liquid appeared in her hand. Its presence was oppressive, almost alive. This is the blood of a darkness dragon. Curses, shadows, corruptions. It's perfect for your little demon. Noah's eyes lit up. That's exactly what I needed, master. Don't call me master anymore, Illyra murmured, leaning on his shoulder. Call me Illyra. But eventually. I want a surname, he blinked, caught off guard, then smiled. Yes, Illyra, she returned the smile, satisfied. Noah stood. I need to go. Leona's probably tired of waiting, Illyra gave him a look. Tonight is yours. But you'll come back tomorrow, Noah chuckled. Actually, I can't. I'm taking a mission. Been a month, I still owe 5. I need to start grinding, Illyra frowned. You're dating the dean. If I say you pass, then you pass, he laughed and hugged her. Illyra stiffened in surprise but quickly melted into the embrace. Don't worry. I'll be back soon, then, just as suddenly, he pulled back, looked into her eyes, and kissed her softly on her lips, and vanished. Illyra stood frozen, fingers brushing her lips. Then she smiled, a soft, beautiful, soul-deep smile. So this is love, she whispered. I'm already addicted. Before she could drift further into her thoughts, you forgot about us, you know. Should have introduced him, yeah. But beside that, you're dating a teenager, and no one's questioning this. Nicole's voice broke through her haze. Illyra sighed. She was in too good a mood to argue. I'll introduce you next time, she said softly, still touching her lips. Noah reappeared in his room. Leona was still kneeling, eyes snapping toward him the moment he returned. Master. Where were you? She asked, hesitant. I got you what you asked for, Noah said, pulling out the vial. Dragon blood, silence. Then, what? Her voice cracked with disbelief. He couldn't blame her. Acquiring dragon blood was the kind of feat that belonged in stories, not real life. How? She whispered, staring at the vial like it might vanish. Doesn't matter, Noah replied. What matters is that you're about to become what you dreamed of, a dragon-demon hybrid. Leona stared, frozen. As a beast specialist, she knew. The blood in that vial, it was real, and potent. No way, she breathed. It's really, Noah nodded, smug. I told you I'd reward you. She looked at him then, not as a slave looking at her master, but as a woman trying to understand the man in front of her. Dangerous, not just strong, clever. Calculated. Ruthless, when needed. Soft, when he chose to be. The kind of man who would smile while burning down kingdoms. If he really managed to pull this off, then maybe serving him isn't such a bad idea, because in the end, what mattered wasn't pride. It was power. Pride didn't protect you in battle. It didn't feed you. It didn't help you survive. Strength did, and Noah? He had it. She bowed deeply. If you succeed, I will serve you. Truly, that's how the world worked. That's what power did. And Noah? He wasn't done yet. Power. I'll find it. Hoard it. Drown in it, a goddess, a champion, whatever. It's only a matter of time. Come, he said. Leona rose and stepped forward, determination in her crimson eyes. This won't be painless, he warned. She nodded without hesitation. Then, he raised the vial, activated his power, and whispered, fuse. The blood surged into her. She didn't even have time to scream before a white dome erupted around her, isolating the space from sound or detection. Noah sat back. Thanks, Illyra, he muttered with a smile. Then the screams began, raw. Guttural. Agonizing. Noah casually conjured ice to block out the worst of it. Yeah. Definitely gonna need a pain resistance talent, he said to himself, half joking. Minutes passed, the dome shattered, and where Leona once stood, now knelt a new being, dark-haired, red-eyed, skin-kissed with black scales. 2 twisted dragon demon horns crowned her head, a tail swaying behind her. Her presence, dark, vast, suffocating, radiated danger. She bowed, eyes glistening with awe. I greet my master, she said with reverence. The system chimed. Leona's affection has reached 75%, but the world had noticed. The Akashic records stirred. Ding. 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 Exceptional, you have created a new race never before seen in Lay. You are the first in the universe to achieve this as a mortal. You are more than worthy. Your future cannot be seen. You are now a true anomaly. Titles received. The creator, the true anomaly, Noah Weaverheart. Your presence has been exceptionally strengthened. Existence level, 3000, next threshold, 5000, and just like that. The boy who had once stumbled into this world had already begun rewriting it. Chapter 59, Away. At the same time, in a realm untouched by mortal hands, in the vast and vibrant world of Lay, it was a space unlike any other. painted in a kaleidoscope of swirling colors. At its center sat a young boy, seemingly ordinary. No aura radiated from him, no divine presence announced his importance. Yet his very existence felt absolute. He suddenly froze, eyes lifting toward the ever-shifting sky. Confusion flashed across his innocent face. Did I just sense the emergence of a new race? He muttered. His voice sounded childish, yet carried immense power beneath its softness. He tilted his head in thought. Is it the work of that greedy celestial? Or that sneaky demoness? He shook his head almost immediately. No, impossible. They don't have access to my core. His eyes narrowed, then realization struck. His gaze sharpened. One of my inhabitants created it? It made no sense. The beings of Lay were still young, too weak to accomplish such a feat. The creation of an entirely new race should have been impossible. He flicked his finger. A glowing image appeared before him. Noah. The boy's expression didn't change, but his voice carried a subtle note of amusement. Talented, indeed. Well, he is a monster even. I'll keep watching. If Noah proved himself competent, then the boy would act. His eyes drifted, settling on Elijah. He sighed. He's so drenched in that celestial's influence. He lowered his gaze, expression cold. I give you a fragment of access. And now you want everything? All of me. Another sigh escaped his lips. 008-031, ads by Pub Future. He closed his eyes, falling into silent meditation. Back in his room, Noah stood before Leona, who knelt obediently on the floor. The atmosphere was heavy with new power. He glanced at the glowing text of the Akashic records. 2 new titles hovered before him, and curiosity tugged at his thoughts. Did you receive anything? He asked, eyes still scanning. Leona nodded. Yes, Master. I received 1 title, Lesser Primogenitor. I also gained affinities for darkness, curse, and corruption, she continued. The title allows me to transform others into my race. And if I have a child, she will inherit my bloodline so long as it's stronger than the father's. Noah nodded thoughtfully. Lesser Primogenitor. Likely because she's the first in Lay, but not in the entire universe. I see. He paused, then asked, do you know why you were told to stay close to Elijah? Leona hesitated, then spoke clearly. I was ordered to learn everything about him. To make him fall for me. And if given the chance, to kill him. Her voice remained steady. But I was never to do it openly. Only in a dungeon. A high-grade one preferably. Noah frowned. Why only in a dungeon? Leona explained. Because the goddess's influence is weaker there. She's not omniscient, you know that already, but she can sense extreme danger to her champion and might intervene. In dungeons, space is separate from the world. Her awareness falters. That's why I only pretended to be the devoted lover. I couldn't afford to go further. But in a dungeon. That's where the opportunity lies. Baitum. Noah's heart skipped a beat. Away. He had just discovered a path to kill Elijah without the goddess interfering. A wide, genuine smile broke across his face. Incredible, Leona. You've just given me the perfect idea. He paused, amused. I'm almost tempted to reward you again for this. Leona's eyes sparkled with hope. Really, Master? After tasting the miracle of fusion, she is more eager than ever. Noah chuckled but shook his head. It might not seem like it. But transforming you drained a massive amount of mana. I'm completely spent right now, but don't worry, he added. Keep working hard, and I'll always reward your loyalty. Leona nodded, face serious once more. What would you have me do next? Continue with Elijah. Stay close. Be faithful. If we ever meet, treat me as an enemy. No one must suspect our connection. With your new darkness affinity, you'll blend in even better. Understood, Master. Then go. Without another word, Leona melted into the darkness of the room and vanished. Noah exhaled slowly. How convenient. He let out a small laugh. Now. On to the important part. System, show me my new titles. Title, the Creator. You have awakened the creation affinity, SSS rank. Every being or object you create will enhance your power. The stronger your creations, the stronger you become. You can grant skills, traits, and affinities to your creations, provided you already possess them. Title, the true anomaly. Your past, present, and future are now hidden from all. You are a wild card. Neither fate nor destiny can predict your path. You are a true anomaly. Noah stared at the descriptions, barely able to contain his excitement. Today really is my lucky day. from winning over Illyra, to creating his first race, discovering a way to eliminate Elijah, and now gaining 2 unbelievably overpowered titles. No one can see me now. Not even fate and destiny, not even that goddess will if I want to act now, he laughed, full and loud. Joy surged through him. If Elijah thinks he can hide forever under that goddess's protection, he's dead wrong. I already took Sophie and Yuki from you. And Leona, the one who pretended to love you? She's mine, my slave, he smirked, eyes gleaming. Next, I'll take Elizabeth. Aphasia. Zara. Alice, right in front of you. I'll build the strongest faction of all. Not just for this academy. No. They'll follow me far beyond this place. They have the talent. They have the will. You'll want me dead so badly, Elijah. But you won't be able to touch me. No matter what divine power she gives you, because you're not the only one with a cheat, your goddess is bound. Limited, but my system? It's not, and now. It's time for new talents and affinities, he grinned wide. System, it's bonding time. Show me Anya and Yuki's talents and affinities. Anya, affinity, destruction, S rank, talent, pulverization, SS rank, Yuki, affinity, sword, SS rank, talent, blade of ages, SS rank. Noah's eyes widened at Anya's result, destruction? Not just rare. That's beyond rare, he chuckled softly. Such a dangerous little girl, he glanced at Yuki's stats, unsurprised. As expected, he smirked again. System, bond with them. Understood. Chapter 60, Becoming a Sword, ding. You have bonded with Anya, ding. You have bonded with Yuki, transfer their talents and affinities to me, Noah ordered calmly, applying the X10000 effect. You have obtained the affinity, destruction, SSS rank. You have obtained the talent, nothingness, EX unique rank. You have obtained the talent, swordsman of the edges, EX unique rank. Then, a pause, congratulations. You have obtained a sword affinity beyond SSS rank, you are now a sword. You have completed one of the conditions required to awaken a physique, polish yourself. Sharpen yourself. Find yourself. Forge this budding physique into completion. In that moment, something deep within Noah shifted. A monstrous aura of destruction exploded from him, tearing apart everything nearby in his room. His body trembled as the 2 EX unique rank talents embedded themselves into the very structure of his being. His existence became heavier. Denser. Purer than ever before, Erf, Noah screamed, his voice echoing off the cracked walls. Then it came, the sword. His body began to morph, literally. His bones gleamed with a sheen so polished they resembled blades. His skin grew sharp to the touch. His entire presence radiated the unmistakable edge of a sword. This was what it meant to possess an affinity beyond SSS rank. At SSS, your body starts adapting to your affinity, but above that, you become the affinity. No rank can define it. No system can quantify it. This stage was called the transformation rank, where body and soul reshaped to match the essence of power. Noah's body was now a blade. His skin sharp and resilient. His blood flowed with the speed and force of a sword strike. His bones were heavy, balanced, and lethal. His heartbeat became the ringing of a forge. His breath whistled like a blade cutting air. He was not holding a sword. He was the idea of 1 minute past. Then, finally, it was done. Noah collapsed onto his bed, chest rising and falling as sweat dripped down his temple. He stared blankly at the ceiling. The pain was no joke. It felt like his body had been struck by a divine blacksmith's hammer, shaped with care, precision, and cruelty into the perfect blade. God. If I ever come across a pain resistance talent, I'm taking it. He let out a weak sigh, thoroughly exhausted. He slowly raised his hand and clenched it. A sharp burst of energy pulsed out, slicing the air itself. Noah smirked. Well. Incredible, so this is what a sword body feels like. And I haven't even awakened a proper physique yet? Can't wait to see what happens when I do. He paused, realization dawning. Possessing an affinity beyond SSS meant he'd already taken the first step toward building a physique. Which meant, eventually, he could build more, and if I fuse all of them into one ultimate form. With my talents, he grinned, already imagining the chaos he could cause, but for now, system. Show me the descriptions of my new talents. Talent, nothingness, EX unique rank. Anything can be brought to nothing if you will it. Nothing will remain. To heal from or resist this, one must possess an equally ranked talent, swordsman of the edges, EX unique rank. Your sword can reach anywhere, and cut anything, even concepts. All you need is a strong enough mind. Noah's eyes lit up. Nothingness? Like absolute erasure. He stared at his pillow for a moment. Then, with a flicker of thought, he applied nothingness. The pillow began to disintegrate, vanishing not into dust, but into pure absence. As if it had never existed at all, Noah watched with awe. To erase things like they were never there? What a damn cheat! His grin stretched wide. And I love cheats. Then his gaze shifted to swordsman of the edges. To cut anything, even fate, destiny, or laws themselves. Another cheat. If he could cut concepts, there was no limit to what he could sever. Ideas rushed into his mind. Scenarios. Tactics. Plans. I'll need a good sword. A worthy one. Then he thought of someone, Run, the successor of the only known legendary blacksmith. Noah smirked. You'll do. He laid back on the bed again, eyes drifting to the ceiling. Tomorrow, he'd take on a mission. A proper one. I'll bring a group. Time to add Elizabeth. And that lazy bastard Eric's coming too. His voice turned irritated. That guy's been avoiding me, but this time, I'm dragging him in myself. Noah actually liked Eric. The guy was simple. Quiet. Minded his own business, and talented. His shadow affinity was more than useful. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Wait. Esther had shadow affinity at SS rank 2. That means I can share it if I want. Tempting. But, I'll hold off. I don't need it yet. I'll do it when the time is right. With that, he closed his eyes. Tomorrow would be another insane day, but then again, every day was. Morning. Noah stood before the mission center, eyes scanning the board displaying dozens of quests. Each mission came with a rank, a time limit, and strict entry conditions. He read through them carefully, until one caught his attention. Mission: slay a dragonkin beast in the forest of darkness and bring back its corpse. Difficulty: A rank. Requirements: second-year students or top 20 of the first year. Time limit: none. Noah nodded. Perfect. I'll use this to explore the forest. He took the request slip and headed to the counter. Hello. I'd like to take this mission, he said casually. The receptionist, lost in thought, jumped at his voice. Yelp. She turned toward him and her eyes widened like saucers. And Noah? Noah Weaverheart. It was nearly impossible to find someone on campus who didn't know his name now. He smiled calmly. Yes, that's me. Can you register the mission for me? Why yes, of course. Right away. She nearly dropped her pen in excitement, scrambling to get everything ready like she was meeting a celebrity. Noah chuckled internally. After a month of this, he was used to it. Are you going solo? Or with a group? She asked. With a group. I'll need their names and confirmation. Noah's lips twitched. Eric and Elizabeth haven't technically agreed yet. But they will. It's Eric Shadowbounds and Elizabeth Lightcross. As for confirmation, he leaned in, voice low, smooth like honey. Can you overlook that just for me? Pretty lady obeyed him, her heart skipped. She stared at him, dazed. Why yes. Anything for you. She eagerly began the process, only to be cut off by a chilling voice behind them. What are you doing here, my dearest best friend? Shudder. Noah stiffened. He turned slowly to find a girl with fiery orange hair and burning eyes smiling sweetly and dangerously. Yuki. Crap. I forgot about her. I'm here to take a mission, he muttered, coughing awkwardly. Yuki's smile brightened. Wonderful. Let's go together. We're strong enough on our own. It'll give us time to bond. Away from certain bitches, Yuki now has truly changed from her calm and unbothered self. Her gaze shifted to the counter girl, who immediately looked like she'd seen death. Noah sighed. Stop it, Yuki, his voice firm. She obeyed, but irritation still bubbled beneath her skin. Turning to the receptionist, he added, put her on the list too. Why yes, Yuki frowned. We're not going alone, I have plans. I need both Elizabeth and Eric. So no, we're not. Yuki didn't argue further. She knew him too well. His mind was made up, but that didn't stop the silent, murderous thoughts brewing inside her. They all want to steal my best friend. I'll slice them all to pieces. Noah sensed it immediately. Goddamn psycho. He stepped forward and hugged her gently. Yuki froze, then melted into his arms. Don't worry. We'll have time together. Just don't do anything crazy, all right? She nodded softly. Okay, Noah sighed again. The application's done, the receptionist said quickly, not looking anyone in the eye. Thanks, Noah replied and teleported out with Yuki before she could commit a felony. Let's go meet the rest of the team. But even as he walked, a thought crossed his mind: Elizabeth and Yuki. In the same group, two insane women. Noah sighed again. Fuck my life. Chapter 61. Accepting the devil's offer. Noah stood in front of a door, the room of Elizabeth. Behind him were Yuki and a very reluctant Eric, who looked like he'd rather die than be here. Why do you even need me? Eric muttered. If it's just about shadow affinity, you literally have your own shadow. He glanced down at Noah's shadow. As someone attuned to shadows, Eric could tell Noah's shadow was different. It felt alive, yet not. Human, yet shadow. Intriguing, sure. But Noah was trouble, and Eric knew better than to get too curious. Still, here he was, dragged out of his room under the threat of having all his stuff frozen. First my father burns my books, and now this lunatic is threatening my possessions. What's wrong with this world? He thought bitterly. Noah, overhearing him, answered casually, yeah, my shadow's special. You'll understand more during the mission. He then turned to face Elizabeth's door. Now be quiet. This one's harder than yours. Eric raised a brow. You're even going to blackmail the Saintess into joining? You're insane, maybe, Noah replied with a shrug. He didn't bother knocking. Elizabeth already knew he was here. With Esther's help, Noah entered the room through the shadow. He turned to the others. Stay here. And Yuki, don't do anything crazy. Just wait for me. He disappeared. Yuki frowned. Why's he talking to me like I'm a problematic child? Eric, deadpan, because you are. Psycho. Silence. Eric's eyes widened. I didn't say that out loud, right? Yuki's eyes glowed with a dangerous glint. She took a sword stance. Fuck. Noah. Damn it. Inside the room, Noah found Elizabeth. The room was a mess. Papers, books, shattered glass scattered everywhere. Like a storm had passed through. Elizabeth sat on the ground, clutching her head tightly as if trying to block out some internal noise. In her head she was hearing whisper, they lie to you. They hate you. You were born to kill them all. That's all she was hearing in her mind lately. And she was about so snap. Noah stood calmly. No pity. He'd warned her, I was going to ask if you'd had a nice month. But I guess I've got my answer, he said, voice light and sweet. As if he had nothing to do with her condition, Elizabeth raised her head. Her blindfold was gone, revealing those haunting, mesmerizing eyes. So, Leona listened to you, she said with a bitter laugh. I knew something was wrong when I couldn't influence her with my gaze. I wanted to warn Elijah, but it's like that which charmed him. Her voice trembled, anger, betrayal, despair all tangled together. Strangely, she didn't seem too angry at Noah. Not anymore. Not after everything, because after a month of torment, she finally understood Elijah wasn't a viable option. He could be taken away at any time by the church. By other women, by forces she couldn't control. She couldn't afford to rely on someone like that. Noah stepped forward, face inches from hers. Unflinching, waiting for her to accept her situation. I accept your offer, Elizabeth whispered, desperation in her voice. Help me. I'm going mad. These whispers. Make them stop, and I'll obey you. I'll tell you everything I know about the goddess. Noah's sweet smile turned sharper. Sorry, but I'm changing the terms. Elizabeth stiffened. Like Leona, he said, voice commanding, I want your everything. Your loyalty. Your soul. You will obey me in all things. You'll betray the church. Tell me everything about it, the current saintess. Everything. In return, I'll erase the whispers. And I'll protect you from them, from the church and the world itself if needed. His aura of ruler activated, his presence wrapping around her like an unshakable truth. It made submission feel natural. Right, he can't afford to go gently, too many unpredictable factors. Too many unknowns. Noah needed her loyal. Elizabeth's heart raced. This would change everything. Either stay with the church and go mad, or betray them and regain her sanity, but be hunted. She laughed hollowly. Noah smiled sweetly, like he hadn't just given her two impossible options, but the choice was made. She was an orphan, taken by the church only because of her eyes. After accidentally awakening her talent, she'd killed her whole village at just 12. The church had come immediately, as if they'd been waiting. I believed in you, goddess. I believed you'd help me. But all you did was chain me. Why were you afraid of me? She bitterly thought. She looked at Noah. I'll take the devil's offer. Then, I accept, she said, voice trembling. I'll be yours. I'll betray them. I'll tell you everything, Noah smiled. Good choice. Because honestly, I was going to kill you if you didn't, Elizabeth flinched, but. You chose well. He placed his palm on her forehead, letting his aura flow through her. Instantly, she collapsed, breathing hard. Her eyes teared up. Finally, she whispered, silence. No more whispers. No more screams, laughter, or curses. No more madness, just peace, and for that alone, she didn't regret her decision. But to ensure your loyalty, Noah said, we're going somewhere. He grabbed her hand, smiling. You should feel honored, Saintess. They vanished, they reappeared in the White Realm. Illyra was sipping tea, humming peacefully. She looked up at them. She fixed her gaze on Elizabeth for a moment before shifting towards Noah and smiled warmly. My dear disciple. Have you done something insane again? Elizabeth froze. Disciple, she turned to Noah in shock. You're the dean's disciple? Noah smiled and said nothing. Instead, he approached Illyra and hugged her. She welcomed him eagerly, not minding Elizabeth's shocked stare. Elizabeth instinctively stepped back, her whole body trembling. What is this? What's happening? Are you blind? Noah said, but never mind. We're not here for that. He turned to Illyra. My queen of souls, would you bind her soul to mine? That way, I'll know if she ever tries to betray me. Illyra nodded, appearing before Elizabeth in an instant. She touched Elizabeth's chest. In less than 5 seconds, Noah and Elizabeth felt it, a connection. A binding. Illyra then looked her in the eyes. Her white eyes glowing ominously. If you betray him, or do anything that risks his safety or happiness, she whispered, I'll take your soul. And make you wish for death. Elizabeth's whole body trembled. Yes, madam, she whispered. Illyra turned back to Noah, smiling brightly and hugging him again. The contrast between her warmth and earlier threat was terrifying. Thank you, Noah said. But we have to go. The mission awaits. I'll try to return quickly. He kissed her softly before vanishing. Taking Elizabeth with him, Illyra stood alone, smiling. This time, she didn't flinch at the kiss. This guy's a player. He's already chasing another girl, right? Total player, how dare he? Stop, Illyra said aloud. I already knew he'd have other wives. I'm fine with that, she smiled serenely. Great men are always loved by many. I'm just happy to be one of the first. Our bond is special too. We're master and disciple before lovers, and I'm content with that. She sipped her tea again, smirking. I'll even help him get more girls, you obsessive pedo, goddammit. Shut up, Nicole. Chapter 62, Forest of Darkness. Outside, Noah found Eric with a fresh sword mark across his face. He turned and looked at Yuki, who was smiling innocently. Noah sighed and decided not to address it. Behind him, Elizabeth was still in shock. She had just realized something terrifying. If even the dean of Apex Academy is Noah's lover, then it's over. Elijah is finished. Even the church wouldn't dare touch him. She, more than anyone, understood the danger of Illyra. Her mentor, the current saintess, always cursed Illyra but never dared to do anything more. Illyra's power was too much. Now more than ever, Elizabeth was relieved she'd made the right choice. She smiled. I'm yours now, Noah. With everything you've shown me, I'd be a fool to betray you. Elizabeth had finally accepted her fate. At that, Elizabeth's feelings for you have reached 50%. Noah smirked. Let's go meet Ren. I want to pass an order, then go directly. Yes, they replied in unison. Yuki took Noah's left side, walking closely beside him. Elizabeth mirrored her on the right. She might as well enjoy herself. She was stuck now anyway. Behind them, Eric cursed under his breath, seeing the scene. Damn player. In a private chamber, Isaac, Albert, and Luke stood before Elijah and Leona. Their expressions were grim and heavy with tension. For the first time, Isaac's face clearly showed his dissatisfaction. Blessed one, please tell me, did you speak to the saintess yesterday? Elijah tilted his head in confusion. Then his eyes widened slightly. Oh. No, I forgot. I'll go now. He turned quickly, heading for Elizabeth's room, but, no need, Albert said through gritted teeth, barely holding back his anger. The saintess is already gone. Elijah paused, confused. Gone? She left with Noah's group for the mission. They're already gone, Isaac said, frustration thick in his voice. Elizabeth had been crucial to their plans. But now it seemed impossible to bring her back. Leona, standing beside Elijah, smiled inwardly. Truly, my master is incredible. She felt proud of her master. Elijah frowned deeply.
Noah? Again? With one of my women?
What the fuck? The air around him began to heat up. Sweat formed on the others' faces, and oppressive pressure settled over the room like a blade hovering above, ready to fall. He dares? Elijah growled, his fists clenched in fury. Suddenly. New quest, kill Elizabeth. Description: Elizabeth, the past saintess, has betrayed you and take Noah's side. Kill her. Rewards: her soul, eternally bound to you. Elijah stared at the notification, his whole body trembling. He roared, his voice shaking the chamber and scorching the air around him. His eyes turned bloodshot. Send my signal to them, kill them all, he ordered coldly. Even the saintess? One of them asked, shocked. Did she truly need to die? But Elijah was beyond reason now. Yes. Even Elizabeth, he said, teeth grinding. Silence filled the room. Leona stepped forward like a devoted lover, trying to console him. But inside, she was mocking him. Kill my master? What a fool! They didn't understand Noah at all. He wasn't just powerful, he was a monster, a true anomaly. They could never win against him. He was always 2 steps ahead. Time passed. Noah and the others stood before the entrance of a massive forest. A place where no light reached, only darkness. Elizabeth frowned. This place is eerie. The tension between them had faded during the journey. Elizabeth had started to see another side of Noah. He could be caring, gentle, and even funny. Not just a blackmailing, scheming bastard. She was genuinely surprised and oddly relieved. Noah smiled. Very. That's why I chose it, since arriving in this world. He hadn't truly explored. But now, his adventurer's spirit stirred. A forest of darkness? With no light even under a blazing sun, something big had to be inside, and he was eager to find it. Let's hope I'm strong enough. But with all my EX unique rank talent, it should be fine. Worst case, I'll protect my soul and revive. Let's go. Stay close to me. He turned to Eric, who was staring blankly into the forest. What's with you? Noah asked. Nothing. I just feel strangely at peace here, Eric replied. Noah frowned, then Esther's voice echoed in his mind. Me too, master. I feel really comfortable here, as if I'm home. Pause. Noah smiled. A sign, this is gonna be fun. Let's go. They stepped into the forest. True to its name, it was pure darkness. Elizabeth and Yuki immediately felt unsettled, pressing closer to Noah. Meanwhile, Eric looked like he was in paradise. At ease, moving confidently through the shadows. Then, he noticed it, or rather, felt it. The shadows weren't just dark. They were deep. Alive, the feeling intensified through Esther. As a part shadow herself, she could sense it clearly. Master, there are shadow beings here. Yeah, I figured, Noah replied with a soft smile. Maybe I should have shared Esther's affinity. He made a mental note. Still, no rush. Let's wait and see. The real question is, why would a dragonkin be in a place like this? Elizabeth asked. Yeah, this doesn't make sense, Yuki added, frowning. I don't know. I'm just as clueless about dragons as you are, Noah said. But if the mission says it's here, then it must be. Suddenly, SCCRTH, a sound echoed from the shadows ahead. They looked forward and saw it. A beast stepped out. Black skin. Eyes glowing like coals. For limbs tipped with claws that gleamed in the dark. A mouth full of jagged teeth. A long, jagged tail swayed behind it. It growled, a deep, bone-vibrating sound, and then others appeared. Beasts of the same kind, emerging from the shadows, surrounding them, a dozen of them. Noah smiled. Well, guys, time to work. Meanwhile, just outside the forest. At the spot Noah's team had entered, minutes later, a group arrived. All were dressed in white, the church's insignia on their shoulders. The inquisitors, trained to hunt betrayers, deserters, and enforce the church's will. Do we wait here, or do we enter too? Grand Master, one of them asked, eyes on the black forest. The man they addressed was tall, broad-shouldered, with sharp eagle-like eyes and a perfectly trimmed beard. We enter, he said. His voice was deep, absolute, no one questioned it. The moment the order was given, the Inquisitors stepped forward, vanishing into the darkness behind Noah's team. Chapter 63, Shadowy Beings. The fight wasn't difficult, no matter how many there were. In the end, they were just B-rank beasts. And in front of A-rank beings, especially ones with absurd talents like Yuki and Elizabeth, they didn't stand a chance. Noah didn't even lift a finger, in fact, only Yuki fought. She killed them all with a single strike.
No suspense.
Just silence. The group continued their journey. The forest of darkness was divided into zones. They were currently in the outer zone, where only lower-ranked beasts appeared.
Next came the inner zone, where A-rank and even some S-rank beasts roamed.
And then, at the very heart of it all, the core zone, no one had ever returned from there alive. That alone said enough.
That meant the existence of SS-rank monsters. At the very least, extremely dangerous. For Noah and his group, even an S-rank opponent was a death threat. An SS rank? Instant annihilation. Anyway, our mission is A rank, Noah said.
So we'll most likely find our target in the inner zone. The others nodded. They were resting now, sitting in a circle, talking quietly. They couldn't tell what time it was. There was no light here, but it was probably night. Time to sleep. What happens if we run into an S-rank beast? Eric asked, his voice quieter than usual. Then we run, Noah said matter-of-factly. And if we can't, then we fight with all our might, he continued. No matter how strong they were, the difference between A rank and S rank was not small. Intent was stronger than aura, and generally, an S rank being had a better grasp of their skills. There was no way an average A rank would win, but Noah and the others were no normal A ranks. That's why Noah believed they could win if they gave it their all. The group nodded at his words, but Eric had other concerns. The deeper they went, the stronger his instincts grew. The shadows weren't just shadows, they were alive, and not all of them felt friendly. Are you sensing it, Eric?
Noah asked, eyeing him with a faint smile. Eric blinked. Yeah. You too. It didn't make sense. Noah didn't have shadow affinity. Noah shook his head. Not me. My shadow did. She told me. A pause, and I think it's about time you met her.
Esther, come out. At his command, Noah's shadow liquefied and rose into a human shape, a girl with black hair, red eyes, and a small mole near her lips. Surprise flickered across their faces. Elizabeth was mildly curious. Yuki, on the other hand, frowned, clearly disliking the idea of another girl hiding in her best friend's shadow. But Eric felt something deeper. No, it wasn't attraction, he wouldn't dare. One inappropriate look, and Noah would have gouged his eyes out. No, this was recognition.
That same eerie feeling he sensed in the forest. He felt it within Esther too.
A familiar pull, the pull of shadows. What are you?
Eric blurted. Esther didn't answer.
She simply stood beside Noah like she belonged there. Noah chuckled lightly. She's part shadow. Elizabeth and Yuki exchanged glances, confusion in their eyes, but Eric understood instantly.
His eyes widened. How is that possible?
Where did she come from? She was human once.
From my family's estate.
She became like this through a title. Then, Noah turned to the girls, explaining the shadow realm, shadow beings, and his theory that this forest was connected to that realm, a realm of shadows?
Elizabeth repeated, a being made completely of shadow? Is that even possible?
Yuki asked. They were stunned. They'd heard of beasts with high shadow affinity in this forest, but not actual shadow beings.
And now they realized. They knew nothing about this world and its secrets. Eric leaned forward.
How can I become like her? For the first time, he wasn't slouching. His back was straight. His eyes sharp. Noah smiled. That's why I brought him here. He truly liked Eric. The guy was easygoing, knew his limits, and never crossed the line.
His only flaw?
He was lazy, but like this? Motivated, focused, even Elizabeth wouldn't beat him easily in a fair fight. Noah nodded.
I don't know the full process.
Esther got her transformation through a title, one created by the Akashic Records, just for her. Their eyes turned to Esther again. A unique, personal title from the records.
That meant something huge. But, Noah continued, there has to be another way.
And what better place to begin searching than a forest filled with shadow beings? Logical. So, rest well, Noah said. Tomorrow, we move faster. Straight into the inner zone. I'll take the first watch. He stood and walked to the edge of the clearing. Esther silently followed. Yuki wanted to join but stopped herself at the last second. She respected his words.
For now, you can rest too, Esther. I cannot, master. I've already rested plenty inside your shadow. And I belong by your side. Noah gave her a soft smile and let it go. Tell me, he asked in his mind, how many are here? Esther paused, a few dozen. Master, rank, most are B rank. But there are some A rank among them. Noah stayed silent, he'd sensed they were being followed. He had assumed they were humans, but no. They were beasts. In shadows, B rank ones, guided by A ranks, strange. A rank shouldn't be in the outer zone. He glanced at Esther. Were they drawn to her? Plausible. But one thing was clear, they hadn't attacked. Not yet. They were watching, as if waiting for something. Noah didn't like it, he hated not being in control, he needed answers. He needed to know the purpose of their presence here and their lack of action, willingly. Or unwillingly. He would know, time to stop delaying, he thought. I'll share Esther's shadow affinity with myself after this. He should have done it earlier, but he'd never seen the need. Having Esther by his side was enough until now. Now, he needed it. He exhaled softly, then suddenly, he turned his head toward the dark. A subtle shift in the shadows had caught his attention. Almost invisible, but he noticed. Esther, he said calmly, stay here. Guard the others, he smirked faintly, and me? I'm going hunting. Chapter 64. The kin of shadows. Noah vanished and in an instant, reappeared before a towering, shadowy beast. The beast recoiled in surprise. Hi there. Mind if we have a little chat? Noah asked, offering his most trustworthy smile. The beast wasn't impressed. Sensing danger from this strange being, it lashed out on instinct. Its claws were enveloped in sharpened shadows, twisting into deadly points. Guess you're not much of a talker, Noah sighed. Fair enough, he raised a single finger. The moment the beast's claw struck it, it vanished, gone. As if it had never existed, the beast froze, staring at its now empty limb. There was no pain. Just absence. A sudden void where its claws should have been, a strange sensation, but Noah didn't give it time to process. Nothingness, he said calmly, and the beast was erased. Not just body, but soul. Annihilated completely. Noah frowned. That's no good. I need their souls to improve my manipulation. I'll avoid using nothingness as a finisher unless absolutely necessary, he muttered, or if I master it further, maybe I can spare the soul and erase everything else. He nodded thoughtfully. That feels doable. His gaze shifted deeper into the forest. He could sense the strongest presence yet undeniably A rank. That's where the big ones are. What was strange? They had noticed him. Yet didn't flee. Didn't attack. Noah narrowed his eyes. What are they planning? He didn't wait to find out from afar. In a blur, he shot forward, blazing through the forest in under 10 seconds. He stopped in front of a perfectly constructed hut. Its door stood open, revealing 3 beings seated inside as if expecting him. And indeed, they were obsidian skin, jet black hair and eyes. 2 men and 1 woman, all radiating dense A rank power. You finally made it, said the man in the center. Clearly the leader. Noah tilted his head. You were waiting for me, he smiled faintly. You could have just invited me over. I'd have come sooner. His tone was light. Casual. Unbothered by the heavy pressure in the room or the creeping shadows that thickened around the trio. You seem awfully confident, human, the woman remarked, her black eyes narrowing. Noah didn't acknowledge her. His attention stayed on the man in the center. So, why did you want to see me? The woman's lips twitched, annoyed, but she bit it back. Choosing restraint, the man chuckled softly. Let me introduce us first. I am Zur. The woman you just masterfully ignored is Layli. And the brooding fellow to my right is Boris. He gestured as he spoke. Layli clicked her tongue. Boris simply nodded. Noah gave a small nod back, more out of politeness than interest. Zur noticed, and got to the point. As you've likely guessed, this forest is filled with shadow beings like us. He paused, watching Noah's face. But Noah's expression remained unreadable. This place wasn't always like this. It used to be an ordinary forest. But, due to an event one were not permitted to speak of, it changed. The Forest of Darkness. As your kind calls it now. A fitting name. He leaned forward slightly, and as you may have also guessed. We can't leave. Noah's brows rose in mild curiosity.
That explains why I've never encountered beings like them outside. Still, he said, why haven't I heard of you?
Even if you can't leave, others can enter. You didn't kill everyone who came here, surely.
Some powerful beings must have wandered in, Laylee smiled, true.
We can't always kill them.
But who said our leader couldn't? You're only seeing us, suppressed air ranks, because you're still in the outer zone.
Our power is cut in half because we are habitant from the inner zone. Not here. The same applies to others. Zur nodded, and we don't bother with most intruders. Because even if we can't kill them, we can hide from them.
No one can find us, shadows, if we decide to hide. Anyway, you're the first one we've ever approached. Noah's eyes narrowed.
Why me? Zur's eyes gleamed. Your shadow, he said, reverently. She's like us. Or partway there, but we can feel it. She's evolving.
She'll become one of us. He stood, approaching Noah. If you manage to bind a being like that as your shadow.
Could you do it again? With us, Noah tilted his head.
So, your goal is to escape this forest, Zur shook his head. That's part of it. But to understand the full picture, you'll have to meet our leader in the core region. He's the only one who can explain everything. It'll be dangerous, Noah warned. Zur nodded.
No shadow will touch you.
You'll be under our protection. Noah stayed quiet. There's too much going on here to ignore, but then another thought struck him. How can a person have multiple shadows if they wanted to become his shadows?
Was that even possible? The leader will tell you how, Laylee interjected.
Her voice was softer now, respectful. If you're willing, we'll escort you ourselves. If not,
we'll let you leave.
But she paused, then smiled coldly. Your limit will be the outer zone.
The moment you cross into the inner region without permission, you'll be surrounded and eliminated. Noah stood still.
Then smiled faintly. Not the brightest move, trying to blackmail someone far stronger than you, or do you doubt that fact? Before anyone could react, the entire hut blinked out of existence, swallowed by nothingness. The trio found themselves standing amidst trees again, disoriented. Then, before they could even speak, hundreds of transparent swords materialized above them. Each one radiated a presence so sharp, so absolute, it felt like they could sever reality itself. Noah stood calmly, hands in his pockets. I don't take kindly to threats, he said, voice like ice. I'm the only one allowed to issue them. Got that? Laylee, Zur, and Boris stood frozen, wide-eyed. They had grossly underestimated his power, yet instead of fear, a strange light shone in their eyes, hope, excitement. They smiled broadly. Even Boris, the ever-stoic one. If you're this powerful, Zur said, voice filled with awe, then maybe. Just maybe. You really can help us, he bowed. Laylee and Boris followed. Help us, and we'll reward you more than you can imagine. Noah blinked, slightly thrown off by their response. The swords vanished. All right. Let me go gather my team. I'm afraid that won't be possible, sir, Laylee said gently. Noah's eyes narrowed. Why not? Our leader only requested you. Your companions may stay here or venture into the inner zone on their own mission. My shadow, she must stay behind as well. Noah hesitated. Leave them in this place. Alone, seeing the worry flicker across his face, Laylee added quickly, no harm will come to them. The shadows won't approach. What if they're forced to fight one? Noah asked. We came to kill a dragonkin and retrieve its body. Zur didn't seem surprised. There's an A-rank wyvern of shadow in the eastern part of the inner zone. It predates the forest's transformation and has evolved with it. A rare beast, with deep shadow and darkness affinities. If you can kill it, do.
We won't interfere, Noah nodded.
That was fair.
He mentally contacted Esther, relaying everything. That he'd go alone.
That they'd hunt the wyvern. Naturally, she panicked, but after several minutes, Noah managed to calm her down. He let out a soft sigh and turned back to Zur and the others. Give me 5 minutes. I need to prepare something. Then he vanished. He reappeared miles away, deep in the forest. Alone. He raised a barrier of nothingness, complete, impenetrable, nothing could see through it. Sitting on the cold ground, he gave the command, system. Share Esther's shadow affinity and skill. And my mother's ice affinity and talent at the same time. His eyes hardened. No more delays. Understood. Chapter 65. For our goddess, applying the X10000 effect. Moments passed. Congratulations. You have obtained a shadow affinity above SSS rank. Congratulations.
You have obtained an ice affinity above SSS rank, you are now. Shadow, you are now.
Ice, you have taken the first step toward creating your own unique shadow physique and ice physique. Then came the talent he shared from Jamother. You have gained the talent, Eternal Monarch of Frost, EX unique rank. Your talent, Sovereign of Ice, SSS rank, have been absorbed by Eternal Monarch of Frost. Then came the Akashic Records, chiming in with an eerie resonance, exceptional, Noah Weaverheart. You walk an incredible path, you are integrating multiple high-tier concepts into your very being. Walk the path of the true anomaly, do not stray. Do not falter, your title awaits you at the end of this road, a moment of silence, then a final echo. You are now marked as a being of interest by the Akashic Records, and then, the messages stopped, but Noah's transformation had just begun. First came the shadow, his skin began to darken, as if black ichor was poured over him. Slowly, silently, his body began to dissolve, melting into darkness, until nothing remained but a quivering pool of shadows on the ground. A deep metamorphosis was unfolding within, as shadow, his entire physiology shifted, his muscles, bones, even his organs
became formless, ever-changing, malleable.
He was no longer rigid like a blade, he was like liquid steel, a phantom forged in eternal dusk. His very sword had evolved, no longer just a weapon, but a concept, and then, before he could catch his breath, he reformed, returned briefly to human shape before it began again. The ice came next. Damn, he didn't even finish the curse before it consumed him. But this wasn't just an affinity awakening, his talent was evolving too. Sharpening. Deepening. Freezing, his body turned to ice, completely. Transparent, crystalline. A living sculpture. His insides visible beneath frosted skin. The air plummeted around him, frost bloomed in a radius, swallowing all life. Not just any ice, absolute ice, the temperature of zero. The world stood still. Minutes passed before the transformation ceased. Noah slowly rose, his breath calm, but his body, now a fusion of sword, shadow, and ice. He hadn't just mastered them, he had become them, and in doing so, his very race had begun to change. Outwardly, still human. Inwardly, something else, something not meant to exist, a monster, an abomination, but he didn't yet realize it. These changes would only become obvious later when he awakened the full physiques tied to each affinity. Noah exhaled heavily, his chest heaving, the pain was indescribable. But there was no time to rest. He stood, flexing his limbs, testing the new form. His body adapted. It felt fluid, capable of things he couldn't explain. Movements that had once required thought now flowed like instinct. He raised a single finger, in an instant, shadow, ice, and sword energies coiled around it, swirling together like serpents of death. His control was flawless. Effortless. Natural, he smirked, with this. I'm ready. He stepped forward and vanished into the shadows. Meanwhile, Yuki's eyes narrowed. Her gaze pinned on Esther. What did you just say? She asked, voice sharp with restrained fury. Esther remained calm. Master went to the core zone. He told us to head east, toward the inner region. There's an A-rank wyvern there. We're to kill it and bring back its body. She repeated the words, unfazed, as she had multiple times already. Esther had been with Noah since the beginning. She had long since learned to remain calm, to focus only on his goals. His will, she was his shadow, after all, and everyone here knew. To touch what was his was to court death. Noah may smile. But behind that smile was ruin. Why'd he go alone? Elizabeth asked, eyes narrowed. She knew Noah. He never did anything without a plan. A being of shadow approached him. Esther replied simply. Before more questions could fly, she cut them off. That's all I can say. Now let's go. We don't want to keep Master waiting. Do we? Yuki's expression hardened. The last thing she wanted was to disappoint Noah, or worse, make him question her worth. Let's move, she snapped. Anger simmered in her. Eric and Elizabeth exchanged weary glances, then followed. As they moved, Elizabeth suddenly stopped in her tracks. The others paused. What is it? Yuki asked. Elizabeth's eyes glowed faintly. She frowned. Something's blocking my sight. As an oracle, Elizabeth's perception of danger was far beyond normal. And just now, she had sensed something. A threat. A predator, but her vision was clouded. Obstructed, and only two beings could do that, Noah and the goddess. Her heart thudded. She clenched her fists. It wasn't Noah. He had no reason to hide. Then, there was only one possibility. She turned sharply. Let's pick up the pace.
I sense danger.
It's possible. We're being hunted. Eric's eyes widened slightly.
Hunted?
By who? Elizabeth hesitated, then spoke. The church. Esther wasn't surprised.
She had a feeling Noah's actions would trigger something. This was expected, but Yuki and Eric were caught off guard. The church. Still, they didn't question further. They could feel the urgency, and it was enough. They broke into full speed, racing toward the wyvern's territory. Eric muttered under his breath, I fucking knew it. Being with Noah is just asking for trouble.
This time, nobody disagreed, not even Esther. Elsewhere, the Inquisitors came to a sudden halt. Their leader, the Grand Master, raised a hand. His brow furrowed. Something wrong, Grand Master, one of them asked. He remained silent for a long moment, then spoke, voice cool and sharp. Little Eli sensed us. He chuckled softly. Her eyes really are impressive, but then, his tone turned frigid. His smile vanished, and yet. I wonder why she turned her back on the goddess. Why did she betray us? His voice dropped into a deadly murmur. I have no choice now. I will kill her. The Inquisitors shuddered. The Grand Master's rage wasn't loud, it was cold.
Absolute.
Unforgiving. From this moment, do not bother with the lowly beasts. Go for her. A pause. Let's kill them all. For the goddess. For our goddess. The battle had begun. Chapter 66, The Throne of Shadows. While chaos brewed in the forest of darkness, elsewhere, another path unfolded. Our chosen one had accepted a mission, alongside Leona. We'll finally have time together, she said, her voice soft with false excitement.
Just us. Elijah didn't respond at first. Ever since the incident with Elizabeth, he'd been off.
His brows remained furrowed, his gaze distant and hard, but Leona's persistent affection was slowly melting the ice around him. He offered a faint smile.
Yeah. Let's go.
Let's forget all of that and enjoy this mission together. It was a simple task on paper. A rampaging A-rank beast had been terrorizing the border villages of the human domain. A kill mission, both of them were more than capable. There was no real danger. To Elijah, it was the perfect excuse to spend time with Leona. But Leona, her smile hid a question. Why this mission? Something didn't sit right, but she said nothing. Let's go, Leona. Elijah called out, newfound energy in his voice. Yes, she replied, and so, they departed. Meanwhile, Esther's group moved with speed and purpose, not slowing for a second since Elizabeth's warning. They raced toward the eastern edge of the inner zone. Shadows flickered around them, but none dared halt their advance. Only a few mindless shadow beasts attempted attacks, each one silenced in a single slash from Yuki's merciless blade. Hours passed, and finally, they arrived. Before them stood a massive cave, its entrance wide and gaping like the mouth of a slumbering beast. Shadows coiled within. The darkness inside was unnaturally thick, ominous. Still, they had no choice. It shouldn't be a problem, Eric said with cautious confidence. Everyone nodded. For A-rank beings versus one beast, the odds favored them. They stepped inside. Instantly, the pressure shifted. The shadows deepened. The air grew heavy, a predator's den. Esther stopped cold, the others halted with her. She could sense it. As someone attuned to concealment, she recognized the presence immediately. The beast is here. Be alert. It was cloaked, just like her. Elizabeth's frown deepened. She extended her hand, conjuring a sphere of light, one of her many affinities. It shimmered, pulsing against the suffocating dark, casting illumination through the cave, and then, they saw it, a massive wyvern. Scales black as void, eyes just as dark. Its body absorbed the light around it, drinking it in like a void. Even now, standing mere meters away, they couldn't feel its presence. If not for their eyes, they would have thought it an illusion. And then, the beast smirked, a disturbingly human expression, but it was the voice that followed that sent chills down their spines. A deep, smooth voice echoed through the cave. It seems I have guests. It has been quite some time. They instinctively stepped back. Eyes wide. Skin prickling, a beast that spoke with such clarity. There was only one explanation, S-rank. The wyvern rose slowly. Yes. It seems I did while hiding my true rank from those treacherous shadows. He smiled again. Sharp. Knowing, shall we begin? Fuck. Eric cursed, drawing his weapon. Far from there, Noah strode calmly toward the core zone, flanked by the three shadows, Layli, Zur, and Boris. But there was something different about him now, something even they noticed. Layli kept glancing at him. Not just her, even Boris and Zur looked curious, unsettled.
What happened to you while you were gone?
Laylee finally asked. What they sensed in him now was strange. It felt like shadow, but also not, as if he had absorbed the concept, twisted it into something new, but it wasn't pure, it wasn't normal, nothing much, Noah replied casually, just a couple of upgrades. There were things he'd never tell anyone. Not even those closest to him, his system, his reincarnation, secrets he'd take to the grave.
Because death?
He could cheat that, but betrayal, that would destroy him. The shadows respected his silence and didn't push further.
They moved in silence, until Noah broke it again. How can a human become like you? He asked. He'd been thinking of Eric, the man clearly obsessed with shadow, like us?
Laylee raised an eyebrow. You mean
to become a shadow?
Change race, he nodded. There are ways, she answered, her tone more serious.
But the most common one is through the blood of a royal. Noah blinked.
Royalty, Laylee smiled faintly.
Yes.
The shadow realm has its own nobles. We call them originals. They were the first born in the realm, and by the realm itself, each one possesses unique powers.
One of them
is the ability to turn others into shadows using their blood. They are the rulers. The true ancients. Noah paused. The implications settled like lead in his stomach. Originals. How old were they? How powerful? A chill ran through him. For the first time, he felt that even Elijah's so-called goddess might pale before these entities. His thoughts sharpened. I need power, because he is becoming more and more aware of the danger of his new life. He would complete his physique, earn more titles, ascend to S rank rapidly, whatever it took. We've arrived, Zur said. They stood before a castle. Nope, a castle of shadow, crafted entirely from darkness.
Its presence pulsed with mastery.
Every inch of it resonated with ancient energy. Noah could feel it in his bones. They stepped inside, walking down vast, empty halls. At the end, a massive set of black double doors loomed.
Zur knocked politely. Silence. Then, enter. The doors opened on their own. They walked in. The chamber was vast. Empty.
Nothing but shadow, except a single throne.
Raised high above.
Crafted from abyssal dark, upon it sat a man, his skin obsidian black, marked with glowing white tattoos. His eyes were inverted white pupils and black scara. His hair was long, flowing like silk to his lower back. He lounged lazily,
one arm resting on the side of his face. Legs crossed. Regal.
Relaxed, but the moment Noah stepped in, his eyes locked onto him, and he smiled. Indeed. You are the one. Chapter 67, The Chained Woman. Noah tilted his head slightly, confused.
I am the one. What did that even mean? You three may leave.
I'll have a little chat with this one, the man on the throne said casually. Without hesitation, Zur, Laylee, and Boris vanished, leaving Noah alone. He tensed. His instincts screamed at him. This man, no, this being radiated a presence easily in the SS rank tier. Someone who could erase him with a single flick of a finger. Chuckle, relax, the man said, his voice surprisingly warm.
I won't harm our only hope. Noah remained guarded, though outwardly he forced himself to stay calm. Well, he said coolly, I'm not so sure yet if I'll be the one saving you all, or if I even want to, saving people who could become future problems?
No chance, sit down. Let's talk properly, the man said, conjuring a chair made of shadows. Without fuss, Noah sat, meeting the man's eyes directly. My name is Oren, he said calmly. Noah Weaverheart. Noah replied. Oren nodded. The three who brought you here must have explained a little the fact that we wished to escape this cursed forest. Noah nodded again.
They did, but they didn't tell you how.
Nor the why of all this, exactly.
And I was also wondering.
Noah leaned forward slightly. Are you trapped here because you caused some trouble? A soft laugh escaped Oren. Trouble?
Depends on the perspective, he said with a grin. But for you, no, we're not your problem. In fact, you might find helping us
far more beneficial than you expect. Now Noah was genuinely interested. And how exactly am I supposed to help you? He asked. Oren's smile turned oddly innocent. I don't know. Silence. Noah blinked. But they don't even know. His expression darkened. He stared at Oren like he was looking at an escaped lunatic. Oren noticed and chuckled again. Let me finish before judging. I don't know the method exactly, Oren admitted. But someone else does. Noah frowned.
Aren't you the highest ranking here, among the shadows here?
Yes, Oren confirmed.
But not the highest, Noah sighed. And who am I supposed to meet?
I'm not exactly comfortable standing in front of beings who can erase me with a sneeze.
You know, don't worry. No harm will come to you, Oren reassured him, and then his gaze deepened, staring straight into Noah's soul. And even if we wanted to hurt you, we couldn't. Noah's confusion deepened. Why not? Oren studied him for a moment, clearly realizing Noah was truly unaware. Interesting, so he doesn't know. I wonder his relationship with her, but Oren didn't press. He had his orders. We will meet my master, he said simply, the one responsible for the transformation of this realm. The one who knows the way out. Noah hesitated. You're awfully confident that I can save you. Why? Our master gave us specific instructions. She described the person capable of freeing us. Oren's eyes locked into Noah's. He would be someone without a conventional shadow, someone whose very shadow was not of this world, a literal shadow, like us, something none of them had ever seen before. Noah sat in stunned silence. It seems Esther's existence is even more special than I thought. He'd always known Esther's presence was incredible, but this, it changed everything. I see, Noah said simply. Oren smiled faintly. Let's go, he said, stepping forward and placing a hand on Noah's shoulder. I'll teleport you directly. Be respectful, and Oren's expression softened. I hope you can truly save her, wait, her, before Noah could finish. The shadow swallowed. In the blink of an eye, Noah appeared elsewhere, a cavern. Towering stone pillars spiraled up to unreachable heights, arranged in a perfect circle. From each pillar, thick black chains stretched toward the center, toward her. At the heart of it all, a woman knelt, bound by countless chains, her head bowed low, her skin was pale, almost translucent. Her hair a black so deep it shimmered unnaturally, absorbing the faint light. The moment Noah set foot in the cave, snap, she raised her head, her pitch-black eyes locked onto his silver ones. Her face was blank. Empty. Yet somehow, it felt like all the darkness in the world had been poured into her. What? Noah staggered, a sharp pain exploding inside his head. Blood streamed from his eyes, his mouth, his ears, his body convulsed, his very soul seemed on the verge of collapsing. It felt like simply being seen by her was a sin, and then, she spoke, finally. You are here, boom, Aarg, Noah screamed. His body cracked like breaking stone, his knees hit the ground hard, desperately, his samsara aura and the energy of limitlessness surged, barely keeping his body and soul intact. The woman tilted her head slightly, as if realizing something. My bad, she said casually. Instantly, the crushing pressure disappeared. Noah gasped, laying there as his body healed rapidly. His aura stitching him back together, he stared up at the hollow dark ceiling, then, brokenly, he muttered, fuck my life. Meanwhile, boom, in the inner zone of the forest, Eric's body slammed into the ground with brutal force. Cough. Blood spilled from his lips. He barely had a second to breathe before dozens of shadow spears shot toward him. Shit, shadow barrier, he roared, creating a defensive wall of shadows. But his control was too weak, the barrier cracked under the assault, as death neared. One/sword technique, slash of sharpness, a cold voice rang out, a single blade cut through the barrage of spears like paper. At the same moment, Elizabeth unleashed her mind disruption, momentarily stunning the wyvern-like beast. Yuki landed beside Eric, sword ready. You good? She asked, eyes locked on their enemy. Eric wiped the blood from his lips, rising shakily. I'm fine. Esther appeared seconds later, her body littered with shallow wounds. Their expressions were grim. The reality was clear, the beast wasn't even taking them seriously, he was toying with them. Eric gritted his teeth, summoning a pair of dark daggers into his hands. Yuki lowered into a ready stance, eyes burning with silent rage. Elizabeth's expression hardened this time. No more holding back. Esther stood calm, but the aura around her deepened dangerously. Eric spoke quietly, voice dead of all emotion. I don't usually say things like this, he muttered, but I think it's time we fucked this beast up. Without any other words, boom, all at once, they attacked. Dagger style, Serpentine Shadow, 1/sword skill, Fusion Edition, Crushing Sword of Space, Mind Invasion, Shadows Bind, Silence. Then, Arghar, the beast roared in pain as their combined assault finally drew blood. Chapter 68, Wyvern. Aarghh, the beast screamed in pain. Between Eric's daggers slicing through his shadow armor, Yuki's crushing sword that disrupted his movements, Esther's binding shadows, and Elizabeth's perfectly timed mind attack. The beast was completely immobilized. He hadn't expected this. Until now, he had only been playing with them, but their sudden, well-coordinated charge had caught him completely off guard. Anger bubbled inside him. His eyes turned vicious. How dare you, he roared. The shockwave alone sent Esther and the others flying. Before they could think of a counterattack,
the shadows twisted unnaturally in all directions, swallowing them in complete darkness. Fuck, he's imprisoned us, Eric said grimly. As a shadow user, he could clearly sense it. They had been engulfed by deep, powerful shadows. Destroying it would require attacks as strong as before, but, tink, Yuki deflected a shadow spear with her sword. Her orange eyes glowing fiercely within the darkness, her senses were pushed to their absolute limits. Esther and Elizabeth were on full alert too, but this was the beast's domain. And little by little, they started to get injured. Stab, Eric, Yuki and Elizabeth cried out in panic. Arg, Eric groaned, a shadow spear impaling him. Blood gushed out in streams. Weakly, he knelt down, breathing heavily, his vision blurred. They couldn't find the beast. It was as if he was invisible. Whenever they found a trace and attacked, it turned out to be nothing but a shadow. They were in serious trouble. The girls immediately gathered in front of Eric, shielding him. At first, they hadn't cared much about him. Hell, they barely knew him. But after fighting together, struggling together, surviving together, they'd bonded, even if none of them would ever admit it out loud. Eric, after all, was the one who kept things from falling apart when tensions rose, especially with Yuki and Elizabeth's craziness and Esther's I don't care about you attitude, so they stood before him, protecting him. Esther raised a shadow barrier around them. Yuki added her own sword barrier on top of it. Drink a healing potion, fast, Elizabeth ordered, her voice tight with urgency. She had been the backbone of this team, warning them against fatal attacks with her senses. But she was reaching her limits too. She was only an A rank, after all, and this beast had concealment intent powerful enough to hide even his attacks. Still, Elizabeth refused to accept death. She gritted her teeth. If I don't push further, we'll all die here, she thought grimly. She sent a mental message to the others. I'll give you an opening, Yuki, Esther, and even the bleeding Eric. Listen carefully, only one chance, she said heavily. One. And you must kill or incapacitate him. They nodded. Their expressions hardened. Eric, after downing a potion, slowly stood again. His breathing steadied. The potion barely knit his wounds closed, buying him minutes, not hours. Boom, boom, the barrier trembled and cracked under the beast's assault. Get out. You'll all die anyway, the beast's voice thundered, echoing in the darkness. But they stayed silent. He could rant and rage all he wanted. Yuki tightened her grip on her sword. Hot steam escaped from her mouth as she breathed heavily. She closed her eyes. The world disappeared. There was no forest, no darkness, only her and infinite swords. She remembered Noah's sword technique during their duel, the teachings he had given her, the concepts of trickery, of illusion. She couldn't replicate it, not without an aura like his or an affinity for illusions. But Yuki didn't care. She would make it work. She thought of Noah, his ever-present smirk, his confident gaze, the way he trusted her, and in that moment, her eyes snapped open, glowing with intense light. Her aura surged, deep, sharp, unstoppable. She subtly shifted her stance, making it harder for anyone to predict her next move. I'm ready, she whispered. Esther remained silent, but her heart roared. She was Noah's shadow. She refused to fail again. Not like in that dungeon, never again. Her aura flared to its peak. She would prove herself worthy. Eric simply stood calmly, no emotions visible, only a cold, ruthless will. Same, he said. Elizabeth watched them all and prepared. She closed her eyes for a brief moment. All out, she decided. Boom, the barrier finally shattered. But before the darkness could reveal them, Esther's full power cloaked them in invisibility for just a moment, and that moment was all Elizabeth needed. Her head snapped toward a seemingly empty space. Nothing was visible, but she sensed him. The beast is there. She unleashed her final trump card, soul destruction. She screamed, blood pouring from her eyes. Boom. RGGHSHSH. The beast howled as he became fully visible, his body writhing. Elizabeth collapsed, completely drained. But the others didn't waste a second. Yuki moved. She had realized long ago that she couldn't copy Noah's sword trick exactly, but she had forged her own path. Her sword was enough, no need of trick or illusions. Yuki's personal sword technique, phantom severance. Ding, the Akashic record chimed, but she had no time to care. She swung her sword, not once but hundreds of times in less than 5 seconds, each slash blurred with speed and precision, an overwhelming storm of blades. Only one strike was real, and it pierced directly into the beast's eye. Black blood gushed out. RGHSHSH. The beast roared in mindless rage. I'll kill you. I'll kill all of you, he trashed wildly, screaming, losing his mind, and right then, Eric acted. Without hesitation, he charged straight into the beast's open mouth. KUGH, the beast's eyes widened in shock. Before he could react, Eric was already deep inside, facing the monster's massive dark heart. Without a second thought, serpentine shadow, slash. 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 Eric attacked relentlessly. The beast convulsed violently, but Eric didn't stop. His body was battered by corrosive shadows, But he didn't care. He slashed, absorbed the beast's shadows, and slashed again, stronger and faster each time. Minutes later, the beast's colossal heart cracked open under Eric's relentless assault, and with a final, gurgling roar, the creature shuddered once. Then crashed to the ground, dead. The beast collapsed. Eric staggered out, drenched in black blood, and collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air. The others also fell to the ground, completely drained, and then, the voice of the Akashic record echoed inside their minds. Ding. Ding, magnificent, you have slain an S-rank beast with a deep shadow dragon bloodline, a beast that, if its bloodline were refined, would have become a true dragon. You are worthy. Title acquired, Dragon Slayer. They smiled weakly at the notification, but their smiles didn't last long. Truly incredible, a cold voice echoed around them. They snapped their heads toward the source, a man with a well-trimmed beard, wearing the Inquisitor's uniform of the church, approached, and others followed behind him. Elizabeth, already collapsed, turned pale. Grand Master Eldon smiled hollowly, a dead, merciless smile. Little Eli. It's been a long time, but what a shame, he said. He paused. You're all going to die today. Chapter 69, Shadiva, the loving sister. Meanwhile, Noah was facing his own battle, a different kind, but far more dreadful than anything the others were fighting. He was still lying on his back, staring up at the dreadful sky with an almost empty expression. But then, suddenly, he stood up, facing the woman before him. He felt it, a strange, urgent feeling to hurry, to finish this and rejoin his team. The woman stared at him calmly, not rushing him, not attacking, simply waiting. You heard my voice and didn't immediately die, she said, her voice completely void of emotion. I didn't realize I had weakened so much. Cold sweat trickled down Noah's back, but he forced himself to stay calm and answered politely, I'm Noah Weaverheart. Orin brought me here to help you, and all the shadows. The woman responded simply, I am Shadiva. Noah's body trembled slightly, even though she was suppressing her power enough to speak without killing him. Just hearing her name made him shake. Shadiva continued, I am one of the originals, the daughter of shadows. You must have heard a little about us, right? Original. Noah forced himself to focus. I'm already meeting one of the originals. Yes, I've heard. You're the ruler of the Shadow Realm, he said cautiously, but, he hesitated, then asked, why would the ruler of the Shadow Realm be imprisoned? And here, of all places, silence, a long, heavy silence. I suppose if you're here to save me, Shadiva finally said, you should know the truth. Noah listened, still struggling to understand how someone like him could possibly save someone like her. She's definitely god level. How the hell is an A rank supposed to help her? But, don't doubt yourself, Shadiva said, her voice cutting through his thoughts. It's not about the level of power. You just need your shadow to be special. You need to be like us, a true shadow being, and I'm surprised. I didn't expect to find someone like you this early. I was ready to wait millions of years again. She paused. I'm digressing. Why am I chained here? What else do you think? Shadiva's eyes stayed calm, dead calm, but her shadow flickered at her feet almost like it trembled. I am the daughter of shadows, the firstborn among my siblings. My power was greater. And I was different. Noah listened, silent. I raised them, she said quietly. I remember when they first woke. Small, helpless, crying from the weight of existence. Her voice softened, almost tender. I carried them when they stumbled through the void. I shielded them from the hunger of the first light. A faint smile touched her lips, then vanished like a dying flame. But they feared me, she continued. They always did. Noah felt a pit open in his chest. They couldn't understand why I was different. Why I could turn death itself into my army, while they could only create. Shadiva's gaze seemed to pierce through time itself. And when they saw my soul evolving, when they saw the living realm growing inside me, their fear became hatred. She fell silent for a long moment, and still, they couldn't kill me, for the first time. Her voice wavered. I was their sister, she whispered. I sang them to sleep. I wiped away their tears. Her shadow coiled around her ankles like a wounded creature, and so instead of death, they chose chains. She gestured vaguely around her, the cursed forest, the pillars. This prison is their love. This forest was transformed because of my presence. The shadows you see now, they were inside my soul. They're the only ones who can exist outside without destroying this weak world. Noah frowned. Why not just destroy this world and free yourself? Shadiva chuckled softly, a sound so wrong it made Noah's skin crawl. It was like a puppet imitating laughter without understanding it. Do you think my siblings are fools? If I destroyed this world, it wouldn't kill me. No, but it would severely hurt me, and all the powerful shadows inside my soul. They bound my soul to the core of this world, she explained. It was easy. This world was weak, its consciousness undeveloped. If this world were destroyed, my soul wouldn't die, but my strongest shadows would, and with my army gone and my soul wounded, I would be an easy target. Noah immediately understood, so imprisoning you here. It wasn't just punishment, it was a way to cripple you. Shadiva smirked. Exactly. How can I help you? He asked, not out of pity, but because he could feel it, an urgent warning pulsing from deep within him. His title, Loving Husband, was activating, warning him Esther and Yuki are in danger. If I stay here too long, Noah's expression hardened, Esther won't die as long as I live. But Yuki and the others, no time to waste, it's simple, Shadiva said, take my soul. Make me your shadow. Noah froze. What? Shadiva repeated calmly, take my soul. Bind me as your shadow, but how? Noah was genuinely confused. You can, she said. Your shadow affinity is at the transformation stage, you have a high-rank soul affinity too, probably SSS rank. It's enough to grasp my soul and unbind it from this world's core, and, she smiled faintly, I sense something else in you. An aura. Something special. Noah immediately understood, limitless. He was limitless, so why would he only have one shadow? Why couldn't he control the soul of an original? The idea seemed mad, but that's what being limitless means. But what happens to you if I take your soul? He asked. And what happens to this world? This world will no longer have a ticking time bomb in its core. Shadiva said simply, and she smiled wryly, I'll be bound to you forever. Your shadow, an original. Bound, the weight of those words was heavy, immense, but Shadiva had no choice. She didn't want revenge, she just wanted to stand beside them again. Beside his siblings, the ones who she protected from all the harm of the universe when they were just born. Even after all this, she just wanted to see her siblings again and teach them a lesson for what they did to her. She was a family girl at heart. An older sister. A loving one. A misunderstood one, so she was ready. Do it. Fast, Noah inhaled deeply, steadying himself. He didn't know exactly what to do, but he knew one thing, he was limitless, and so, your title, Limitless, is activating. Noah placed his hand on Shadiva. Be my shadow, he whispered. His limitless aura exploded outward. Limitless is acting, Limitless understands your intention. The chains around Shadiva began to tremble, the entire space around them shook violently. Shadiva showed no emotion even though the pain must have been unimaginable. Minutes later, snap, the chains broke, Shadiva's body began to dissolve into pure shadow. Before she fully disappeared, Noah acted. He coated his hand in limitless aura and soul force and plunged it into the dissolving Shadiva. Seconds later, he pulled out a miniature version of her, a tiny, shackled soul. For the first time, Noah tried something new. He activated his aura of ruler, merged it with his aura of limitless. Boom, a dense, overwhelming aura of limitless authority flooded the space. Noah spoke, and his words carried boundless weight. Break, clank, immediately, the chains around Shadiva's soul screamed before they shattered. Her body turned completely into shadow. And Noah obtained a new shadow, not just any shadow, an original. I hope I am making the right decision. Shadiva thought silently, and at that moment, the Akashic records exploded. Ding! 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 Chapter 70, Sovereign of Shadows, glorious, Shadiva, daughter of Shadow, has become your shadow, an original has submitted to you, a mortal. You are the first in all existence to achieve this. You are more than worthy. Your title, Master of a Shadow, will be upgraded. New title, Sovereign of Shadows. A heavy pause filled the space, vibrating in the air. Then, you have taken control the soul of Shadiva. Shadiva will remain forever loyal to you. Noah Weaverheart, you have done the unimaginable, your existence has been greatly strengthened. Current state, 4,600, next threshold, 5,000, a deep transformation surged through Noah's being. Shadows from all directions stirred, howling and twisting as they poured into him, not merely into his body, but into Shadiva, his living shadow. She absorbed her subordinates in her, yet instead of weakening Noah, it completed him. Strengthened him. Until, you have created your own shadow physique. Sovereign of Shadow, Noah had achieved his first physique, yet there was no announcement from the Akashic records. No grand proclamation, as if to say, compared to taking the soul of an original. Creating a mere physique is obvious. Inevitable, Noah exhaled slowly. These last days, his body had been tempered and reforged repeatedly. He clenched his fists, feeling it, an endless, abyssal depth of power within. Power that responded like an extension of himself. The world itself seemed to dim around him. He was no longer a man among shadows, he was the shadow. And not any shadow, by simply standing here, surrounded by shadows, he could command them. They would obey without question. He was their sovereign, their lord. Noah lifted his head. In the distance, he felt it, a rising sense of danger, sharp and urgent. Without hesitation, he activated his title and vanished. Meanwhile, in the inner zone, blood painted the ground. Esther, Elizabeth, Yuki, and Eric lay collapsed, their bodies battered, breathing ragged. They had fought valiantly against the Wyvern, but in their weakened state, facing a squad of A ranks and an S rank leader, defeat was inevitable. Eldon walked among the fallen, his steps deliberate. He stopped before Elizabeth, crouching down, a mocking smile on his lips. Elizabeth forced her bloodied eyes open, locking onto him with burning hatred. "Don't look at me like that, little Eli," Eldon sneered, his voice dripping with disdain. "It wounds me, you," he continued, voice rising in fury, "the future saintess of the church, betraying us?" Elizabeth's lips curled into a bitter smile, blood staining her teeth. "I wanted my freedom," she rasped, a beat. Pain flickered through her eyes. "I wanted to live by my choice. To be with whoever I wanted. To think freely. To breathe." Her gaze sharpened, stabbing into Eldon. "And do you know who gave me that?" Her voice grew stronger. "Noah Weaverheart." Eldon's face twisted with rage. "So yes," she said, voice icy, "I betrayed your so-called goddess." She spat on the ground, "And I'm glad I did. You're all corrupt. Twisted. Worshipping a false light." Her voice dripped with venom. "Goddess of light and justice," she laughed, raw and broken. "She's nothing but greed and tyranny. Obsessed with her damn chosen one. You all would burn the world if it meant saving him." Before she could say more, Eldon struck, gripping her face cruelly. "Shut your filthy mouth," he growled, eyes wild. "Don't you dare defame the goddess who seeks to save us." He leaned closer, voice trembling with fanaticism. "The chosen one is blessed by the goddess. And we, her devout followers." He paused, inhaling sharply. "We would gladly die for him." "Yes," the other inquisitors shouted, fanatical fervor burning in their eyes. Eldon smirked coldly. "That's faith, Eli. You don't question. You believe. You act." "And Noah Weaverheart," he stood up slowly, "he'll die too. Right after you." Elizabeth's heart jolted. Eldon continued, voice casual, cruel. "The chosen one gave us the order himself: exterminate everyone who aided Noah." Eric and Yuki's eyes widened in shock. Even Elizabeth flinched. "Elijah, you heard me," Eldon sneered. "Even you, little Eli." Elizabeth trembled. She had expected punishment. She wasn't naive, but to be discarded so easily by Elijah, without a moment's hesitation, it shattered something inside her. Eldon stepped back, surveying them coldly. Elizabeth laughed, a hollow, broken sound. Why had she ever hesitated to leave them? They were nothing but zealots. Empty puppets. As her thoughts spiraled, Esther's calm voice cut through the despair. "You are not worthy," she said simply. Everyone turned to look at her. "You are not worthy to even think of killing my master," Esther said, crimson eyes unyielding. She smiled faintly, the conviction in her voice unshakable. "And you will all die the moment he returns." Her words carried a terrifying certainty. Yuki's eyes lit up. "Yeah. Noah's the best. He can't die." Eric chuckled weakly. "Monster like him? Not a chance." As the others spoke of Noah, their unwavering belief in him, Elizabeth's mind spiraled. Noah Weaverheart. The name echoed in her heart. She thought back, moments flashing behind her bloodied eyelids, of his cunning smiles, his relentless determination. The dark, terrible things he did without hesitation, and yet, she remembered too the way he had shielded her, even when she pushed him away. How he had fought for her freedom, for her sanity, a choice she had once thrown away. He didn't need to care. He could have left me to rot in Elijah's chains. But he didn't. She clenched her fists, her nails digging into her bloody palms, trembling. "Even when I cursed him, even when I doubted him, even when I was too blind to see, he still did his best to free me from him." Tears welled in her eyes, raw and burning. He cared, he always did. And in that moment, she realized it wasn't chains that bound her to Noah, it was not blackmail. It was love, it was freedom, it was him. A choked laugh escaped her lips, half sob, half laughter, as the weight of her realization crashed down on her like a tidal wave. "Noah, how could I not fall for you?" Her heart thudded painfully in her chest, bloodied but beating wildly. Elizabeth raised her head, her face smeared with tears and blood, and smiled, a twisted, radiant smile. "Yes," she breathed, voice breaking. "Noah will not die." Her smile widened, crazed and beautiful, as her blood-stained eyes gleamed with newfound devotion. "After all, he is my Noah, my guide, my peace, my light." Her voice trembled, soaked in obsession and reverence. "And my justice." Then, a presence crashed into the cavern like a falling star, everyone's head snapped upward. Noah stood high above, suspended weightlessly in the air, his cloak of shadows billowing. He smiled down at them. Well said, my dear Saintess, Elizabeth's feelings for you have reached 100%. His gaze locked onto Eldon and the Inquisitors, cold and merciless. Now then, he said softly, a blade materialized in his hand. How about you all die for me? He swung his sword, slash of nothingness. Chapter 71, My Dear Shadow, Eldon's eyes snapped wide, heart hammering against his ribs. The sheer pressure contained in that slash was maddening. Light barrier, he shouted, summoning a shimmering shield of pure light to protect his team. BOM, the blow collided with his barrier, the impact reverberating through the air. Eldon gasped as he watched his shield disintegrate, fading like mist under the assault. Gritting his teeth, he poured more mana into it, pushing himself to the limit. The barrier held, barely. Huff. 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 Eldon staggered, breath ragged. The amount of mana he'd expended just to block one attack was terrifying. He lifted his head and froze. Noah stood there, calm, emotionless. His gaze held the cold indifference of a god peering at ants. Behind Eldon, Esther, Yuki, Elizabeth, and Eric remained under the protection of a shadow barrier. They could see everything, and their faces mirrored their shock. The destructive force Noah wielded was far beyond anything they'd expected. You. Eldon started. Noah didn't let him finish. Shut up, he said, voice sharp as a blade. Wait quietly for your turn. Snap. With a snap of his fingers, shadows burst from the ground, wrapping around Eldon's limbs, binding him so tightly he couldn't even twitch. What? Eldon cried out, horror twisting his face. How? He struggled. But it was useless. AS rank being rendered helpless by a boy considered an A rank, Noah didn't spare him another glance. His cold eyes shifted to the Inquisitors gathered behind Eldon, and then he smiled an evil, soul-chilling smile. Normally, I would have entertained you. Let you strike first, he said, voice low, almost conversational. But not today, for what you've done to my team. Nothingness would be too merciful, they didn't deserve a painless end. No. He wanted them to feel every second of their punishment. He summoned transparent swords from the void, each blade humming with soul-forged killing intent. The air itself trembled as the swords formed, sharp enough to slice not just flesh, but spirit. Noah pointed a finger, the swords shot forward, none of the Inquisitors moved. They didn't even try to flee. They had seen Eldon bound like a toy, they knew escape was impossible. The blades pierced them without resistance, and then, arg! Their screams ripped through the battlefield, and oh! Please, they writhed and thrashed like animals, the soul-forged aura slicing them from within, cutting through their bodies and shredding their very souls. The torture went on, for 30 minutes. The air was filled with screams, pleas, and the grotesque sounds of agony. Esther, Yuki, Elizabeth, and Eric, now healed and rejuvenated, stood silently beside Noah. Watching without pity, cold, merciless, the Inquisitors' eyes glazed over. Their bodies twitched on the ground, broken beyond repair, their minds fractured from the endless torment. Finally, Noah stepped forward, his expression unreadable. I think that's enough, he said quietly, almost as if announcing the end of a lecture. I hope in your next life you'll be more careful choosing your enemies. He paused. Smirked, I mean. If you get another life, he clenched his fist, soul destruction. The words left his lips like a sentence. Instantly, the Inquisitor's soul shattered into nothingness. Not even ashes remained. Noah's soul manipulation was nothing like before after the event with Shadiva's soul. He turned, brushing the matter aside as if swatting away a gnat. His gaze fell on Eldon, who was trembling uncontrollably. Calmly, Noah conjured a table and chairs of glimmering ice. He brewed tea, his mother's tea, with a soft, almost nostalgic air. I'll send a letter after this, he thought, missing her warmth, her presence. He glanced at the others, smiling faintly. Why are you standing there like fools? Sit down. We're not in a rush, he said, casually conjuring chairs for everyone. Yuki and Elizabeth immediately moved, almost clinging to him, casting murderous glares at one another across Noah's shoulders. Noah sighed, ignoring the tension. Eric and Esther remained standing, staring at Noah with wide eyes. Especially Esther, there was something different about him now, something terrifying. He had now shadow affinity, and the rank of his affinity was far beyond what they could comprehend. It wasn't just an element anymore, it was something else. But for Esther, Esther's heart sank. she could sense another presence in Noah's shadow, a second entity. A second shadow. Realization struck her like a hammer. I'm not his only shadow anymore. The thought tightened painfully around her heart, stealing her breath. I understand, she thought bitterly. I was never good enough. A simple wyvern had nearly defeated her. She had failed him. And now, self-loathing bloomed in her chest, dark and suffocating. She remained standing, frozen, even as the others sat comfortably around Noah. Inside Noah's mind, another voice echoed, "Oh, so she was your shadow?" Shadiva said, her voice cold and dismissive. "Is my shadow," Noah corrected smoothly. "You have me now, an original. A true ruler of shadows. With my realm of shadow in my soul, I can command an army of shadows." "Why do you still need her?" Noah rose from his seat, walking toward Esther, speaking silently to Shadiva. "I don't care about titles or power. I only care about loyalty and bonds. She's been with me since childhood. She cared for me, cried for me, bled for me." He smiled softly as he reached Esther. "I will never abandon her, I will make her a queen. Equal to you." Shadiva's eyes widened slightly in his mind, her calm shaken. "How would you even do that?" she asked. Noah stopped just inches from Esther, looking into her trembling red eyes. "Why are you thinking so much, my dear shadow?" he said warmly. Esther blinked, startled. Master, I. Before she could finish, Noah pulled her into a firm embrace. Esther stiffened, her mind blank with shock. "You are my shadow," Noah whispered in her ear. "Today. Tomorrow. Until the end of time, I will never abandon you. You worry if you're worthy. But even if you're not, I'll make you worthy." He gently lifted her chin, forcing her to meet his gaze. Her eyes brimmed with tears, overflowing with emotion. "You heard me," Noah said, voice unwavering. "I'll make you a queen." At the same time, he answered Shadiva in his mind, "I'll find a way. Whether by taking the current shadow realm or creating a new one for her, my shadow will not be just any shadow." He smirked. "You'll be the queen of shadows thanks to the realm in your soul. And so will she. Balance must be maintained, right?" Shadiva smiled in his mind, a flicker of approval crossing her ancient soul. Noah, meanwhile, simply tightened his hold around Esther, anchoring her trembling soul back to him, making her feel peace and security. Chapter 72, Elizabeth's Awakening. After settling Esther's heart, Noah leaned back into his chair, utterly calm. Esther had returned to his shadow, her mind finally soothed, even a little excited to meet the being now sharing her home inside the shadow. Meanwhile, Yuki and Elizabeth kept shooting heated glances at Noah's shadow, jealousy burning silently in their hearts. If only I could be his shadow. If only I could be with him every second. The same thought echoed inside both their minds. Noah noticed their longing but, as usual, chose not to comment. Across the table, Eric muttered under his breath, glaring at him. "Damn player." Noah broke the silence with a bright, casual smile that only made Eldon tremble harder. "So, Grand Master Eldon, how about a little chat?" But Eldon, forced to sit chained across from this monstrous boy, knew better. Behind that youthful face, behind that smile, was something terrifying, an existence heavier than anything he'd ever encountered. And Eldon was wrong if he thought he'd even seen half of Noah's true power. Noah's very existence wasn't just strong, it was wrong. Obscene for a supposed A-rank being. His soul, his presence, distorted the very concept of what a mortal should be, and now, he was smiling at him like a cat playing with a wounded mouse. "What do you want?" Eldon asked, trying desperately to keep his voice strong. Noah chuckled lightly, a sound sharp and cutting. "Let's be efficient, shall we? I might have time, but I don't enjoy wasting it." His silver eyes sharpened. "I'll ask questions. You'll have 5 seconds to answer. If you don't, well, you'll get intimately familiar with soul pain." Noah's voice was smooth, almost pleasant, as if discussing afternoon tea. "And believe me," he added softly, "there's no pain worse than soul pain." Before Eldon could react, Noah continued, "First question, who ordered you to kill us?" Noah already knew the answer. He just wanted to hear it said aloud. Eldon stared at him, lips tightening. Pride and stubbornness wrestled inside him. He didn't answer. 5 seconds passed. Noah didn't even blink. He simply reached out, placed a hand against Eldon's chest, and whispered, "Cut." A scream tore out of Eldon's throat, raw and deep and filled with agony. "RG." The sound echoed around them, cutting through the air like a blade. Then, just as suddenly, the pain stopped. Eldon gasped, his body trembling, sweat pouring down his forehead. The pain lasted for 5 seconds. Noah sat there, the same gentle smile playing on his lips. "Next time," he said casually, "it'll be 10 seconds. There was no malice in Noah's voice. No cruelty.
Just a cold, clinical promise. Eldon, shuddering, didn't dare challenge him again. No, no. I'll talk, he cried quickly. It was the chosen one. He ordered us to kill you. Noah's gaze sharpened. The chosen one? Elijah Hun?
His voice was still soft, but there was a dangerous undercurrent. He leaned forward slightly, silver eyes gleaming.
Even Elizabeth? You would have killed her too? A genius like her?
What would you have gained from that? Elizabeth clenched her fists so hard her nails bit into her palms, biting her lips till they bled. Eldon grimaced. His voice was low, almost ashamed. Our goddess would have taken her soul. She wouldn't have truly died. Her soul would have been bound to the goddess. Forever.
No chance of rebellion. Noah's eyes narrowed. Ah.
So that's what it was, a binding, just like the one he had accidentally imposed on Shadiva. Eric's jaw dropped. The goddess was gonna do what? He blurted out.
Are we even talking about the same goddess?
The one of light and justice. Even Yuki, raised far from the world's politics, could tell something about this stank, and Elizabeth's fury boiled over, her mind raced. Her heart pounded painfully inside her ribcage, the goddess she had worshipped. The faith she was willing to live and die for, a lie, a chain disguised as salvation. Her fingers trembled. Her breathing grew short. Sharp. Erratic. Everything I believed in was a lie. Pain boiled up inside her, sharp and acidic. Anger followed, rushing like a flood, and then grief. How many people have been shackled? How many dreams stolen in the name of light? How many futures crushed? A crack appeared across her heart. Then another. Her chest burned, emotions colliding and spiraling, faster and faster, too fast for her to control. Noah, her eyes lifted slightly to him, standing calm and untouched like a silver flame in the storm. He was always the truth. He never lied. Never shackled me. He freed me. The pressure inside her reached its breaking point. Her mana trembled wildly around her, responding to the chaos within. Noah, watching quietly, narrowed his eyes slightly. The world around Elizabeth warped. Colors twisted and bent, reality itself flinched, and then, boom, the seal inside Elizabeth shattered. A burst of pure force erupted from her body, rippling outward with silent violence. The world seemed to fall into stillness. Her hair floated as if underwater, her skin glowed faintly, ethereal. Her eyes slowly opened, and the chaos that once danced inside them had crystallized into something singular, terrifying, and beautiful. Silver, a perfect silver, the same as Noah's. She took a step forward, calm now, every movement resonating with a strange weight. A new awareness bloomed inside her. So this is who I am. Noah watched her, a slow smile pulling at his lips. In his mind, Shadiva's voice whispered, a celestial. In this barren world. Impossible. Elizabeth's lips moved. So it's like this, she whispered. Her voice wasn't just hers anymore, it carried a distant, celestial echo, as if the stars themselves spoke through her. Eldon collapsed onto his knees, overwhelmed by a terror more primal than anything Noah had inflicted. Elizabeth tilted her head, examining him like a being from a higher plane. I am a celestial, she declared softly. The very world seemed to answer her. Krrrk, cracks webbed through the sky, the ground shuddered under invisible pressure, the air grew heavy, hard to breathe. Without hesitation, Noah snapped his fingers, isolating Eric and Yuki in a pocket of space, protecting them from the backlash. He smiled to himself. How interesting. Elizabeth, entirely unbothered by the chaos, raised her hand and placed a single finger on Eldon's forehead. Unravel, she commanded gently. Instantly, Eldon's mind collapsed before her. His memories, his secrets, his entire life streamed into Elizabeth's consciousness like a river breaking through a dam. He fell forward, unconscious, utterly spent, but she wasn't done. She whispered, come to me. A faint wisp. Eldon's very soul rose from his broken body, floating obediently into her waiting hand. Elizabeth grasped it lightly, and it vanished. Absorbed into her being without struggle, Noah leaned back in his chair, observing the scene like an emperor watching the crowning of another monarch. Mind. Fate. Destiny. Soul. Elizabeth's power touched them all. Given time, she could be unstoppable, and with Noah's ability to share and multiply talents 10,000-fold. Noah smirked slightly. I'm falling for you even harder, my dear celestial, he said softly. Elizabeth suddenly tilted her head toward the sky, her silver eyes burning. She smiled a fierce, wild smile. Wait for me, she said, her voice rolled out like thunder. I'm coming for you. Then, with venom and divine promise, she spoke the words that made even the heavens tremble. You fucking bitch of a goddess, Chapter 73, Justitia, in a distant realm, beyond the reach of lay, beyond the mortal gaze, a land woven purely from light stretched endlessly, the air itself shimmered under the golden sky, heavy with divinity, golden rivers snaked through golden forests, beasts of pure radiance prowled and soared through the eternal day. At the very center of this sacred land stood a magnificent castle, a structure of white marble and flowing gold, glowing with a majesty that even time dared not touch, and deep within its throne room, seated upon a massive throne adorned with celestial glyphs, was Justitia, also known as the goddess of light and justice. Her beauty was not mortal. It was the kind of beauty that bent reality around itself, made hearts ache and minds go blank. Golden hair, golden eyes, but not merely gold, inside them flickered something older, purer, something terrible in its brilliance, yet now, that divine face was twisted in a deep scowl, rage boiling under her smooth, flawless skin. Her golden eyes gleamed dangerously as she watched a vision suspended before her, Elizabeth awakening as a celestial, her hands clenched slowly into trembling fists. Even the space around her groaned from the pressure, even after everything. Justitia whispered, her voice smooth, almost musical, and yet as cold as winter. She could hardly believe it, despite all her meticulous efforts, sealing Elizabeth's absurd potential, disrupting her soul's stability, making her unstable, binding her future to Elijah, the chosen one, so he could claim her easily. Despite it all, Elizabeth still managed to awaken. All that effort, all that control, for nothing. The golden realm itself shivered in response to Justitia's seething fury. If only her influence weren't restricted, if only she could simply reach across the veil and snuff Elizabeth out with a thought. Her nails dug into her palms, she hissed under her breath, that cursed child, lay. Always interfering, having no choice. She finally tore her gaze away from Elizabeth, unwillingly, and turned it toward another image, Elijah, her champion, her chosen one, now locked in battle against a savage A-rank wolf. Her eyes softened instantly, glowing with something resembling maternal love. Grow, my beloved, she whispered, grow stronger. Conquer that world. Offer it to me, as tribute. She lifted a hand. A small orb of golden light appeared above her palm, a tiny fragment of her overwhelming power. It was all she could send. Her limitations on that world were too strict. The orb shot forward, vanishing into the distance, embedding itself within Elijah's soul. It would lie dormant until the conditions, pitifully easy, were fulfilled. Turning back toward Elizabeth, her gaze hardened once again. But her anger no longer focused solely on the reborn celestial. No, her eyes narrowed sharply at the boy standing beside her, the one who smiled quietly even now. Noah Weaverheart, you, Justitia breathed. He was the anomaly, the factor she had not accounted for, the storm that ruined every careful calculation. Hatred, pure and undiluted, flickered across her divine features. I am waiting for you, Weaverheart, she whispered, her voice low and venomous. Even if Elijah failed, even if her plans collapsed, she would descend herself. She would tear that boy apart with her own hands. Meanwhile, deep inside the world of Lay, a quiet laugh stirred the stillness of another realm. Lay, the spirit of the world itself, leaned back lazily, his young, ethereal form smiling with pure mischief. He had been watching Noah for a while now, ever since he had sensed the breaking of the shadow bind that had long imprisoned him. A weight lifted. A freedom reclaimed. Lay could not even count how many times he had cursed the ancient beings who had trapped him, how many times he had clenched his teeth silently, unable to even name them, lest they sense it. But now, he was free, and better yet, this unexpected, chaotic, wonderful mortal named Noah kept throwing surprises his way. Elizabeth's awakening was just the latest. A reborn celestial, Lay mused aloud, his golden eyes bright with wonder. In my world, truly, am I being blessed by the higher heavens? He smiled, a little smugly. First a new race, then freedom. Now a celestial, all of it strengthening him as the world. He chuckled quietly, almost boyish. Noah, he whispered, his voice warm, you're my lucky star. A glint of humor passed through his eyes. He imagined Justitia biting her nails in impotent rage, and smirked. Serves her right, perhaps. Perhaps it was finally time to meet the boy who unknowingly brought him so many gifts. Back in the forest of darkness, the world was much simpler and much more complicated. Noah sat across from Elizabeth, still quietly studying her new appearance. Silver eyes, he muttered. Elizabeth leaned forward eagerly, her silver eyes glowing like polished stars. Do you like it? She asked brightly. I made them silver just to match yours, my love. Her smile was radiant, proud, as if she were a child who had just completed her greatest masterpiece and now desperately sought approval. Noah blinked awkwardly. Outwardly, he smiled gently. Inwardly, beautiful? My ass. It's eerie as hell, but still, he nodded solemnly. It's beautiful, he said. Yuki and Eric arrived just in time to hear this exchange. Eric raised an eyebrow at Elizabeth. What are you now? He asked, confused but impressed. Yuki, however, zeroed in on something far more important. Did you just call my best friend your love? She demanded, voice low and dangerous. An almost visible aura of menace erupted around her, her orange eyes glowing furiously. You wanna die? No one calls him that except me. Even facing someone who had just done horrifyingly broken things to an S-rank warrior, Yuki showed zero hesitation. Elizabeth's sweet smile vanished like mist under sunlight. My love is mine, she said flatly. Why shouldn't I call him that? She stepped forward, her silver eyes gleaming coldly. And as for killing me, are you even capable? Her voice dripped with arrogance. Eric slowly edged backward. These girls are crazy, he muttered. They were getting along 5 minutes ago and now they're ready to kill each other? Over what? He turned to Noah and froze. Noah was standing there calmly, smiling faintly, utterly unfazed, as if he were watching something delightful. Eric's eye twitched. Crazy bastard. And Noah was feeling quite something. Inside his mind, he laughed. I don't know what a celestial fully is yet. But hey, how many people have two monsters fighting over their love? One of them being a celestial, do you have that? Didn't think so. Esther's voice echoed gently in his mind. Master. It's impressive, but maybe you should stop them before they burn the whole forest down, Noah chuckled. I know. They won't kill each other. They know I care about both of them. They won't risk upsetting me. Still, enough was enough, time to rein it in. He stepped forward and spoke, his voice calm but carrying undeniable weight. Stop, he said simply. The air stilled. I don't want this type of behavior, Noah said. His tone was even, almost lazy, but each word struck like a hammer. You're both mine. And you already know you're not the only ones, Sophie. Esther. Anya. And others will come if you start a war every time one of them gets close to me. He smiled. Beautiful. Radiant, I'll get annoyed. And I really, really hate annoying things. He paused, letting his words sink deep into their hearts. I'm not asking you to love each other, he said softly. Just accept each other. For my sake. A long silence followed. Then, Elizabeth folded her arms, looking away with a huff. Fine, she muttered, but don't go picking up random girls off the street. Yuki nodded emphatically. Exactly, Noah chuckled. Don't worry, he said, only the special ones. Only the ones worthy. Eric, standing off to the side, scowled. I'm never going on a mission with you again, Noah, never again. Damn player. Chapter 74, Solaris. Everything calmed down. Noah finally had the time to look at the corpse of the wyvern. It was unsightly. Do you really expect me to hand in this corpse as proof of completing the mission? Noah asked calmly. Eric, Yuki, and Elizabeth coughed awkwardly. They clearly hadn't prioritized preserving the body. Being under literal death threats kind of ruined those plans. Noah understood, of course. He didn't really blame them. They had done their best. Shadiva, are there any other dragonkin beasts around? He asked mentally. Yes. There's an S-rank one, Shadiva responded. Noah nodded calmly. His gaze drifted to Eric, who seemed stronger now. Even Yuki had grown. Did she manage to create her own version of illusion swords? He smiled softly. He patted Yuki's head and said gently, Good job, Yuki. I knew you'd succeed. Yuki's brain short-circuited. The sudden praise caught her off guard, but soon her face lit up with a beautiful, innocent smile. Yes. Thank you, she chirped, nodding her head cutely before snuggling closer to Noah. He let her be. Then his eyes shifted to Eric. Eric, you said you wanted to become a being of shadow, Noah said. Are you ready? Eric's face lit up with excitement. Ever since they'd entered this forest and he'd discovered the existence of the shadow race, he had been dreaming of becoming one. If this worked, he wouldn't just have an affinity for shadows. He would become one. Yes. I'm ready. Born ready, in fact, he exclaimed, barely containing his excitement. Noah smiled slightly. Shadiva, I know it's a bit presumptuous to ask for your blood the first day we met. But could I have a drop? I want to transform him into a shadow being, Shadiva replied without hesitation. I don't mind. But are you sure? You know my ability. I could kill him and remake him into shadow. He'd retain his memories and personality. But he would be absolutely loyal to you. It's safer, considering you never know what the future holds. Noah paused. That was true, but then he smiled faintly. I don't want to build a kingdom of shackled people. I want them to choose to follow me. I may blackmail them at first, he admitted, amused, but once they understand, they stay willingly. That's better than forced loyalty. Even if there's a risk of betrayal.
It's fine, isn't that what makes us human?
Even when we know something might hurt us, we still choose it, so just give me your blood, he smirked darkly, if he ever betrays me. I'll show him how evil I can really be. Shadiva was silent for a moment, then smiled unseen in the shadows. She liked his thinking, no doubt anymore. She had made the right choice binding herself to him. A drop of black blood appeared in Noah's hand, thick and heavy. The surrounding shadows seemed to deepen at its presence.
Come, Eric.
Yuki, Elizabeth, take some distance, Noah ordered. They obeyed instantly. Noah had decided to use his fusion talent to make the transformation even more profound, while his creator title would also activate. Brace yourself, he warned Eric. It won't be painless. Eric nodded firmly, determination burning in his eyes. Then, fuse, the black drop sank into Eric's body. Instantly, a white dome enveloped him. Shadows moved and rushed toward him to transform him. The space around him became devoid of light. Screams tore out of Eric's throat, guttural and raw. RGJ shh. Noah didn't even flinch. He turned away calmly and started walking. I'll go kill that S-rank dragonkin beast.
Watch over Eric, he instructed. We'll head back to the academy once I return.
His transformation won't take long, the girls nodded, and Noah disappeared into the shadows off to slay a dragonkin. Meanwhile, in the human domain, within the Church of Light, panic reigned. Inside a golden chamber, a woman with golden hair and eyes kneeled before a grand statue, the perfect replica of Justitia. The woman was Solaris, the saintess of the church. Her expression was grim. She had just received a message from her goddess detailing the recent events, so in the end, she broke free from our control, Solaris muttered, frowning. We even lost a Grand Master, to a group of A-rank kids. No less, and worse, now those kids know the truth about us. If we let them live, the faith in the goddess will crumble. Solaris gritted her teeth, especially Elizabeth, she possessed dangerous knowledge about them. Solaris didn't know if they had gotten even more information from Eldon. She couldn't take that risk, and she had to act before they returned to the academy. Once there, Alira would never allow anyone to touch them. Solaris rose to her feet, power radiated off her in overwhelming waves. Her golden eyes gleamed fiercely. Then I'll go myself, she declared. From what the goddess told me, even the chosen one can't match Noah, let alone Noah and Elizabeth together. So I'll lessen the burden, and kill them myself. With a flash of blinding light, Solaris vanished. The saintess herself, an SS-rank being, was now hunting Noah and his team. Meanwhile, Elijah was chilling with Leona. He had just finished battling an A-rank wolf. TSK, how is this possible? Elijah clicked his tongue, frustration clear on his face. He couldn't believe it, he hadn't managed to kill the beast. Leona shook her head beside him. That beast's wind skills were too much, she said. Leona hadn't even fought seriously. She had used just one beast, explaining that her others were still recovering from their training. Still, Elijah should have been able to finish it. But this beast had fought differently. Its skills were exceptional. Its intelligence was unsettling. Fuck, Elijah cursed again. Just as he was about to vent by burning the forest to ashes, a sound reached his ears. A cry. Elijah snapped his head toward the noise and found a small, bloodied white fox lying in the grass. Without thinking, Elijah rushed over. He helped her drink a health potion, and a few seconds later, the fox opened her eyes, beautiful golden orbs that locked onto Elijah's golden gaze. The fox stumbled toward him, snuggling against him affectionately. At that moment, Elijah's mind was made. He remembered Noah's cat-like beast companion, and suddenly he wanted one too. He smiled gently at the fox. Would you like to follow me, become my contracted beast? The fox tilted her head, then nodded, as if understanding him perfectly. Elijah's grin widened. Perfect. From now on, your name shall be Kitsune, my contracted beast. Chapter 75, Gift. Chapter 75, Gift. Noah and his team now stood outside the Forest of Darkness. He had easily killed the S-rank beast and taken its corpse, along with the wyverns. As a creator, Noah could forge weapons, tools, or even powerful artifacts from them. Creation was a form of growth. After all, he glanced toward Eric, who had undergone a complete transformation. His body was now lean, muscles compact and hard. His hair and eyes had turned as dark as a starless night, while his skin was a pale ivory. He was no longer human. He was a shadow, a being molded by Shadiva herself, the first daughter of the shadows. Through the transformation, Eric had inherited a bloodline, and his affinity for shadow had soared beyond SSS rank. A budding physique was awakening inside him. He was no longer the same boy who had once walked into the Forest of Darkness, and Noah was pleased. From Eric, he could feel deep gratitude and awe, proof that Noah had made the right decision by not enslaving him. Thinking about it, everyone had changed. Elizabeth had awakened her celestial bloodline. Yuki had evolved and created her own unique technique, even earning a title from the Akashic record. Eric had become a true shadow. Esther had shed her feelings of inferiority and evolved herself. now confident in being Noah's shadow. And Noah had gained something even rarer, a new shadow, an original one that could kill beings and turn them into loyal shadows. But, my powers have been downgraded, Shadiva said. Noah had expected that. If he was right, Shadiva's true level had once far surpassed even the goddess he was now fighting against. What's your current level? Noah asked. The same as yours, Shadiva sighed. A rank. And now I can only summon up to S rank shadows. Anything higher would require too much mana. At my prime, I could summon all my shadows and let them live freely, but now, sigh, Noah smiled faintly. Don't worry, Shadiva. You'll reach that rank again. Just as he was about to continue comforting her, Elizabeth suddenly stopped walking. Yuki and Eric immediately twitched, a bad feeling in their hearts. Please, Elizabeth, not again, Eric pleaded, already dreading what her oracle powers would announce. Yes, just shut up, Yuki added bluntly. She was tired. She just wanted to go home and sleep. Elizabeth's lips twitched. You think I like it? She retorted, turning toward Noah. Bad news, my love. Noah raised an eyebrow. What is it, my dear oracle? Elizabeth smiled sweetly at the nickname but quickly gathered herself. The saintess is coming. Her eyes glowed, intricate lines swirling inside them, at blinding speed, by the way. She'll be here in 5 minutes. Noah smiled softly. 5 minutes, that's more than enough. Then he tilted his head slightly. How are you sensing her? I thought the goddess could hide her subordinates from your sight. Elizabeth smiled slyly. Not anymore. My talent isn't what it used to be. Noah nodded, unsurprised. He had expected as much. 5 minutes, huh? Noah chuckled quietly. He still had the teleportation tool his master had given him, the one capable of transporting him to the White Realm from anywhere. He wasn't worried, but still, how could he leave without leaving a little gift for the saintess? Gather behind me, he ordered. Everyone obeyed instantly. Noah opened his right palm. Ice began to gather around it, swirling, condensing. His affinity with ice had now reached the transformation rank, and his ice talent had ascended to EX unique rank. His ice was no longer what it once was. The swirling ice formed into delicate petals, arranging themselves into a mystical, intricate shape. Soon, a lotus was formed, an ice lotus, but Noah wasn't done. As a sword himself, and wielding an EX unique rank talent in swordsmanship, he injected sword energy into the lotus. Sharp, cutting, lethal, the aura of the lotus swelled, freezing the surroundings, while faint sword slashes cut the air itself. Noah wasn't just making a bomb, he was crafting an affinity killer. He imbued the lotus with a purpose to sever the light affinity of the saintess. He embedded that purpose deep within its core. Minutes ticked by, everything was ready. He had poured everything he had in this ice lotus. In 5 seconds, Noah, Elizabeth warned calmly. Noah stood tall, the ice lotus floating gracefully above his palm. Everyone behind him wore serious expressions. Suddenly, a cluster of brilliant light appeared before them, twisting and forming into a woman's figure. The air itself trembled under the weight of her presence, the grass wilted beneath the brilliance. Solaris, the current saintess, her golden hair shone like the sun itself. She scowled at Elizabeth. After all we've done for you? Solaris said, voice dripping with betrayal. Elizabeth scoffed, spare me the act. We both know you're here to silence me, she said coldly, as if she weren't standing before an SS rank monster. She turned toward Noah and said sweetly, my love, she has nothing important to say. Let's go. Solaris shifted her gaze to Noah. Noah Weaverheart, she said, her voice low and dangerous. Noah smiled politely. I didn't expect the saintess herself to come all this way just to meet us. He shook his head in mock sadness. No, it won't do. How can I not offer a gift after such a beautiful woman made the effort? Solaris stared at him as if he were insane. Noah didn't care. He sent the ice lotus floating toward her slowly, delicately. Solaris watched it approach, unfazed. She was an SS rank being. What could an A rank child possibly do to her? Even if that child was special, and if they want to escape, do they think they can do that with me here? Foolish. But Noah didn't care about her thoughts. His voice rang out, cold and clear. I might run today, but next time, I won't. So enjoy this gift while you wait, because next time, you will either kneel before me or be buried in the ground. He smiled sweetly. At that moment, he activated the teleportation tool. Noah and his team vanished, but his voice lingered like a ghost. Explode. Silence fell. Solaris's eyes widened in shock. What? She didn't even have time to finish the sentence. Boom, a violent explosion of cold erupted. The world around her turned into an endless frozen wasteland. Ice creeping and devouring everything in sight. Sword energy slashed wildly across the frozen land. A new forbidden territory was born on the world of Lay that day, one created by a mere A-rank child, a land that will be later known as the Frozen Land of Sword. Chapter 76, New Forbidden Land, Ice. That was all that remained just in front of entrance to the Forest of Darkness, where Noah and his team had once stood. But not just any ice, this was absolute zero ice, an existence so cold it could freeze even an S rank being solid. For an SS rank like Solaris, it shouldn't have mattered, but when the full concentrated force of such an attack hits head-on, even an SS rank feels it, and Solaris had taken it directly. Now, she stood in the frozen wasteland, her clothes were torn and stiff with frost, parts of her skin had frozen too, though the icy patches were gradually breaking away, revealing healing flesh underneath, but Solaris didn't care about her injuries. Her eyes were wide, not from pain, but from horror, because she could feel something fundamental within her, diminished, her affinity for light. Once at SS rank, now A rank, Solaris's body shuddered violently. Her knees nearly buckled under the shock. What? How is this possible? She whispered, her voice cracking. She couldn't understand, she refused to understand. Was it him? Noah Weaverheart? Did he downgrade my affinity? But how? Questions raced wildly in her mind, but no answers came, and indeed, there were none. There was no record, no history of someone being able to downgrade an affinity. Let alone doing it with sword energy, even though Solaris could sense that sword energy had pierced her being. She simply couldn't connect it to her current reality. If only she knew, Noah hadn't just wanted to downgrade her affinity, he had tried to cut it off completely. Fortunately or unfortunately for Noah, an SS rank being was no pushover, and he was still only A rank. Solaris gathered herself, trying to regain her composure. She looked around at the frozen wasteland, she could feel it. This land, this place would remain forever, a forbidden zone where anyone below S rank would die. Instantly, even an S rank wouldn't last long. Solaris shivered. 001, 031, ads by Pub Future. She raised her head to the heavens and whispered, "My dear goddess, is this the monster our blessed one is destined to fight? This Noah is no longer a child." She shook her head slowly. No child can create a forbidden land. Solaris finally understood the scale of the threat Noah represented. She had underestimated him severely, even after receiving the goddess's direct blessings, just because she was an SS rank being. Today had been a brutal wake-up call. If they continued to underestimate Noah, then chaos and catastrophe would descend upon them. Her eyes hardened. Her light affinity had been downgraded, but that wasn't her only affinity, and she could still reclaim it. There were still a few SS rank affinity evolution potions locked within the church's treasury. Solaris clenched her fists. "I can't wait anymore," she muttered. "I must take control of the human domain rapidly." Her eyes burned with cold fury. The Castria royal family must fall. Meanwhile, in the endless whiteness of the White Realm, Noah and his team materialized. Elizabeth, having been here before, was unfazed, but Eric and Yuki, they stared around, awestruck, until their eyes fell upon her, a woman with white hair and matching white eyes, sitting calmly in the air, looking at them with awe. Serene gaze, Illyra. Even if they'd never met her in person, the stories, the reputation, everyone at the academy knew of Illyra. Noah? Eric whispered nervously, "Did we make a mistake during teleportation?" Yuki said nothing, but the terror in her posture was obvious. Elizabeth smirked at her reaction. "Really? Scared by this? And you had the guts to threaten me before?" TSK, as Yuki opened her mouth to retort, Illyra's voice echoed around them, calm. "Cool. Unbothered. Has my realm become your personal gathering ground, dear disciple?" she asked, her eyes twinkling with amusement. "If you needed a place, you could have just asked. I'd create one just for you." The words struck them like a thunderbolt. Disciple, create a realm just for him? What the actual hell? Elizabeth stared at Illyra, envy flashing across her face. If only I were strong enough, she thought bitterly. I would have given my love a whole world even. Yuki stood frozen, her mind scrambling to catch up. But one thing became very clear, Illyra was a threat to steal her Noah. Meanwhile, Eric cursed under his breath, "Damn player, even the dean? This is madness." Illyra noticed it all, Elizabeth's envy, Yuki's frown, Eric's reaction, and smiled, deeply amused. "I'm sorry, Illyra," Noah said, stretching his neck. "I didn't want to barge in like this, but I had no choice." Illyra raised an eyebrow. "What happened?" "Well, just the Saintess Solaris showing up and trying to kill us," Noah replied casually, as if mentioning a trip to the market. He smirked. "But you know me. I can't just accept being bullied, so I left her a gift before teleporting. I bet she liked it," Noah added, his grin widening. Illyra's expression darkened. "You said the Saintess tried to kill you," she repeated, her voice heavy. The realm trembled as if reacting to her growing fury. Her wide eyes glowed fiercely as she stood up. She dared. When Illyra spoke again, her voice was no longer human, it was a chorus of countless beings. The space itself shook. "Wait for me," she started, but Noah interrupted firmly. Don't, Illyra froze. She looked at him, frowning. Why, she tried to kill you, Noah, she insisted. Noticeably, she never once mentioned Yuki, Elizabeth, or Eric, as if their lives didn't even register. Noah sighed. I told you, remember? Let me have my protagonist era, and what's more protagonist than escaping a stronger foe, only to return later and crush them. He stepped closer and gently embraced her. Don't worry, he whispered, I'm fine. She didn't even touch me. If anything, I had the last laugh, so just sit back, relax, and watch what your man can do. Illyra stayed silent for a moment. Gradually, the realm stilled. She sighed. She hated it. She wanted to pamper him endlessly, to protect him from even the slightest harm. But Noah didn't want that, and she wouldn't force him, so she nodded. Fine, but Noah saw the unwillingness flickering in her gaze, and he smirked internally, because the saintess would be his. Imagine the goddess's face when she realized her precious saintess had been taken from her, not by death, but by loyalty, by love. Noah leaned in, whispering sensually into Illyra's ear. I can't let you kill what's going to be mine, right, my dear master? Illyra froze, stunned, before a sly, understanding smile curved her lips. So that's what this was about. She smirked, a mirror image of Noah's own evil grin. You should have said so earlier, dear disciple, she purred. Now, how about I help you capture her? They shared the same wicked grin. A dangerous, conspiratorial spark passed between them. In the background, Yuki, Elizabeth, and Eric shuddered. The way Noah and Illyra smiled together, it was downright evil. What are they planning? They wondered, fearfully. Eric shook his head, muttering under his breath, seriously. Even the dean is infected. Noah's evil grin is contagious. Elizabeth and Yuki glanced at each other, and then, almost naturally, they both grinned, the same devilish grin as Noah. Chapter 77. No time to waste. After everything that happened today, Noah lay on his bed, his eyes fixed on the ceiling. The world was silent around him, but his mind was anything but calm. Thoughts raced through him. Plans. Dangers. Opportunities. He knew Solaris wouldn't underestimate him anymore. From now on, she would act with caution. With purpose. More than that, she would be afraid that he might expose the church's true nature to the world. But Noah had no intention of doing that, at least, not yet. After all, what weight would the words of a mere A-rank child carry? Even if he had an SSS rank ice affinity, no one would take him seriously. He could show the world his true strength, but what a foolish move that would be. He wasn't ready for that yet. No, the only real path forward was clear. He had to take Solaris directly. If he controlled Solaris, he controlled the church. And if he controlled the church, the idea of ruining its reputation would only hurt his own future. The plan was simple. The problem was execution. How to get Solaris. He couldn't use the same methods he had with Leona, or Yuki, or Sophia. Solaris wasn't the kind of woman you could charm, trick, or tempt. She was a predator, not prey. Noah grinned to himself, a dark, wicked grin. Good thing I came prepared, he muttered. He laughed quietly, remembering the card he had left behind, Shadiva. His second shadow. His original, he hadn't taken her into the White Realm. Instead, he had left her behind, with one command: bind yourself to Solaris's shadow, as a sovereign of shadows. With Shadiva being part of his very being, communication between them was possible even across such a distance. Any good news, Shadiva? Noah asked telepathically. A moment of silence, then Shadiva's cool, emotionless voice echoed in his mind. The saintess is planning a coup. She wants to overthrow the Castria royal family and make the church the only ruling power. Noah arched an eyebrow. How? A spies within the royal court, Shadiva replied, and a secret. A devastating one. Noah's stomach twisted. He had a bad feeling about this. What secret? He asked, his voice sharp. Shadiva didn't delay. The Empress cheated on the Emperor with his own brother. When the Emperor found out, he killed his brother in a fit of rage. Noah's hands clenched. But Shadiva wasn't finished. It was all orchestrated by Solaris. She had the Empress's family under her control. She forced the Empress to marry the Emperor, knowing full well she was in love with his brother. Then she tempted the brother into betrayal, and when the act was done, she made sure the Emperor discovered it, all of it, just to have a weapon. A scandal strong enough to destroy the royal family whenever she decided the time was right, and now, she's ready to unleash it. For a moment, Noah didn't move. His mind went blank, then he cursed. Fuck, he didn't give a damn about the Emperor, nor the Empress, but Sophie. Sophie was everything. Once this secret came out, the royal family would be dragged through the mud, and Sophie, as a royal by blood, would be stained alongside them. He couldn't allow that. His jaw tightened. I won't let Sophie suffer because of them, he muttered, voice cold. Noah sat up, resting his elbows on his knees, running a hand through his hair. The weight of the situation crushed down on him. So? I'll have to ask Illyra, he said grimly. He hated dragging her into this. He wanted to keep her out of his mess, but now, he had no choice. How long do we have? He asked Shadiva. She's preparing everything tonight, Shadiva answered. She'll announce it to the world tomorrow. Tomorrow? So soon? Damn it. Noah cursed again. Keep listening. I'll contact you soon. He ended the link and stood up. His face was a mask of icy determination. System, he said. Show me Illyra's profile. The familiar mechanical voice answered. Profile, name, Illyra Varnes, age, better not know, race, soul dragon, rank, supreme, titles, the first soul dragon, the one loved by soul, the genius, the architect of skills, the walker of the worlds, etc., affinities, soul, transformation rank, space, SSS rank, time, SSS rank, physique, dragon queen. Of Soul's physique, bloodline, Soul Weaver bloodline, talents, the Queen of Soul, EX unique rank. Teleportation, SSS rank, END, Noah stared, his eyes widened, Soul Dragon? Supreme rank, he almost couldn't believe it. System, he asked, voice tight, what is supreme rank? It is the rank beyond SSS. The point where one steps beyond mortality, into divinity. The answer hit like a hammer. Illyra wasn't just strong, she was a god among mortals, and not just that. She wasn't even from this world, she was the first soul dragon, a being that had crossed worlds. Noah breathed out slowly, controlling his emotions. This changed everything, but one thing remained true, Illyra's affection for him stood at 80%, it was solid. Strong enough to trust, I'll ask her directly. He said, I'll listen. If she lies. I'll know, he chuckled slightly to himself, no wonder no one dares mess with her, he muttered, at this point. I should just accept my sugar mommy Illyra and let her spoil me rotten. He laughed softly. System, he asked, can I bond with her? Share her talents, you must reach S rank first. Noah nodded, unsurprised, he expected as much. Fine, he said. Show me Elizabeth's profile too. Talent, bloodline, physique, just the essentials, race, celestial, affinities, soul, SS rank, mind, SSS rank, destiny, SSS rank, fate, SSS rank, talent, Hollow Oracle, EX unique rank, bloodline, Twilight Visionary bloodline. Noah studied the information carefully. Elizabeth was no longer human. She was celestial now, her bloodline awakened, her talent on the same godlike level as Illyra's. The same as me, and eventually, thanks to his gift, he could claim it all. He smiled, dark, hungry, celestial. Demon. Dragon. Shadow. He mused, if I take all those races, all those powers, and combine them together, what the hell will I become? A being the world, no the universe even, had never seen before, the first of his kind. His heart thudded with excitement. But first, he had a saintess to deal with. Noah stood tall, his aura sharp as a blade. There was no more room for hesitation. I wanted to make Solaris fall for me slowly. But fuck it, no time for that. He cracked his knuckles. Let's go meet Illyra, kidnap that damn saintess, threaten her until she breaks, solve this mess, and, well, see what else I can do after all that. With a final smirk, Noah vanished, teleporting into the White Realm once more. For the second time today, Chapter 78, This World Is Mine. Noah appeared once again in the White Realm. Illyra looked up from where she sat, her white hair flowing around her like a river of light. She smiled warmly, an eyebrow arching with gentle amusement. Do you need something, dear? Noah simply smiled and sat beside her, close enough to feel her warmth. Well, he said lazily, I might need you to go capture the saintess for me soon, but before that, he turned toward her, his silver eyes locking onto her pure white ones. There was a softness there, I realized. He said with a chuckle, a bit self-deprecating, I don't even know you, Illyra. You're my lover, yet all I know is your name and your soul affinity. Illyra's heart tightened, she lowered her gaze, guilt washing over her. How could I forget? She scolded herself. She remembered how hurt she had been when Noah kept his talent a secret from her, and now, she was doing the same. She smiled ruefully and reached out to him, gently guiding his head into her lap. Her fingers threaded through his hair, slow, tender, filled with unspoken devotion. You're right, she whispered. You know almost nothing about me. She stroked his hair lovingly, each gesture heavy with care. The White Realm itself seemed to hum with the emotions between them. I'll tell you everything, Noah. I'll bare my soul to you, completely. She paused, gathering herself, before speaking again. My name is indeed Illyra Varnes, and I am a dragon. Noah's eyes widened. Slightly, mock surprise flickering across his face. A dragon, he echoed. Illyra smiled, her fingers never stopping their soothing motion. Yes. But not just any dragon, I am the first, and only soul dragon to ever exist. Her voice carried a certain pride. I was blessed directly by the essence of soul itself, blessed so deeply that even my parents' blood could not manifest in me, only my dragon nature, and the pure power of soul. She smiled faintly. and, as you might guess, I'm not from this world, not from Lay. At that, Noah instinctively tried to sit up, but Illyra gently pushed him back down. Stay like this, she said softly, it's easier for me to open up. When you're in this position, Noah nodded silently, respecting her wish. Illyra continued, her voice almost dreamy, my home is a world of dragons, only dragons. No humans, no elves. No dwarves, just countless breeds, fire dragons, shadow dragons, fate dragons, and many more. It's a world far beyond this one. Their SSS rank is not the limit. It's only the beginning, she smirked, many have stepped beyond. Into realms of divinity, and me, she smiled mischievously, tapping Noah's forehead lightly, your dear master and lover, I too have crossed that threshold, I am supreme rank, a being no longer mortal, but on the path to true divinity. Noah frowned slightly, thinking, if the ceiling of this world is SSS, how are you even here? He asked. Illyra chuckled, a sound like soft bells, because I sealed my power, dear, otherwise. Just looking at me would have crushed you. Her words were teasing, but the truth behind them was cold and sharp. Noah smirked, yeah. I can imagine. He paused, then, more seriously, this supreme rank, how does one reach it? Illyra's smile softened into something almost maternal. It's too soon for you to know, she said gently, just know this, the path is cruel. Harder than anything you've ever faced. Noah simply nodded, he hadn't expected an easy answer. And why did you come to this world? He asked next. Illyra hesitated, then sighed, it involves higher beings, she admitted, things mortals aren't meant to know, but I'll still tell you a little. She caressed his cheek, her touch featherlight. It's the same reason the Celestial chose Elijah, we dragons, we needed a champion too, a champion? Noah asked, confused. Illyra nodded, to conquer and claim worlds, the more worlds a faction controls, the more resources, the more strength they gain. It's a cosmic war, Noah, not just here. Everywhere, and Elijah is not the only champion, he's simply the most visible. Because the one backing him, the Celestial, is arrogant, prideful, but others lurk in the shadows. Demons, and more, and if they don't have yet a champions, they are looking for one. Like me, Noah fell silent, piecing the puzzle together. So this world, it's just a playground for you higher beings? He asked bitterly. Illyra flinched at the coldness in his voice. It might seem like that to you, she admitted softly, and, maybe you're right. She tightened her grip slightly, as if afraid he might pull away, and killing a champion? It's almost impossible. We higher beings have ways to protect our chosen ones even under restrictions, that's why I admire your courage, she whispered, but it won't be easy. She paused, her expression somber. Being here is like living in a cage for me. I had to seal everything just to stay, while that arrogant Celestial's situation is more dire because she is stronger than me, cannot intervene freely. If you go too far, Noah, she might descend herself. Noah frowned. I thought killing Elijah inside a dungeon would weaken the Celestial's influence. Illyra laughed sadly. They've accounted for that. They aren't fools, dear. Noah stared at nothing, thoughts swirling in a storm. Is there really no other way? He thought. He could already sense where this was heading, and he was right. Illyra's voice trembled slightly as she spoke next. Become our champion, Noah. Let the dragons protect you. I once considered Alice. She has dragon blood, even if it's not very pure. We could have purified it, but after I met you, it was inevitable. You were the one. She paused, letting the weight of her words sink in. Be our champion, Noah. We will give you everything, and I, Illyra Varney's first soul dragon, matriarch of the Soul Clan, I will stand by your side. Because I love you. Her voice cracked slightly with emotion. I love you, more than you could ever imagine. She gazed down at him, pleading, but Noah slowly sat up. He rose from her lap, facing her directly, his eyes icy silver, were utterly calm, still, cold, unbreakable. There was no anger, no fear, no hesitation, only resolve. Illyra's heart sank. She already knew what was coming. I know you mean well, Noah said softly, but I can't accept that. His voice cut like a blade. This world, the place where he had found purpose, family, ambition, where his mother lived, where Sophie, Elizabeth, Yuki lived, was not a toy, not a battlefield for gods, and the people here were not background characters destined to die as a collateral damage between their champions' fights. A cold, merciless smile crept across Noah's lips. The white realm trembled. The air itself froze, the very fabric of reality screamed. In an instant everything turned to ice, sword aura flared around Noah, sharp, severing, absolute. His shadow surged, drowning the realm in writhing darkness, and then nothingness bloomed, devouring light. Air, existence itself. Illyra's eyes widened in terror and awe. What is this? She thought, breathless. Noah stood there, a being made of contradiction, shadow, sword, ice, nothingness, a storm given human form. When he spoke, his voice was law. Limitless. I will kill anyone who stands in my way. I will show no mercy. they will either kneel or be erased from existence. This world is mine, and no one will touch it, he smiled. A devil's smile, the smile of someone who had chosen war without a shred of hesitation, and if they want war, he spread his arms slightly, as if welcoming the chaos, then by all means, be my guest. Chapter 79. Noah slowly retracted his powers, and the White Realm returned to normal, but Illyra remained frozen, still in shock. The power she had just felt from Noah, it was terrifying, and this was him only at A rank. What about S rank? SS rank? What about Supreme? Illyra couldn't help but shudder. Even a being like her understood what anomaly Noah was. No, it was more than just an understanding. It was recognition. The Akashic records themselves had granted Noah the title, True Anomaly, and that title was not given lightly. Noah crouched down and gently took Illyra's hands in his. His silver eyes looked at her with infinite tenderness and love. I didn't want to scare you, he said softly. I didn't want to shock you either, I just wanted to show you. He smiled warmly. That you have nothing to fear for me. I know you asked me to become your champion because you wanted to protect me, he chuckled gently, but how could I accept that? How could I ever be worthy of the soul dragon if I cowered like a weakling? He paused, his voice low and firm. So, let me fight, my dear dragon. Let me fight for this world, not because I'm some hero, I am no hero, but because this world is mine, I have claimed it, and I will not allow anyone to lay a single finger on it. He tightened his grip around her hands. Do you believe in me? He asked at last. Illyra stared deep into his soul, her white eyes gleaming. She saw it, the unwavering love, the determination, the care. She also saw the monstrous potential buried within him, the overwhelming future he would bring, and she made her choice, as a wife, as a woman in love, not just as a dragon. Are you sure about this, Illyra? A voice whispered in her mind. Yes, she answered internally. The council told you to find a champion, not this. A worthy one that will be tied down to us. The council wanted me to find a champion for the dragons, but he's not just a champion. He is my husband, isn't that already enough? He is already ours, he will walk his own path. And I will support him with everything I have. Her mind was made up, she gazed deeply into Noah's silver eyes. How could I not believe in my husband, she said, her voice tender yet resolute. The one I chose, she smiled. I won't just believe in you. I will stand beside you. My power, my strength, my everything will be yours. I will do everything I can to help you take over this world. Noah's eyes widened slightly, surprised. Wait, Illyra, are you sure? I mean, if you want, you could still choose Alice as your champion. I wouldn't kill her anyway, just subdue her. Illyra chuckled, shaking her head. No, Noah. I'll take full responsibility. They won't know. At worst, I'll simply tell them I haven't found anyone worthy yet. It'll buy us time. She leaned in close, her lips brushing against his, a seductive glint in her eyes. So please. She whispered, be quick and conquer this world, my dear. Then she kissed him, a deep, sensual, soul-stealing French kiss. Noah responded immediately, their tongues intertwining passionately. Wet, slurping sounds echoed in the realm. Their kiss lasted for a full minute before they finally separated, a thin trail of saliva connecting their lips. Noah looked at her, his heart pounding with warmth and love. He smiled, bright, beautiful. I love you, Illyra, he said, his voice thick with emotion. He could feel it, the immense love and devotion it took for her to abandon her race for a man she'd only known for a month. Illyra smiled stunningly back at him. I love you too, my dear. Illyra's feelings for you have reached 100%. Then Noah smirked mischievously. How about we celebrate this moment by kidnapping the Saintess? He suggested. Illyra mirrored his smirk. But of course, my dear. Click. Illyra snapped her fingers, and both of them vanished from the White Realm. Meanwhile, while Noah was living out these intense moments, Sophie was struggling with her own battle, in a secluded area of the academy. Sophie stood facing a group of second-year students. Leading them was Luke Campbell, her cousin. Sophie frowned, her voice icy. What are you doing? Luke smirked. Why don't you guess? Dear cousin, Sophie remained expressionless. She knew talking was useless, words would solve nothing here. Red lightning flickered around her. Luke grinned, excitement dancing in his green eyes. Yes, fight me, he said. Don't cower, dear cousin. His smile turned vicious. I'll show you your place. I'll make you regret choosing Noah over me. Back then and even now, Sophie sighed internally. So it was still about that. He hadn't forgotten, but she smiled slightly. I wonder. She said coolly, how Elijah would react if he heard about this. Luke's grin didn't waver. Who would tell him? All these students obey me absolutely. And you, he sneered, you won't even have the chance. You'll spend a long, long time in the medical center. And when you crawl back out, I'll put you right back there again. Sophie stayed unfazed. Are you sure? She asked. Or did you forget that my husband is Noah Weaverheart? She smirked. Luke laughed, a cruel, mocking laugh. Noah? Ha ha, by now, he should already be dead. He sneered. You think I'd be here if Noah was still around? That monster, he chuckled darkly. Our dear Elijah sent an S-rank assassin along with dozens of A-ranks to kill Noah during his mission. He leaned closer, voice dripping with malice. Tell me, Sophie, you really think he survived? Bait him. Sophie's heart skipped a beat. Her body trembled. Her mind reeled. S-rank, dozens of A-ranks, against Noah, an A-rank? Her body shook even more, but she refused to accept it, because accepting it would mean accepting Noah's death. Her power erupted. The sky darkened, red lightning crackled furiously. Sophie, let go. I will kill you, she said, her voice a thunderclap, an imperial decree from an empress herself. She looked straight into Luke's green eyes, hers burning red like molten steel. Red lightning danced wildly around her, electrifying and scorching the air. I will kill all of you, no one will leave alive. Her aura exploded even further. Luke and the other students instinctively stepped back. Hey Luke, what's going on? Yeah, she's not like what you told us. Panic filled the group. Luke's face twisted, but he quickly barked. She's still just one. We're dozens. What can she? He didn't get to finish. A crimson bolt of lightning punched straight into his face, sending him flying like a broken doll. Boom, RGSH, Luke screamed as he smashed into the cold, hard wall. The other students turned mechanically towards Sophie, their faces pale in terror. She stood there, red lightning crackling furiously around her, her presence overwhelming. Raising her hand, she summoned a giant red lightning spear above them, large enough to obliterate all of them in one strike. Without hesitation, she lowered her hand. Her voice was cold, merciless. Die. The spear descended. Chapter 80, The Crimson Empress and the Teacher. The spear of red lightning fell from the heavens, aiming to kill without mercy. But, alala, princess, what are you doing? A lazy yet crushing voice echoed through the air. In an instant, Sophie's spear shattered into dust, erased by the sheer weight of the man's voice. Sophie turned sharply, already knowing who it was. A tall, black-skinned man with white dreadlocks stood before her, a sword hanging loosely at his waist. Teacher Damon. Her crimson eyes narrowed. What are you doing here, Teacher Damon? Damon tilted his head, his smile carefree, but his eyes sharp. Shouldn't I be asking you that, princess? Were you planning to kill them, here, in the academy? His voice turned heavier, more suffocating. Who do you take us for? A powerful pressure descended, pushing against her. Sophie stood firm. Without a word, she raised her hand, another crimson spear of lightning forming at her fingertips. Move, she said coldly. Her will was clear. Today, blood would be spilled. Today, there would be no mercy. She didn't care about the academy, its rules, its consequences. If Noah was dead, then there was nothing left here for her, even if it meant throwing away her future, even if it meant facing Damon head-on. Her aura exploded again, thicker and redder than before. The air itself trembled under her rage. Damon sighed, glancing at the terrified second years behind him, and the half-collapsed Luke. What did you idiots do to make her this angry? He muttered. One of them opened his mouth. Save it, Damon interrupted coldly. You'll explain everything to the student council after this. But, Sophie's voice crashed like thunder. After this? There is no after for them. They die. Today, without hesitation, she vanished and reappeared before a girl, her spear aimed mercilessly at her heart. Clink. Damon's sword moved like a whisper, parrying the blow with casual ease. Princess, Damon said, his voice calm but firm, don't make this harder. I can't let you kill students on academy grounds. Sophie locked her blazing red eyes into his, her voice hollow. I don't care. Her power surged once more, red lightning roaring around her, but a voice, calm yet commanding, sliced through the madness. Stop, Sophie. She froze, instinct overriding rage. She turned, and saw a woman with long white hair and piercing silver eyes. Elizabeth. Sophie appeared before her in a blink. Weren't you with Noah? She demanded. Where is he? Elizabeth's voice was steady, soothing. He's alive, he's resting right now. Safe, so stop. There's no reason to fight anymore. Good thing I trusted my instincts and rushed here, Elizabeth thought grimly. Being an oracle definitely had its perks. Sophie exhaled, her body trembling slightly as the tidal wave of rage retreated. Her lightning disappeared, her eyes cooled, and in a heartbeat, she returned to the calm, composed Sophie everyone knew. But the others would never forget what they saw today, the bloodthirsty Red Empress. The face of unstoppable death, Elizabeth turned to Damon, bowing her head slightly. We apologize for the disturbance, teacher. We'll be leaving now. She took Sophie's hand and pulled her away without hesitation, even if jealousy burned within her chest. Elizabeth would not harm what Noah cherished, not even if it hurt. As they left, Sophie turned her head back, her voice low and cold. I remember all your faces. If we meet again, you won't be so lucky. Then she turned forward again and left with Elizabeth. Elizabeth just smiled faintly. Soon, they disappeared into the distance, leaving Damon alone with the terrified students. Damon turned slowly, his eyes pinning Luke to the wall. Now, explain everything. Meanwhile, Sophie and Elizabeth walked silently through the shadowed halls. Why? Sophie finally asked, her voice soft. Why did you help me? Elizabeth smiled faintly. Isn't it obvious? She said lightly. I did it for Noah. Sophie paused. Did you fall for him too? Elizabeth's smile twisted, turning dark, obsessive. Fall. She leaned close, too close, her silver eyes gleaming. I didn't just fall, I surrendered. I gave him everything. I belonged to him. Mind, body, and soul. She straightened, her eyes burning with madness and devotion. So when I sensed something wrong, I ran. Because Noah cares about you, and even though I want to tear apart any woman who gets close to him, I won't, because hurting you would mean hurting him. And that means Noah leaving me, and I can't survive without him. Sophie stared at her silently, feeling the storm of emotions inside the girl before her. She already knew Noah would have other wives, but he had told her once, I'm the first, Sophie said with a small smirk, and the first always holds a special place. Elizabeth's smile twitched. You might be the first, she whispered, but you won't necessarily be the favorite, and I will be, not with me still standing, Sophie replied sharply, her crimson eyes shining, the two locked eyes, invisible sparks crackling between them. After a few tense seconds, fine, Elizabeth said lightly, just don't cry when I win. Sophie chuckled coldly, Noah told me once, all is fair in love and war, so don't expect me to play fair either. Sophie walked ahead, determination burning inside her. Elizabeth followed, unwilling to fall behind. A silent war had begun between them, a war for Noah's heart. At that same moment, inside the grand church, in the private office of Solaris, the saintess, she worked tirelessly, going through piles of documents, preparing for the bomb she would drop tomorrow. Everything had to be perfect. The royal family would be plunged into the deepest pit. And the Campbell family, they're useless now, Solaris muttered, her eyes icy. If anyone finds out about our deal, her gaze hardened, I'll silence them before they ruin me. She picked up her pen to write another order, but then, pop, two figures appeared behind her, like ghosts, Noah and Elira. Noah grinned wickedly. Peekaboo. Solaris's eyes widened in shock and horror. Before she could even act, Elira snapped her fingers. Snap. Solaris disappeared, kidnapped without a trace. The office fell silent. Chapter 81, The Saintess's Despair, The Saintess's Chains. They reappeared inside the endless white realm. Solaris collapsed onto her knees instantly, white chains snapping around her. But they didn't bind her body, they bound her soul. Solaris gasped, feeling her very existence shackled. Elira's power wasn't something an SS rank could resist, not even close. It was a lucky thing that only the chosen champions could intervene in this world's fight. If outsiders could assist them, these overpowered monsters would have already torn the system apart. Blood would flood the earth. Solaris looked up, eyes wide with terror and disbelief. She had never imagined this, being kidnapped, bound, and rendered helpless so easily. Her heart pounded as her gaze locked onto two smiling faces, Noah and Elira, both grinning. Hey again, Saintess, Noah said warmly, as if greeting an old friend. I didn't expect us to meet again so soon. He chuckled lightly. How was the gift I left you? I really put a lot of effort into it. His smile was sweet, almost genuine, but Solaris felt only cold. She struggled to think clearly. The shock, the pain, it blurred her mind, but she was SS rank, a powerful existence. She forced herself to calm down. Quickly, she assessed the situation. She had been kidnapped by Noah and Elira. Her golden eyes hardened. Do you realize what you're doing? She hissed. Elira tilted her head playfully. Kidnapping? She laughed. Please. It's not even the first time. Won't be the last either. Solaris's voice turned frigid. You're not just kidnapping anyone, you're kidnapping the Saintess, the chosen messenger of the goddess of light and justice. You really think you'll survive this? A heavy silence fell. Then Noah shrugged. Maybe we will, maybe we won't. He crouched down in front of her, smiling so brightly it almost hurt. But one thing's for sure, you definitely won't survive if you don't cooperate. Elira grinned and clenched her fist. Pain exploded inside Solaris, a soul-deep, unbearable agony. Ugh, she gritted her teeth. Refusing to cry out more, Noah clapped his hands lightly. Let's not drag this out. The church will notice your absence soon, and then things will get annoying. He turned. Shadiva, come out. A pool of shadow peeled itself from beneath Solaris's feet, materializing into a tall woman with deathly pale skin and flowing black hair. Shadiva, an original, the first of her kind, even at A rank. her mere existence bent the air around her. Solaris's face paled. You were inside my shadow. The realization made her shudder. She had been watched this whole time. Illyra chuckled. My. Dear disciple, you really are full of surprises. Noah just smiled. I'll explain later. He leaned in close, his silver eyes gleaming. Listen carefully, Saintess. You felt the power hidden inside your shadow. You already know Illyra's strength, and this realm. He spread his arms, fully under Illyra's control. You can't escape. You can't teleport. You can't even call for help, and even if you somehow did, he smiled wider, my shadow would latch onto yours and hunt you down instantly, and besides, his voice lowered to a whisper, I can feel it. I didn't completely sever your light affinity last time, but it's weakened, you're slower now. Vulnerable, he tilted his head, so let's not pretend you have options, there are only two paths for you now. Either join us and fight against your precious goddess and the other invaders, or stay imprisoned here forever. A pause, or worse, his grin sharpened, I kill you, and take your soul for myself. Solaris trembled slightly, her mind racing. Noah was right, she tried to teleport out earlier, nothing happened, she was trapped, the goddess would not intervene, she knew that better than anyone, the goddess only cared about her true chosen one. Solaris clenched her fists. Bitterness swelling inside her, she was human after all, in the face of true despair, even the strongest mortals falter. Solaris gritted her teeth, forcing herself to raise her head. She was the saintess, the living vessel of the goddess's will. She had preached about hope, light, and unbreakable faith for decades. Was she really going to crumble the moment her own life was threatened? No. She refused. Her pride as the saintess roared against the despair gnawing at her heart. But even pride couldn't shatter soul chains. Even faith couldn't undo the reality wrapping around her like a vice. For the first time in decades, Solaris tasted helplessness, and it was bitter beyond words. Still, she wasn't giving up yet. You said it yourself, Solaris said coldly. If you waste time here, the church will notice my disappearance, and the problems you'll face then, you won't like them. Noah chuckled, you underestimate me. Saintess, he pointed at Shadiva, she's a shadow. Formless. No limit, she can take your appearance perfectly, and even if that wasn't enough, he grinned wider, I have someone with perfect shapeshifting abilities too, so no, he said lazily, I'm not worried. Solaris fell silent, her mind whirling, she lowered her head, sighed softly, you still don't understand, my soul is linked to the goddess, even if I betray her, I won't be useful to you. I can't tell you anything, she turned her golden eyes to Illyra, you can manipulate souls well. I can tell, but this is different. My soul has been with her for decades, I can't defy her. Noah's brow furrowed. This goddess has a really bad habit of chaining people to her, he thought irritably. He turned to Illyra, my dear, he said sweetly, any ideas? Solaris flinched, what? Mike, shut up, Noah said, his tone suddenly cold, nobody asked for your opinion, if you keep talking, I might just kill you now and save myself the headache. He sighed in frustration, it wasn't the same as Shadiva. The World Core didn't mind removing Shadiva's influence from his core, but against a living goddess, it would be messy. Shadiva spoke up suddenly, bind her shadow. Noah looked at her, intrigued, you are the Lord of Shadows, Shadiva said simply, take her shadow, once her shadow is yours. You'll hold a part of her soul, and the goddess? Shadiva smiled coldly, she has no authority over shadows, once you have a piece of her soul, the rest will fall into your hands easily. Just take the other half of her soul, Shadiva's dark eyes glinted, and aren't you two already quite skilled in matters of souls? Illyra smirked, Noah paused, then laughed, Shadiva, he stood up dramatically, spreading his arms, will you marry me? Shadiva blinked expressionlessly, Illyra rolled her eyes, but her lips twitched into a smile. Solaris, chained on the ground, could only stare in horror. What monsters had she fallen into the hands of? Chapter 82 The Shattered. Chains of Faith. Noah stepped forward, his gaze locked on Solaris's trembling form. He reached out towards her shadow, and the moment his will touched it, your title, Sovereign of Shadows, is acting. Sovereign of Shadows understands your intent. Noah's voice rang out, calm and absolute. Submit to your sovereign. The shadow beneath Solaris trembled violently, resisting with instinctive desperation, but it was useless. A mere shadow, without mind or will, could never resist the command of its rightful lord. It shuddered once, then tore itself free from Solaris's feet. Shadiva, Noah ordered, take it inside you. Shadiva nodded silently, her presence like a black hole swallowing light itself. She reached out, and the rogue shadow disappeared into her soul realm, becoming a part of the vast kingdom of darkness she ruled. The moment it vanished, Solaris gasped, she collapsed to her knees, her body quivering, it was like a piece of her soul had been ripped away. She hadn't realized it until now, how important a shadow truly was. It wasn't just a silhouette cast by light, to those with power over it. It was a fragment of the self, a weapon, a weakness. Without her shadow, she felt hollow, incomplete. But Noah didn't give her time to linger. Now, he barked. In perfect synchrony, Noah and Illyra plunged their hands, coated in soul power, into Solaris's chest. Their hands phased through her physical form, reaching for the very core of her being. Solaris's golden eyes widened in agony. She shook uncontrollably, but it was futile. They gripped her soul and pulled. From her body floated a miniature Solaris, wrapped in countless golden chains, her radiant light dim and flickering. Half of her soul was already missing, the part that had been taken with her shadow. Noah's eyes sharpened. It was time. He summoned all the might of his sovereign aura. Layering it with the limitless pressure of his soul, his voice thundered, infused with unyielding power. Shatter. The chains trembled violently, several cracked and snapped under the weight of his command. But some stubborn links clung on, refusing to break. Noah gritted his teeth. Then Illyra stepped forward, her finger glowing with a cold, pale light. She pressed it gently against the fragile soul, and spoke. Her voice was not human, it was the voice of a concept, of inevitability. Unbind for me. The effect was immediate, the chains shattered like fragile glass, exploding into dust. Solaris stared blankly, stunned beyond reason. For the first time since she was 15, she was free. The leash tying her to the goddess had snapped. But at what cost? Solaris raised her head and looked at Noah and Illyra. They were smiling at her. But to Solaris, they didn't look human anymore. They looked like devils, yet strangely, she felt no hatred. Instead, a new feeling stirred inside her chest, something childish, something she didn't even realize she had lost long ago. Desire, long buried under years of servitude and faith. Freedom. She thought, what does it feel like to truly be free? She remembered the endless chains of duty, the suffocating fear that one wrong thought could get her killed, the crushing knowledge that the goddess saw her as a tool, nothing more. But now, Solaris felt the truth. No SS rank being should live chained. Not her, not anyone. She looked again at Noah and Illyra, and a dangerous thought echoed in her mind. I want to be like them. I want to be free. I want to laugh while crushing my enemies. I want to live. Was this what it meant to exist without chains? To choose, to desire, to sin and not be judged, without the goddess shackling her soul, without the constant fear, without the obligation to serve. Solaris made her decision. I'll join you, she said, her voice trembling with raw emotion. I'll tell you everything I know about the goddess, and about the chosen one. Her golden eyes gleamed. I'll take over the church for you. I'll make it yours. I'll even crush the human kingdoms. I have the perfect weapon to destroy the royal family. She paused, then lowered her head slightly. Just slightly. Her pride as an SS rank wouldn't allow her to kneel fully. I only ask one thing. Her voice was clear. Let me be free. Don't bind me. I don't want to live in fear of you the way I lived in fear of her. Noah listened silently. He understood. He had always believed that binding someone's soul was a foolish choice. It only bred resentment. He smiled softly. Fine, I won't bind you. With a flick of his hand, Solaris's soul was gently returned to her body. Her shadow rejoined her as well, sliding back into place. Solaris inhaled sharply. For the first time in her life, she was whole. Noah crouched down, his silver eyes gleaming. But remember, if you betray us, he smiled darkly, there won't be a place in this world or the next where you can hide. You'll wish you had stayed chained to your goddess. Solaris's expression turned solemn. After what she had witnessed today, she knew betrayal would mean death beyond death. Don't worry, she said seriously, it won't happen. Noah chuckled. Good. He turned away, waving casually over his shoulder. Welcome to the team, Solaris. Welcome to the group that will dominate this world. Illyra, Shadiva, show her everything she needs to know. Solaris, tell them everything. With that, Noah vanished. He returned to his room, collapsing onto his bed without a second thought. The chaos of the past days finally catching up with him, he was asleep within seconds. Meanwhile, far, far away, the goddess Justitia roared in fury. She had felt it, the moment Solaris's soul slipped from her control. Someone had broken her divine bindings, but she couldn't see who. It was as if Solaris was hidden in a realm beyond her sight, a special realm, a dungeon, or worse. Justitia's voice shook the heavens as she growled, this is going too far. First Elizabeth, now Solaris, what do they take me for? She gritted her teeth. The worst part, she didn't even know the culprit this time. If she realized it was Noah again, she might have descended immediately in blind rage to kill him herself. But for now, she could only wait. The balance of divine energy prevented her from acting too recklessly. Not even a full day had passed since she had blessed Elijah. She couldn't interfere again so soon. She clenched her fists in frustration. This world, she growled, this world is slipping through my fingers. but her golden eyes flared dangerously. I will not give up, this world is mine, my path to ascension depends on it. Her divine presence boiled, making the very realm tremble, and if it comes to it, I will descend personally, and tear them apart. Chapter 83 Resentment. Elijah sat silently at the head of the table, Leona stood at his side. Serene and beautiful like a doll sculpted for war. Before him, Isaac, Albert, and Luke sat stiffly, tension bleeding from their very pores. Elijah's expression was twisted into a deep, ugly frown. He had just returned from his mission, and despite managing to wound the beast, he failed to kill it. The mission was marked as half complete. The taste of failure soured his mood, made his blood simmer, and now, these fools dared to spout nonsense before him. Elijah's voice cut through the silence like a knife. What did you just say, Luke? The room's temperature dropped sharply. A terrifying pressure radiated from Elijah's body. Luke instinctively flinched, sweat trickling down his back. But he forced the words out, teeth gritted. I've been punished by the student council, Luke muttered. I won't be able to help you for a while. I have mandatory punishment tasks to complete. Elijah tilted his head slightly, his golden eyes glowing faintly. I don't give a fuck about your punishment, Luke, he said, voice dripping with contempt. What I want to know is, his gaze sharpened into a blade. Did you just say you tried to beat Sophie? The temperature surged. Behind Elijah, a faint silhouette of a burning phoenix manifested, wings spread in silent fury. How dare you? Elijah whispered, his voice cold enough to freeze fire. I told you, Sophie is mine. No one touches her. No one touches any of the women I set my eyes on. You were given a simple task, disturb Noah's faction, cause chaos, but never engage directly. His words hit like hammer strikes. How useless can you be, you? Shut up. Luke snapped. The words exploded from his mouth before he could stop them. The room froze, even the air seemed to still. After months of being insulted, ignored, treated like trash, Luke finally exploded. He stood up, fists clenched, his face twisted in rage. Shut up, you fucking horny bastard, he snarled. Sophie doesn't care about you, none of the girls you lust after do. Isaac and Albert's faces turned pale. What the fuck is he doing? Luke, calm do. Isaac tried to speak, but Luke barreled on. No, Isaac. No more calm down. He pointed straight at Elijah, who stared at him with burning golden eyes. Chosen one? Luke spat. You're nothing. That bitch Sophie was ready to kill all of us when she thought Noah was dead. She fought Damon. Do you even realize what that means? He laughed bitterly, and guess what? They failed. Noah is still alive, and Elizabeth, the saintess or rather former saintess herself, she survived too. Luke's eyes burned with manic intensity. Now she knows we tried to kill her. Our oracle's gone. We're back to square one. No, he corrected himself. It's even worse. He pointed a shaking finger at Elijah, and it's all because of you. You were supposed to handle Elizabeth, but instead, you were busy chasing skirts. His gaze shifted to Leona, who wore a small, mocking smile. Especially this bitch. Open your eyes, Elijah. She's playing you. How can you be so blind? Chosen one, my ass. Luke's breathing was ragged. All the resentment he had buried deep inside finally erupted. This man, this arrogant, lustful bastard, was dragging them all down. Meanwhile, Isaac and Albert were frozen in terror. You fucking idiot. You just doomed us all. They understood better than anyone. Elijah wasn't just strong, he was their lifeline. Without him, they were nothing, and now, it was over. Elijah slowly rose from his seat, the golden aura surrounding him flared, and a deep, ancient golden sword of burning light materialized in his hand. The room was suddenly suffocating, like standing before a merciless executioner, one ready to kill for his goddess. I have tolerated you insects long enough, Elijah said quietly, and now, you dare to accuse me? He moved closer to Luke, each step echoing like a death knell. You dare tell me Sophie doesn't care about me? You dare call the woman I love a bitch? Each word dripped with lethal intent. The heat rose exponentially, flames burst into existence around him. The very air igniting under his fury. You deserve death. Elijah raised his sword, but before it could fall, a soft voice cut through the rage. Don't do it, my love. Leona's voice was sweet and soothing, like a cool bomb poured onto a raging inferno. She walked forward and wrapped her arms around him from behind. Don't kill him, she whispered. It's not worth it. If you kill him, the academy will interfere. You'll lose time. You'll fall behind Noah. Her voice grew softer, almost hypnotic. And I don't want to see you lose. You are the chosen one. The blessed one. How can someone like you lose to trash? Elijah's trembling slowed. He lowered his sword slowly. His golden eyes dimming, he turned to Leona, gazing at her with adoration. You're the only one who understands me, he said softly. He took her hand, grasping it tightly, a faint smile crossing his lips. The golden sword faded from existence. Without sparing another glance at Luke, Elijah turned and walked away. At his side, Kitsune, his contracted beast, appeared, nuzzling his shoulder affectionately, with Kitsune perched on him. Leona beside him, Elijah radiated supreme arrogance. At
the door, he stopped. He didn't turn back. He didn't need to. His voice echoed coldly through the room. I don't need you anymore. Our deal ends today, and good luck winning the throne without me. He disappeared, leaving behind silence, crushing, suffocating silence. For a moment, no one moved. Then, Albert snapped. He lunged at Luke and punched him viciously. You fucking idiot, he roared, landing blow after blow. Do you even realize what you've done? Luke didn't fight back. He just stood there, accepting the beating. Isaac sighed heavily. Stop, Albert, he said. There's no point. Albert finally relented, breathing heavily, fury radiating from every pore. But what now? He demanded, without Elijah's power. We're finished. How do we stand against Sophie with Noah backing her? How do we fight the first-year monsters? Isaac stayed silent for a long time. Then he looked up, and his eyes were dark. Simple. If the chosen one won't help us, he smiled grimly, then we'll seek the villains instead. Albert's eyes widened. Don't tell me. Isaac nodded slowly. Contact the demons. I have a proposition for them. Chapter 84. The Crow's orders. Elijah and Leona walked side by side, chatting casually. So, how close are you to S rank? Elijah asked, excitement clear in his voice. He couldn't wait anymore. He wanted to claim her, body and soul. Well, especially her body. Leona smiled wryly. You think reaching S rank is easy, love? Elijah tilted his head, arrogant as ever. I'm almost there, he said, like it was no big deal. Leona chuckled softly. Well, not everyone's a genius like you, my love. I'm sure even Noah's far behind you. You're truly the best, she added sweetly. Foxy, perched on his shoulder, snuggled into him more, as if agreeing. Elijah lifted his chin, a proud smirk on his lips. Leona smiled too, but inside, she was laughing. Yes. Get even more arrogant, throw everyone aside, thinking they're useless. When the time comes, you'll be all alone against Noah and his team, and you'll fall. She could already imagine his face the day he realized the truth, that she had belonged to Noah from the very start, but for now, she stayed perfect. She will perfectly play her role until the end. No one will suspect her. When they reached Elijah's room, she gave him a kiss on the cheek and left quickly. Not wanting to be dragged inside, and she needed to hurry, to report everything to Noah. I wonder if I'll get another reward, she whispered, smiling in anticipation, but then, she stopped dead. A young man stood a few meters ahead, black hair, black eyes, and no mana at all around him, as if the world itself rejected his existence. Lucius, the anti-mana freak. Leona narrowed her eyes slightly. Do you need something? She asked. Guarded, she knew him, they were in the same class, after all, even if most people avoided him because of his weird, unsettling aura. Lucius smiled, a slow, eerie smile, and said one word, tenebrous. Goosebumps. Leona's whole body froze, her eyes wide. Before she could even react, Lucius disappeared. Without thinking, Leona chased after him. How does he know? Only Noah was supposed to know, only him. So how could this guy know? After a minute of running, she found herself in a secluded, dead silent part of the academy. Lucius was there, waiting, still smiling that creepy smile. Don't be so nervous, he said, laughing lightly. He raised his palm, on it, a tattoo of a black crow. Leona's heart dropped. You're one of us, she muttered, finally understanding. But something didn't add up. How do you know who I am? She asked sharply. We're not supposed to know each other. For security. Lucius nodded lazily. Yeah. I didn't know, until yesterday, he chuckled. The crow herself told me. He stared directly into her eyes. But she also said you haven't been sending reports for over a month, you ignored her messages, and now she's suspicious. Leona clenched her teeth. Lucius took a few steps closer, but I managed to calm her down. Good thing you're still doing your job, getting close to Elijah and all, but that wasn't your only mission, remember? You were supposed to approach Noah. Too, Leona scowled. And how exactly was I supposed to do that? You know damn well how those two hate each other. I'm already risking my life getting close to Elijah. You want me to risk it with Noah too? If he thinks I'm Elijah's spy, he'll kill me, or worse. Lucius laughed sheepishly. He knew Leona was right, but he had no choice. He had been given the order to interrogate her. Leona added sharply, you were the most logical choice. Lucius, you didn't officially join any faction. You could have slid into Noah's side easily and even be part of his faction to earn some points. Lucius scratched the back of his head, looking away. That guy scares the shit out of me. How can you expect me to approach him? Leona snorted. Figures, you're scared, but you want me to handle it. Lucius smiled sheepishly. Hey, I'm just the messenger. But seriously, his face darkened. The crow's pissed, he said bluntly. You'd better answer her soon, or she might decide you're a liability. His eyes darkened even more, and when that happens, he didn't finish. He didn't need to. Leona cursed under her breath. Lucius stepped closer, voice dropping even lower. And there's more. The crow sent urgent orders. We need to bring Noah to the demon continent, as soon as possible. Leona stared at him, stunned.
Why the rush? I don't know, Lucius said grimly, but something's changed. They can't wait anymore. He paused, and if we fail, he smiled without humor. Both of us are dead. Leona's heart pounded. How the hell am I supposed to convince my master, Noah, to take that risk? Still, she forced herself to stay calm. She had no choice. She will tell everything to Noah and let him decide, but hopefully, he will choose to go to the demon continent. She was not ready yet to be targeted by Crow. That woman is too scary. I understand, she said at last, turning away. I'll find a way, Lucius called after her. Are you sure? I mean, if you're not confident. Leona snapped her head around, eyes flashing. I said, just fucking wait. Lucius threw up his hands in mock surrender. All right. As Leona vanished into the night, Lucius stood alone, muttering under his breath, such a vulgar woman. He shook his head and turned toward the academy's entertainment district. Well, time for some fun, he grinned. If he beat up a few first years and stole their points tonight, he could gamble again. And earn back all the points he had lost yesterday. This time those fuckers will pay for tricking me, he said while walking, going straight to bully some weak first-year students. Yes indeed, Lucius was a bully, a gambler, and a hopeless degenerate. Maybe that's why he was such a damn good spy, because no one ever took him seriously. Chapter 85, Shadowy Love. Noah stirred awake after a deep, satisfying sleep. The first thing his eyes met was Leona, standing silently by his bed, watching him. He sighed quietly. Even before being fully awake, he knew something unfavorable must have happened. He sat up, resting his back against the cold wall, gaze calm but wary. Leona, how have you been? I hope being with Elijah was entertaining, he said, his voice still soft with sleep. Leona bowed her head low. Master, I have been well. As for Elijah, a smirk played on her lips. I have good news for you. Noah raised an eyebrow lazily. Good news? What a delightful surprise. But first, he added, voice gaining a little edge. Did he manage to kill that beast? Leona tilted her head slightly, not understanding why he asked that. No, master. The beast managed to escape. A simple, pleased smile formed on Noah's lips. Good. He stretched his arms slightly, then leaned forward with interest. Now then, I'm all ears. Tell me the good news. Leona straightened herself, her voice gaining a spark of excitement. Elijah had a falling out with the royal brothers. He's alone now, and they no longer have his support for the battle for the throne. Noah's eyebrow lifted in mild surprise. Oh? How curious. What happened to cause such a situation? Leona hesitated for a fraction of a second, but she knew better than to hide it. If he found out from someone else, her life might not be worth much. She bowed her head lower and spoke. Luke and his lackey attacked Sophie. Silence fell like a hammer. Come again? Noah's voice dropped to a deadly cold tone. The air around him grew heavier. The temperature of the room dropped sharply. Leona visibly shivered. She hurried to explain, tripping over her words in her haste. Nothing happened to her, master. They underestimated her. Sophie almost killed them all. They only survived because teacher Damon intervened. She rushed the words out, desperate to calm him before he did something drastic. Noah's gaze narrowed. His voice, low and dangerous, cut through the air. That's not the point. He paused, then chuckled coldly. The point is, what gave them the courage to attack my wife? Another short silence. Then Noah laughed, a sound without warmth. Oh, I see now. They must have assumed I was dead. Now they think they can act without fearing my wrath. How very daring. But still, he said thoughtfully, why would this cause a separation between them? They should be celebrating. Leona shuffled nervously before answering. Well, Elijah still sees Sophie and all the other women as his. He said no one should touch them, that he would take care of them himself. Her voice grew smaller. This made Luke snap, and things happened. So? Noah leaned back, laughing louder now. Elijah still has eyes for my women. He smirked darkly. Let him. His silver eyes gleamed with dangerous amusement. He will face the bitter truth soon enough, that he is nothing, and none of my women care about him. After all, they are all obsessed with me. Noah chuckled softly, satisfied with the thought. Anything else? He asked smoothly. Leona swallowed, then finally gathered her courage. Lucius, the anti-mana guy, is a spy like me, she said in one breath. He told me my former master wants me to take you to the demon continent as soon as possible. If I fail, both he and I will be killed, she finished. Then fell completely silent, head bowed low. Noah blinked once. Oh? Fine, he said it so simply that Leona looked up in stunned surprise. You look shocked, Noah teased. I was already planning to go to the other continent anyway. After all, I need to gain support and take control of the world to accomplish what I have in mind. And along the way, search for the other champions, if they exist. Leona's eyes lit up in relief. Thank you, master. I was really afraid for my life. Noah laughed lightly. afraid of your own master, Leona grumbled under her breath, she's too scary. You'll see for yourself. If she told us to bring you there, it means she's planning to meet you personally. And, master. She added cautiously, it's really dangerous. Are you sure you want to go? Your life could truly be at risk. Noah smiled at her, a smile full of terrifying confidence. Don't worry. Taking my life isn't that easy. After all, I have my sugar mommy Illyra, my original Shadiva, and my own formidable talents. He smirked. Yes, killing me is no simple task. Leona said nothing, simply observing the sheer self-assurance radiating off him. Noah stretched lazily. So, Lucius is a spy? How amusing, he chuckled. Another one to blackmail, I suppose. He paused, then tapped his chin thoughtfully. I'm getting really good at blackmailing people. Not good. My reputation will suffer, he mused aloud without any shame. What will the others think of me? A blackmailing bastard? Damn, that won't do. Maybe I should found a blackmail association. First rule, never admit you're a blackmailer. Leona heard everything. Wisely, she chose to exercise her right to remain silent. After all, she already thinks her master is a blackmailing bastard. Noah abruptly turned his sharp silver gaze on her. Did you just insult me? Yelp. Leona yelped in panic. No, master. How dare I, she said hurriedly, laughing nervously. I'll take my leave now, master. Take care, she fled. Noah chuckled, watching her scurry away. How cute. He murmured. He closed his eyes for a brief moment, thinking aphasia. He still didn't have a clear plan for her. Zara and Alice too, but Zara would be easy. Neko would probably sing his praises endlessly, making Zara more open to him. But aphasia and Alice, he frowned slightly. Alice is a dragon, he thought, even if, according to Illyra, her bloodline isn't very pure, still, her talent is evolving toward EX unique rank. Maybe that's why she's so quiet lately? Her talent must be unstable, he considered carefully. What if I help her with that? Noah muttered, maybe by stabilizing her evolution, I can gain more of her affection. His eyes brightened. It seemed like a feasible plan. And how, he mused, maybe purifying her bloodline would speed things up. He nodded to himself. I'll talk to Illyra about it. As for aphasia, he was still completely in the dark. He scratched his head, and so, he said with a smirk, let's do it the old-fashioned way, the way of his previous life Earth. When a man liked a woman, he approached her, stated his intentions. They would talk frequently, the famous talking staged. Then, dates, gifts, and if all went well, a relationship. It was a long game, but Noah didn't mind. Still, if he was going to start, he would start with a bang. With a flick of his fingers, he summoned the corpse of the wyvern. As a creator, Noah could craft anything as long as he had the right materials. With his title and his affinity, even the extraordinary was within his reach. He activated his title, rainbow-hued mana whirled around him, condensing into his poem, The Power of Creation. The process wasn't complicated, he needed only a clear image of what he wanted, the structure, the type, the abilities. For aphasia, a royal elf, sole heir to a continent, master of spirits, but currently, she's limited to basic elemental spirits. Noah thought, the rarer spirits, shadows, illusions, death, were harder to control and far more dangerous, but, with the right medium, things could change. A small bracelet, he decided, designed to increase her sensitivity to shadows, and make shadow spirits more receptive to her. And the name? He smirked without shame. Shadowy love? Cringe? Maybe. But it doesn't matter. He gave the command silently. Mana drained rapidly from him, engulfing the wyvern's corpse in blinding light, shadows swirling, light flickering. Minutes later, the body disappeared completely. In its place was a bracelet, sleek, black, and shaped like a coiled wyvern, mystical. Beautiful. Name, Shadowy Love. Creator, Noah Weaverheart. Functions, increases sensitivity to shadow elements, enhances affinity with shadow spirits. Noah smiled, admiring his work. Well, this will do. Hopefully, you'll help me win her heart a little faster. Chapter 86, Spirits and New Feelings. In the quiet solitude of the training grounds, aphasia sat cross-legged, deep in meditation. Mana surged around her in elegant waves, and spirits of every basic element swirled around her: fire, earth, wind, water. The sight was dazzling, like a dance of colors woven into harmony. But that was all, just the basics. For most, it would have been more than enough. In fact, it should have been enough even for her. But ever since she met Elijah, and especially Noah, her ambitions had shifted. She no longer wanted to settle. No, she craved more. She needed more. She needed the rarer elements to heed her call, but this is too difficult. She muttered with a sigh. She could communicate with them, yes. But the rare spirits refused to obey, and when she asked why, their answer had always been the same: I am not worthy. Huh, she echoed softly, her hands curled into fists, frustration bubbling to the surface. How am I not worthy?
I have an SSS rank talent. I'm a pure-blooded elf. I'm the heir to an entire continent.
So tell me, if I'm not worthy, then who is? Her voice rose in fury, anger finally spilling out in a rush out. She panted.
Her body trembled.
The basic elementals fluttered closer, drawn by concern, trying to soothe her, but she waved them off sharply. Move, she snapped. The spirits recoiled in fear.
Scattering instantly, Aphasia exhaled deeply, calming herself.
She wanted to try again. That's not how you treat your spirits, dear princess. She froze. That voice, her head snapped toward the sound, eyes narrowing only to widen in shock. Noah stood there, absurdly beautiful, his purple hair tied in a loose ponytail, soft strands glistening with lingering frost. His silver eyes were like mirrors, reflecting the world with perfect clarity. His aura didn't press down on her. It wasn't domineering, it was calm, still, and it was that calm that was most unnerving. What are you doing here? This is my private training ground, Aphasia said coldly, eyes sharp. Who gave you permission?
Noah didn't even flinch.
He walked forward casually, unbothered. As he did, small glimmers of elemental fireflies appeared around him, frost-colored, shadowy black, sword-shaped. They gathered at his side, chirping joyfully like they'd found a long-lost friend. Aphasia's heart skipped a beat, because what she was seeing, it wasn't supposed to be possible. All these spirits, shadow, frost, and sword, rare spirits that had ignored her for weeks, were flocking around Noah in joy. Baitum, her heartbeat pounded. There was something unique that came with affinities above SSS rank, an abnormal depth of connection to certain spirits. That was what she was seeing now. Noah, gently and effortlessly, reached out and stroked the spirits with calm reverence. They responded with pure joy, nuzzling him and clinging to him playfully. How are you doing this? She asked, voice unsteady. Do you also have a spirit affinity? Noah smiled, then shook his head slowly. No? I can see them, but I don't have a spiritual affinity. I can't command them like you. He paused, but I can ask. And sometimes, they listen. He glanced at the floating fireflies, then back at her. There are many types among them. They're not just energy, they're living beings. Each one with emotions, personalities, preferences. He looked into her wide, pink eyes. Don't treat your spirits so harshly, he said gently. They feel like you. If you treat them like tools, their effectiveness plummets. He took a step closer. I'm not lacking in effectiveness, Aphasia snapped defensively. Because of your talent, yes, Noah replied calmly. You can force them to obey. But, he looked around, they don't love you, Aphasia. They fear you. He returned his gaze to her, voice steady. That only works on the basics. But for the higher spirits? Fear doesn't work. That's why you can't reach them, because you're doing it wrong. Aphasia clenched her jaw. What am I doing wrong? This is just how my talent works. What do you want me to do? She was tired. Frustrated. And now Noah was acting like he understood her gift better than she did. It stung, but he didn't waver. They're not tools. They're companions. You already have a deep connection with spirits, stronger than anyone I've ever seen. So why waste that on control? Talk to them. Get to know them. Find out what they like, what they hate, what they're good at. He paused meaningfully. Treat them like family, and you'll see just how powerful that bond can become. Aphasia said nothing. Her mind was spinning, because deep down, she knew he was right. She'd never communicated with her spirits. She'd ruled over them. Like a queen barking orders, that was the problem. Her eyes widened. That's why they say I'm not worthy. Because of my attitude, then, if I change, will I have a chance to? She cut herself off. She inhaled deeply, exhaled slowly. Forget the word command, she told herself. Don't command. Communicate. Forge bonds. She opened her eyes again and found Noah still smiling gently at her. There was a warmth in that smile that made her feel strange. Why are you helping me? She asked, trying to ignore the flutter in her chest. But then Noah's next words shattered her composure completely. Because I like you. Aphasia's eyes went wide. What? Noah just smiled again. I like you, he repeated calmly. Aphasia instinctively stepped back. No one had ever said that to her, not like this. Not so plainly, Noah followed. She kept backing up until her back hit the wall. He chuckled softly. I didn't know you were the shy princess. He leaned in, just an inch away, one hand placed beside her on the wall. Yes, aphasia.
I like you. That's why I'm helping you.
That's why I want you to succeed. Because I want to see you smile, not that cold, tired frown you always wear. He reached into his pocket and pulled something out, the bracelet. Shadowy love. He gently took her hand, and although she flinched, he placed it around her wrist. This is a gift.
It'll help you bond with shadow spirits. Not controlled bond.
But only if you approach them with respect and care. The moment the bracelet touched her skin, aphasia felt it, a wave of connection. The shadows felt closer. As if now, if she just tried a little harder, they would accept her. She stared at him, stunned. How did you get this?
This is.
I can't accept something this precious. As a spirit user, she knew how rare artifacts like this were. It was nearly impossible to find or create, but Noah just smiled. Take it. I don't need it. Then his grin turned playful. And if you're so grateful, why not be my girlfriend, Princess? Aphasia flushed crimson. I mean, Noah laughed lightly.
No pressure. Think about it.
Then he leaned forward and planted a soft kiss on her forehead. He stepped back. I'll be waiting for a positive answer. And with that, he vanished, teleported away, leaving her speechless. Aphasia remained frozen, cheeks burning, heart racing. She looked down at the bracelet. She could feel the shadow spirits now, truly feel them. Then she thought of Noah, his calm, his smile, his power, his shameless flirtation. Despite herself, a small smile curved her lips. She sighed helplessly and whispered, "What a good player." Aphasia's feelings have reached 55%. Chapter 87, Filthy Being. Aphasia's feelings for you have reached 55%. Noah smiled at the notification. He hadn't expected it to be this easy to raise her feelings to 55% in a single encounter. Maybe I've been underestimating my beauty a little too much, he said smugly. Now that aphasia was secured, he could breathe a bit easier. Zara and Alice were still left, but he'd handle them soon together if necessary. And once I have all the girls, I'll inherit their talents, affinities, bloodlines, even their race and physique. He smirked. Between Elizabeth's celestial bloodline, Zara's human-demon hybrid heritage, Leona's dragon-demon power, and Aphasia's pure-blooded elf lineage and ridiculous talent, he could barely contain his excitement. I wonder what kind of being I'll become once I have it all. He mused, but one thing was certain, he would become something that has never existed before. He shook his head, clearing his thoughts. First, he had a more pressing matter. He wanted to directly go to the demon continent with Leona, but someone dared to touch my wife. His expression grew cold. How can I let that go so easily? Then he vanished, leaving behind a patch of land frozen solid beneath his feet. Noah appeared in a simple room, bathed in red. His eyes scanned the surroundings. What he saw made his blood run cold. Sophie, pictures of her everywhere, on the walls, on the shelves. Images of her from every angle, even as a child. On the floor, several of those photos were stained with disturbing white substance. Noah's aura dropped, his gaze landed on the bed where Luke lay sleeping peacefully, but his words, spoken in sleep, were anything but peaceful. Sophie, you're mine. I'll kill Elijah. I'll kill Noah. You'll belong to me. You're mine. You're mine. Even if I have to make you suffer. It was a broken mantra. Obsessive. Eerie. Deranged. Noah's fists clenched. He hadn't known Luke's obsession ran this deep. The anger boiling inside him felt ready to explode. He clapped his hands once. Clap. Luke's eyes snapped open in terror. Who's there? His gaze locked with Noah's silver eyes, icy. Merciless. Noah? Luke stammered, pale. How are you here? This room, this is supposed to be sealed. Protected. You, save me your bullshit, Noah said flatly. He was done talking. He stepped forward, frost trailing with each step. I didn't plan to kill you. I just wanted to teach you a lesson. Luke couldn't move. His body was frozen, both by fear and Noah's pressure. But I've changed my mind. Noah leaned close, locking eyes with him. Your precious Aunt Emily, she wanted your whole family dead. Luke's eyes widened in horror. I hesitated at first. I'm not a mass murderer, Noah smiled, but it wasn't kind. But now? Now, I've made my decision. You will all die. Starting with you. His voice dropped. Cold. How dare you look at Sophie like that? Like she's some object to be owned? A thing to possess? Something to defile for your sick fantasies, you filthy bastard. Before Luke could even scream, ice of blood, Luke froze from the inside out. His blood crystallized. His life ended in silence. Pathetic. Noah reached out and grasped his soul. With his soul manipulation, he witnessed Luke's memories. He saw Luke clinging to Sophie like a loyal dog since childhood, begging his parents to arrange a marriage with her, despair when Sophie was engaged to Noah, but Noah didn't care about any of that, because he also saw the truth. The cruelty, the sick fantasies, the servants forced to dye their hair red, made to look like Sophie, abused in private while his family turned a blind eye, and Noah's eyes darkened. Yes. You all deserve to die. Then, in Luke's final soul memory, he saw it, Isaac telling Albert to contact the demon clan. A smirk tugged at Noah's lips. So, it's time to wrap up this little battle for the throne. With a flick of his finger, nothingness swept through the room, every trace, every memory, every speck of filth, gone, even Luke's soul erased. I won't let anyone see my wife like that, Noah muttered. He looked up. My dear dragon, would you mind handling the cleanup? A soft, melodious voice echoed. Of course, my love. Illyra's voice. Noah smiled gently. Just as he was about to teleport back to his room, a voice echoed in his mind, childlike. Absolute, my lucky star, come meet your biggest supporter. Whoosh, Noah vanished again. In the White Realm, Illyra, Shadiva, and Solaris were watching. Time passed slowly here, manipulated by Illyra herself. You really let the worlds will meet him alone? Solaris asked, surprised. Why not go with him? Illyra smiled. I know my husband. He'll be fine, and how can he not be? He's the one who gathered the three of us together, a dragon, an unfathomable shadow being, and a saintess beyond saintess. They all smiled wryly. They hadn't expected things to develop this way. Noah was truly incredible. Solaris looked thoughtful. But his power, that thing he just used to erase everything. How, before, he had a sword that could cut my affinity. Now this? Not to mention that terrifying ice, it's really too much. Illyra simply smiled, proud. That's my husband. Then she added, more seriously, don't spread the secret between the Emperor's brother and Emily. Noah didn't want Sophie's name to be tarnished, and go back to manage the church for Noah. Why are you still here? Solaris sighed. Fine, fine. Guess I'll return to managing the church, but she lingered. I just want to enjoy my free time while I can. Is that a crime, you pedo? She froze. Illyra's eyes narrowed dangerously. Her white eyes glowed with intensity. Just I dare you to finish that sentence. Solaris wisely shut up. She knew better than to provoke this crazy obsessed dragon. Shadiva watched with a small, almost hidden smile. The banter reminded her of her long-lost siblings. I really miss those little bastards. She thought, wistful. Chapter 88. Meeting with Lay, Noah appeared in a strange realm. A swirling sea of color extended endlessly in every direction, every hue imaginable flowing and dancing together in divine harmony, as if existence itself was painting in real time. This was no ordinary place, it was sacred, it was Leia's domain, the personal space of the world's will. Suspended midair, legs crossed in a relaxed posture, sat a figure. A young boy with green hair flowing softly, eyes glowing with ancient calm. And on his face, a gentle, inviting smile. My lucky star, Lay said warmly, we finally meet. Noah's muscles tensed. Instinctively, his guard rose. There was something unnatural about Leia's voice. It was calm, but too calm. Smooth, but carrying a weight he couldn't quite measure. It pressed on the soul, not maliciously, but overwhelmingly. Who are you? Noah asked, his tone sharp. Leia's smile didn't falter. No need to be nervous. I would never harm my lucky star. Not in a million years. Noah narrowed his eyes. Why do you keep calling me that? Lucky star, he had no idea who or what this being truly was. But it clearly knew him. How could I not call you that? Lay chuckled softly. You've created an entirely new race inside me. You gave me peace of mind, no longer haunted by fear that the shadow might one day snap and destroy me. You triggered the awakening of a celestial within me. You even formed a new forbidden zone. Each word was delivered with quiet pride. All of that strengthened me. You've made me more. So yes, Noah Weaverheart, you are my lucky star. Beta. Noah's heart skipped a beat. Literally, no way. It couldn't be. Are you the world? He asked awkwardly. Lay laughed softly. Yes. I am Lay. The will of this world itself. He gave a graceful nod. It's good to finally meet you, Noah Weaverheart. Noah blinked, still stunned. A world will. The world. Sentient. Speaking. Smiling at him, that wasn't just rare, it was unprecedented, because no one in this world ever met Lay in person. They might know his existence, but to meet Lay, he has to acknowledge you first. and it's not easy to gain the acknowledgement of a world, so, ding, exceptional, you are the first being in the world of Lay to lay eyes on its will, title acquired, loved by Lay. Current state of existence, 4,800, next threshold, 5,000, the Akashic record chimed quietly in the back of his mind.
But Noah barely glanced at it. His focus was fully on Lay. It's an honor, he said, bowing slightly.
To meet the world itself, Leia's grin widened.
Indeed it is. But I like you, so it's only natural. He puffed his chest slightly with mock pride. Noah smiled faintly, starting to get a feel for Leia's playful temperament. Then the worlds will grew serious. Let's get to why you're here, Lay said, his voice deepening. I've seen your actions. How openly you oppose Elijah. How carefully you've prepared. But I still must ask you, directly, he paused. The air around them shimmered. Are you truly ready? To go against Elijah, and the celestial backing him? Ready to face them all, Noah's eyes hardened. His voice was steady. Yes. I'm ready, Lay nodded, pleased. But his expression remained grave. Then you should know Elijah is not the only one. Noah nodded calmly, unsurprised. Oh? Lay blinked. You already know? How interesting, he didn't realize Elira had already told Noah this. Her realm remained invisible to even Leia's perception. Still, he continued, then you know killing them won't be easy. Their guardians won't allow it. Especially the celestial. She's fixated on him. Noah tilted his head. How many champions exist in total? Lay has 3, Lay replied. Elijah, and 2 others. An elf. And a beastman, 2 more, who backs them? Noah asked. Their own kind, Lay said. There are higher elves. Divine beasts. Powerful factions existing in this vast universe. Noah exhaled slowly, processing. This would get messy. You wouldn't have brought me here just to dump bad news, he said. So, what's your solution? Lay smiled faintly. Ah, sharp as ever, there are 3 paths you could take. Noah listened, focused. First, Lay said, the dragons. Elira already favors you. With her support, you could gain full control over this world. And in doing so, you could keep me out of those endless cosmic wars. Second, he continued, the demons. They're desperate. Leaderless. Looking for a champion. If you play your cards right, you could claim that title and earn massive benefits. Noah nodded along. So far, expected options, and the third, he asked. Here, Lay hesitated. Then smirked. I've been watching you, my lucky star. And I noticed, you're very arrogant. Noah arched a brow, so, knowing that, I prepared a third option. One that suits your kind of madness. Leia's tone dropped, almost reverent. I will bless you, I will bind your life to mine. So long as I live, you cannot die within my world. His green eyes burned. Even if your heart stops, your body breaks. Your soul shatters, you'll live. Immortal. In this world, but I can't give you more than that. No divine powers. No guardian magic. Just this, a guarantee that death will never take you unless I fall first. Silence followed, then Noah smiled. No. He grinned devilishly. That's more than enough. He stepped forward slightly, his voice low, confident. Do you know why? He asked calmly. Their eyes met, silver and green, sharp as blades. Leia's smile twitched. Because you'll be able to go all out without fear. Noah laughed lightly. Exactly. They looked at one another for a moment, then both grinned. Not kindly, but wickedly. Then go, Lay said. Go all out. My lucky star. I'll hold this world up for you, show them what a pure being of my world can do, show them we don't need divine scraps to protect our home. Noah's grin widened. Just watch me. Ding, exceptional. Your title, loved by Lay, has been upgraded. New title, blessed by Lay. Current state of existence, 4,900, next threshold, 5,000, chapter 89, letters, lightnings, and invitations. Noah reappeared in his room, the warmth of reality slipping back into his skin. Without wasting a second, he sank into his bed, exhaling deeply. He needed a moment, not for rest, but to organize his mind. His meeting with Lay had changed things, majorly, now, thanks to the will of the world itself. He had vital information, the identities of the remaining champions. He ran a hand through his hair, speaking softly to himself. So the elf, a hidden member of the royal family. And the beastman, their queen.
The mother of Ray and Domi, a smile tugged at his lips. How intriguing. As for the demons, they don't have a champion, he muttered, eyes gleaming.
That's why they're courting me. Trying to draw me in, that made it simpler. Knowing what your enemy wanted before the game even started was a massive advantage, and with Lay behind me? Dying's basically off the table.
His smile twisted, darker.
But immortality doesn't mean invincibility. I can still be caged. That I won't allow. His thoughts shifted. Only Zara and Alice are left to bring in. And since I'm heading to the demon continent, why not take Zara with me? He chuckled to himself, a half-demon walking back into her ancestral lands. Maybe I'll get a front row seat to some long-awaited revenge. Already, he could taste the chaos to come, but the road ahead was long. The elf and beastman continents were next. The dwarves as well, though they seemed less important. And there was still that dungeon near the elf territory, where Illyra had asked him to retrieve something. So much to do. So little peace. Noah moved over to his desk, pulling out a sheet of fine paper and a pen. Carefully, he began to write a letter addressed to someone he hadn't seen in far too long, his mother. Celine Weaverheart, he missed her. Fiercely. And even if he couldn't go to her yet, he could send something to bridge the silence, soon. He whispered. Let me wrap this all up. Then I'll come for you. His pen glided across the page with careful affection. He didn't say much, just light, mundane things. No heavy revelations. Just words that would bring her a smile. When he finished, he folded the letter with care and sealed it. My dear dragon, he called out softly, mind delivering this for me? Illyra's voice echoed sweetly into the room, sultry and amused. Of course. My love, the letter shimmered and vanished from his hands. Thank you, he murmured with a soft smile. Time to move. Before inviting Zara on his next journey, there was someone else he wanted to see, his empress. Noah stepped into Sophie's training grounds silently, cloaked in his trickster's aura. Shadows clung to him, erasing his presence completely. She sat cross-legged at the center of the field, lightning crackling around her in a mesmerizing storm. Not just red, no. Blue, purple, green, even white lightning coiled and sparked through the air. She was trying to fuse them. Oh, Noah murmured, she's attempting to merge them all into her red lightning. That was no easy feat. Her SS-rank talent allowed fusion, but not with control. She could mix powers, yes, but she couldn't shape the outcome. If she fused recklessly, her red lightning might transform into something unrecognizable, and that red lightning, it wasn't just a skill. It was hers. A pure embodiment of her will to rule. Her identity, changing it would mean changing her, she knew that. That's why she moved slow. Careful. Methodical. Progress was gradual, but real. Noah watched her, pride blooming in his chest. He could solve her problem in seconds. His ultimate fusion talent dwarfed hers in every way, but he wouldn't, he understood, she wanted to earn it. To make it hers. That was what mattered. I'll leave you to it, my empress, he whispered softly. Show me your strength. Show me your greatness. With a tender smile, he faded into the shadows again, but as soon as he was gone, Sophie's lightning flickered. Her eyes snapped open, her breath catching. She sensed something. An echo of sorrow, a whisper of warmth suddenly missing. She turned and gasped. Before her lay dozens of ice lotuses, shimmering delicately. At their center, a message etched into the frozen ground. I didn't want to disturb you, so I left this instead. My dear Empress, I miss you. I believe in you. I know you'll succeed. I'm heading to the demon continent for a quick trip. Oh, and I hope you don't mind, I took care of Luke. He's already dead, killed by me. I love you. Take care of yourself, your husband. Sophie stood frozen, eyes wide. Slowly, a radiant smile formed on her lips. He was sweet. He was cruel. He was unstoppable, and he was hers. I'll succeed, dear husband, she whispered, clutching one of the lotuses in her hand. Its chill was delicate. Almost sacred. I'll make you proud. With newfound fire in her veins, she turned back toward her training. No more hesitations, she would finish this. Before he returned, the grind began anew. Later, Noah appeared in the academy cafeteria. At a far corner table, Zara Bain sat quietly with Neko curled in her lap. She wasn't eating. She just watched the tiny feline munching away with a soft smile. Hopeless, Noah thought fondly. He slid into the seat across from her, and Neko immediately perked up, eyes sparkling. Noah.
I missed you so much, her voice rang in his head, bursting with excitement as she launched into his arms. He caught her with a smile. I thought you forgot about me, Neko. I missed you too. He stroked her dark fur gently, drawing out a happy purr. Across the table, Zara frowned, jealousy twitching at her features. Noah noticed and smirked. I have a proposal for you, dear Zara. She raised a brow. And what might that be? But come with me to the demon continent, he said smoothly. I've got a few things to handle over there. She instantly stiffened. Why would I do that? Oh, nothing major. He leaned back, smiling like the devil himself. Just thought you wouldn't want to miss a mini adventure with our dear Neko. Zara's eye twitched. You're using Neko to bribe me. Noah's smirk widened. Yes. Shamelessly. Got a problem with that. Chapter 90, Submit or Die by Leona. Noah maintained his smile. Zara sighed, shoulders sagging. He knew her too well, knew she'd never pass up a chance to spend time with Neko. I accept, she muttered, clicking her tongue in irritation. Always a pleasure doing business. Noah replied with exaggerated politeness, bowing mockingly. When do we leave? She asked, sliding the last of her meal to Neko, who happily devoured it. Now, Zara blinked. I beg your pardon, we depart now, Noah said casually. So, dear Zara, go prepare whatever it is you need to prepare, if anything at all, she frowned. So early? Can't we at least wait until tomorrow? We don't have time to waste. He stood, and without missing a beat, Neko leapt onto his head, curling up in her old spot like nothing had changed. I'll be in my room. 20 minutes. Be there please dear Zara, and with that, he vanished. After all, he had another errand to run. One that involved a certain academy spy in desperate need of blackmail. 20 minutes is more than enough, he thought with a grin. At this rate, I'm becoming a professional. He disappeared into space. Elsewhere in the academy, Lucius stood before 3 first-year students. None of them were part of the special class, and yet even 3 against 1, they were powerless. Because standing before them was Lucius, the boy with the anti-mana talent. Unfairly gifted. Annoyingly smug, you know the drill, he said cheerfully. It's not your first time, and definitely won't be your last. Hand over your points. I'll give them back once I earn more. You always say that, one of them snapped. A young man, clearly fed up. You've never returned a single point. We need those for food and training, we're not special class like you. Lucius tilted his head. Well, obviously I haven't returned them. I haven't gained more points yet. Can't give what I don't have. Use your brain, genius. Then his smile twisted. And stop whining about the special class. If it bothers you so much, challenge us. Take our place. He paused. Oh wait. You can't, then he laughed loudly. Mockingly, his words hit hard, but the 3 boys said nothing. They knew better than to challenge anyone from the special class. Some had tried. Fools who thought they had a chance. They faced Malric, Rouge, even Ron, the so-called weakest, and every single one of them lost. Horribly, Malric's death aura alone crushed most challengers. Rouge welcomed battles with bloodlust. Ron, the blacksmith, just summoned artifacts and wiped the floor with them. No one dared approach the top 5, Noah, Elijah, Sophie, Aphasia, and Elizabeth, especially Noah. He was truly in a league of his own, no one even dared to approach him recklessly. Lucius grew impatient. Enough stalling. Give me the points, or do I have to beat it out of you first? The boys were on the verge of giving in when Noah appeared, right behind Lucius. The air shifted, Lucius turned, only to be greeted by Noah's ever-confident smirk. Well, look at that. A charming little bully. Want to know what it's like to be on the receiving end? Lucius opened his mouth, but before he could speak, Noah touched his shoulder. Let's find out, shall we? And just like that, they vanished. The 3 students stood frozen. What just happened? One of them asked. I think. Another murmured, eyes wide. That was Noah Weaverheart. They just stood there, stunned, being that close to him. Unreal. Back in Noah's room, Lucius stumbled backward immediately, activating his anti-mana aura. His eyes narrowed, instinct screaming that something had gone horribly wrong. Noah sat calmly on the edge of his bed, unbothered. Neko at his side, her purple eyes looking at Lucius with indifference. You don't need that aura. It won't help you. Lucius didn't listen. His aura surged, canceling mana in the room. He gripped his black sword, preparing to strike. Even if he couldn't win, he would at least resist. Noah stood and appeared before him again in a blink. Lucius reacted fast, his aura flared, sword ready to slash, but Noah raised a single finger. I am limitless, Lucius's boom, an aura surged through the room, unfamiliar and terrifying. I don't rely on mana. I'm not bound by it. A dense, dark energy flickered at his fingertip, and also, I am nothingness. Lucius's aura collapsed, gone. The anti-mana field, the very thing that gave him his edge, was overwritten. Erased, Lucius staggered, eyes wide with shock. He could feel it, that energy on Noah's finger.
It could erase everything, not just mana. Not just spells.
Everything, impossible, unreal, but I want it, Lucius thought. I know what you're thinking, Noah said calmly, reading him like an open book.
Forget it.
You can't have it. He sat back down, crossing one leg over the other. This power is unique to me. But, he added with a thoughtful smile, the universe is vast.
There are beings out there who embody similar concepts.
Maybe not on my level, but close enough to matter. Lucius perked up.
Really? How? Noah asked his system silently. Hey, system. I was bluffing.
Got anything? There are creatures and entities in the universe that embody the concept of nothingness. While your talent is unique to you, similar abilities exist. Bingo, there are beings whose essence is born from nothingness, Noah said smoothly. Follow me, and you might get a taste of that power. Not like mine, but something similar. Lucius hesitated. He wanted it, desperately, but I'm a spy.
Shit.
I shouldn't have agreed to be a damn spy just to get into this academy and live comfortably. Noah watched him silently, then dropped the final card. I already know you're a spy. Lucius froze, expression blank. Noah sighed, lazy to explain. Leona, would you? A figure appeared, no illusions, no disguise. A beautiful yet fearsome presence, Leona, in her true form as a dragon-demon hybrid. Lucius's breath caught in his throat. Leona smirked. Yes. I betrayed the crows. She stepped forward, her gaze sharp.
And you should too.
Or you'll die. She leaned in, voice almost playful. What was it again? Her grin widened.
Right.
Submit or die. Noah watched the scene unfold with a soft laugh in his mind. I've trained her well. At this rate, we're going to build a premium blackmail empire. Chapter 91, Demon Continent. Lucius stood frozen, his thoughts scrambled. Did you really betray the crow? He asked, voice hollow with disbelief. Since when? Leona smiled sweetly, as if discussing the weather.
About a month ago.
Everything I've done since then, including that little game with Elijah, was all under the command of my master, Noah. Lucius shuddered. His black eyes flicked to Noah, who sat calmly on the bed, gently stroking Neko as she purred in his lap. His entire presence radiated peace, serenity, even love, but Lucius knew better. He's a devil, he screamed inwardly. He wasn't just some eccentric genius. He was the puppeteer pulling everyone's strings.
Even Elijah's affection for Leona, was that part of the game too?
Was everything calculated? He inhaled deeply, trying to calm his racing heart. So, Leona said in her silky voice, have you come to terms with your situation? Don't worry, you'll get used to it, she added, stepping closer.
And you'll come to love it.
Especially once you get a taste of the kind of power my master just showed you. Her face was now only inches from his. He said he'd make you like him. A being with that strange erasing power.
Or are you doubting him?
Her red eyes shimmered with a dangerous light. Look at me, she whispered. Do I look like a simple demon? That's when Lucius noticed it. Leona had changed. Her hair had turned pitch black. Her horns, once ordinary, now looked like a fusion of demonic and draconic forms, twisting with primal energy.
Her aura was deeper now.
Like a corrupted abyss. You. What have you become? He asked, though a part of him already knew the answer. I'm something new, she said proudly.
The first hybrid dragon demon in this world.
The matriarch of my kind, she grinned, revealing razor-sharp draconic teeth, all thanks to my master, who made me this way. She stepped forward and tapped a single finger to his forehead. Corrupted blood, arg-ish. Lucius screamed, collapsing to his knees. Dark veins pulsed under his skin as blood boiled from within. You've got 1 minute, Leona said, completely unbothered, seating herself on a shadowy throne that appeared beneath her. Resist, and your blood will be corrupted beyond saving. Noah watched the scene unfold with a smirk of satisfaction, like a mentor watching his pupil execute a lesson to perfection. Truly satisfying. Lucius coughed violently, spitting dark blood. There was no time to debate. No room for pride. He didn't want to die, he wanted power.
The kind of power that could erase anything. And if being with Noah is the only way to obtain it, then so be it, there is no reason to hesitate. I accept, he cried, instantly, the pain vanished, see? Leona smiled sweetly. That wasn't so hard, she spun toward Noah, eyes gleaming. Master, how did I do? I copied your style exactly. Just like what you did with me, Noah's lips twitched. Don't say that so loudly, you'll ruin my reputation, he leaned back lazily. If anyone asks, just say you learned from an expert, then his smirk softened. You did great. I'm proud of you. Leona's face lit up with pure joy, her previous bloodthirstiness completely replaced by childlike pride. Noah turned to Lucius and handed him a soul contract, sealed in dark runes and etched in silver. Here. A gift personally crafted by the Queen of Souls herself, he smiled. Don't bother reading it. Just sign it. It's a rite of passage in our little group, have some trust. Lucius didn't dare hesitate. He signed. The moment he did, the binding took hold. His soul was now tethered to Noah. Betrayal was no longer an option, it was impossible. Good, Noah said with satisfaction. Just then, a knock echoed from the door. Leona shifted instantly, her form returning to her beastly elegance with tribal markings, and opened it. Zara stood there, arms crossed, a deep frown on her flawless face. I'm here, she said coldly, not sparing Leona or Lucius a glance. Her gaze locked with Noah's silver eyes. Perfect timing, Noah said cheerfully. We're ready to go. Once everyone was inside, Noah clapped his hands. Well, sorry to treat you like a taxi. But, if you wouldn't mind, the room fell silent as Zara, Leona, and Lucius looked at him in confusion. Then a brilliant white magic circle bloomed beneath them, a familiar voice whispered lovingly in the air, anything for you, my love, and they vanished. They reappeared just outside the borders of the demon continent. The land before them was bleak. Ominous. The air carried a strange weight, as if something ancient and malevolent slumbered beneath the soil. Noah turned to Leona. Before we dive into hell, how about a quick rundown of this place? I'm not a fan of walking into the unknown blind, Leona nodded. The demon continent is ruled by three great houses, what we call the Duke families. Beneath them are countless vassals, ranked from barons to viscounts to marquises, depending on their strength and influence. The three dukes are the Belzebuth family, led by the demon Lord Belzebuth, the seductress family, ruled by the infamous Lilith, and the landlord family, which isn't powerful in battle, but holds the most wealth and land. That one's ruled by demon Lord Mammon. She paused, then added, we will directly be in the territory ruled by Lilith once we enter. Noah raised a brow. And what about you two? Where do you come from? Leona and Lucius shared a knowing look. We're from a hidden organization few demons know about, Lucius said. They call us the Crows. We're everywhere. Every kingdom. Every nation. We serve one master, the Crow herself. She's dangerous, Leona added. Unpredictable, and how do I meet this Crow? Noah asked, eyes narrowing slightly. She said she'll come to you, Lucius replied. She plans to arrive in Lilith's territory. All we have to do is keep you entertained, Leona smiled. Which won't be hard. Lilith's lands are famous for one thing, she paused, pleasure. Mostly of the sexual variety, Noah nodded, then turned his gaze to Zara. She hadn't spoken since the teleport, but he could feel it, the tension radiating off her in waves. Her hands were clenched. Her jaw tight. What's wrong? He asked gently. Zara didn't answer him. Instead, she looked straight at Leona. How far is Belzebuth's territory from Lilith's? Noah's brow lifted. Oh. So that's who it is. Belzebuth, the culprit. Leona tilted her head, surprised by the question. Quite far. Even at top speed, it'll take us 3 days to reach it. Zara simply nodded and went silent again. Noah watched her quietly, then, with a smile that promised chaos, let's go. Chapter 92, Seduction in the City of Sin. Noah and his team finally stepped foot onto the demon continent. Their auras were carefully concealed, their appearances subtly altered to blend in with the chaos of the land. There was no need to disguise themselves as full demons, plenty of humans. Elves and beastkin walked these streets. Most were criminals, exiled from their homelands, or merchants chasing profit in places others feared to tread. In this land, morality was optional. Power, coin, and cunning were king. Noah, ever the trickster, cast an illusion over himself that made him appear delightfully ordinary, nothing to draw attention.
The others followed suit with their own concealments. The moment they crossed the border, the air changed, it was heavy.
Unwelcoming.
The atmosphere buzzed with quiet malice, as if the land itself thrived on violence and desire. Eyes followed them, hungry, judging, calculating. So, Leona, Noah asked, voice casual as they approached a towering black city gate.
What now? Nothing complicated, she replied coolly. Just bribe them.
Here, gold does more talking than strength.
Noah waved his hand dismissively.
Then I'll leave it to you, she nodded and walked ahead, shapeshifting as she moved, her form twisting into that of a high-ranking demoness, regal and intimidating. The rest followed in silence, playing the role of her obedient entourage. In this realm, anyone without obvious power was assumed to be a slave. It was better that way. As they reached the gates, Leona tossed a heavy pouch of gold at the guards with a cold smirk. Take it. The guards scrambled to catch it. Their eyes widened at the weight and the glitter of coins. Please, great demoness, enter freely, one of them stammered, bowing so low his horns scraped the stone. The law of the land was simple, strength ruled. And gold was a form of power. Just as the group moved to pass, one of the guards nervously called out, "Forgive me, my lady, but you should be aware, the daughter of Lilith, Dominique, is currently inside the city." The group paused. Leona turned slightly, intrigued.
So did Noah, his eyes glinting like a predator spotting prey. Where is she staying?
Leona asked, her voice sharp. At the inn called Open Your Pussy, straight ahead. You can't miss it, it's written in huge pink letters. Without a word, Leona tossed the guard another pouch of gold. For your service, thank you, oh great one. The other guard watched with seething envy. As they moved through the city, Noah asked, so Lilith has a daughter?
Does that mean she has a husband? Leona snorted.
A succubus with a husband?
Lilith is the demoness of lust.
She doesn't tie herself to one man, she keeps a harem, and Dominique's father, an incubus. Just as insatiable as Lilith. He wanders the continent, fucking his way through everything that moves, Noah chuckled. As a reincarnated soul, he knew of succubi well. Finally, he thought.
I am meeting one.
A real one. As a reincarnated soul, how can he not dream to meet a succubus? And you didn't ask why Dominique is here, he added.
Leona coughed.
Ah. I may have forgotten, master. We'll find out soon enough, he said, eyes forward. Soon, they arrived. A massive building loomed before them, pulsing with pink and red neon. Written in huge, glowing script was the name, Your Best Inn, Open Your Pussy. Lucius whistled low, his voice cracking sigh excitement. Now this is my kind of place. Zara's face remained stone cold. She was silent, but her clenched fists betrayed her tension. Noah smirked. Let's go. The moment they stepped inside, it was like walking into a den of pure, unfiltered carnality. Moans, gasps, cries of pleasure echoed from every corner. The air reeked of sweat, perfume, and primal need, like lust had taken physical form and settled into the walls. You, hey! Come suck my dick, harder, fuck, you're pounding me too hard, shut up. I paid my life savings, you better make me feel it. Yes, fuck me harder, everywhere. People were fucking. On couches, against walls, on tables. Orgies. Quickies. Raw, desperate pleasure in every shape and form. Noah blinked. Damn, they're doing it right here. I mean, at least get a room, he muttered. A soft giggle cut through the chaos. It was sweet. Sultry. So intoxicating that it seemed to crawl into his spine and melt it. He turned, and saw her, Dominique. If beauty were a weapon, she was a living Armageddon. Tall, voluptuous, legs that didn't end, her pink hair flowed like liquid flame. Her eyes shimmered like lavender pink fire, and the arrogant curve of her smile made even the strongest souls falter. Her breasts were heavy and perfectly shaped, her ass full and round. Every movement she made was a seduction. Lucius stopped breathing. Zara clenched harder. Even Leona shifted uncomfortably, her mental defenses struggling to hold. Only Noah remained untouched, his limitless aura swatting away the charm like a breeze brushing past a mountain. He smiled, intrigued. May I ask what made you laugh, beautiful stranger, he said, voice light. Dominique's smile widened. How curious. A man who can look at me without trembling. She sauntered forward, her hips swaying hypnotically. She came so close, her breath ghosted over his lips. Do you know why I laughed? She leaned closer. It's because you asked why people don't use rooms. It's simple, they can't afford them. In here, fucking in public is the cheap option, that's how poor people live. But then her smile turned teasing. But sometimes, you don't need money. She traced a finger down his chest, biting her lip. You just need to be irresistibly hot. She paused, her eyes shifting into heart-shaped pupils. So tell me, pretty boy, why are you hiding that face? At that moment, Dominique's feelings for you have reached 50%. Noah grinned. Horny girls really are the easiest. He leaned in, matching her energy now, not with malice, but desire. His smile turned slow. Lustful. You want me? She didn't hesitate. I want all of you, pretty boy. Noah's eyes sparkled. Tension rising, lust rising. Then come get me. Chapter 93, Claiming the Daughter of Lust, R18. Inside one of the lavish rooms of Open Your Pussy, Dominique stood before Noah. He had dropped his illusion, revealing his true, devastatingly handsome self. Dominique bit her lower lip, her body trembling with raw, unchecked desire. Every fiber of her being screamed to throw herself at him, to fuck him until neither of them could move. You want it that badly? Noah murmured, a slow, teasing smirk curling on his lips. He might look composed, but inside, his blood burned just as hot. People often forgot Noah might now be a sovereign, an anomaly, a force beyond comprehension, but he was still once a young man from Earth. A young man who had devoured every kind of degenerate novel, every wild fantasy imaginable. Incest, master-servant, monster girls, mind control, he had read it all, but survival had come first in this brutal world. Lust had been caged, chained under necessity. Now he had power. Now he was a god among men. Now he could finally unleash. Dominique sauntered forward, her every step an erotic dance. She stopped just an inch away from him, her hot breath fanning his face. Why are you acting so cool? She whispered, voice dripping in pure, molten seduction. Her hands glided up his chest, fingers tracing every hard line of muscle. I can feel it, you know. Your lust. Your hunger. Take me. Claim me. Her voice was a living spell, sweet and corrupting. Noah inhaled slowly, steadying himself with the limitless power coursing through his soul. Indeed, I want you to, he said, his voice low and dangerous. But, dear daughter of Lilith, I'm a possessive man. Dominique's eyes gleamed with surprise, then amusement. She grinned devilishly. So you know who I am, pretty boy, how could I not? Noah replied, smirking right back. Not everyone can make me burn like this. She pressed even closer, their bodies practically fused together, the thin layer of their clothes the only barrier left. Then why hesitate? She breathed. You know how many beings would sell their souls to fuck the daughter of lust? And here you are, holding back. She wasn't wrong. Fucking any succubus was the fantasy of countless men, but fucking Dominique, Lilith's only daughter, that was a wet dream beyond imagination. Noah chuckled darkly. The video player is currently playing an ad. You can skip the ad in 5 seconds with a mouse or keyboard. Ads by PubFuture, like I said. Once I claim something, it's mine. Forever. No one will ever touch it again. Dominique tilted her head, a trace of confusion flickering across her face. You want me to belong only to you? Yes, she laughed softly, a sound like silk sliding over bare skin. You fool, she whispered. Do you know what it means to be a succubus? We're creatures of endless lust. We can't stop at just one man. No matter how good he is, her pink eyes locked onto his silver ones, burning with challenge, and no man has ever been enough. Noah didn't flinch. Instead, he grabbed her hard, pulling her into his arms and crushing her body against his. That I'll prove to you that I'm enough. He kissed her brutally, possessively, like a conqueror claiming his spoils. Their tongues battled wildly, slurping, twisting, tasting. Dominique gasped against him, but immediately fought back, their kiss growing rougher, dirtier. Noah's hands roamed her sinful body without hesitation, one hand sinking into the soft, perfect flesh of her ass, kneading it roughly. The other claimed her breast, molding it like he owned it. Soft yelps of pleasure escaped Dominique's lips as her body arched into his. When they finally tore apart, both were panting, their eyes glazed with need. Noah didn't waste a second. With a flick of his will, a pulse of nothingness rippled out, and in an instant, their clothes disintegrated into dust. They stood naked, the heat between them almost tangible. Dominique's eyes widened, not at the loss of their clothes, at him, at his cock. It was a monster, veiny, thick, and long, easily over 11 inches of pure, hard, pulsing meat, radiating a male aura so intense it made her knees wobble. Her pussy gushed instantly, juice leaking down her thighs in rivers. Her body trembled in awe, excitement, and primal hunger. Blankly, like a woman hypnotized, Dominique reached out and wrapped her delicate fingers around his shaft. It's so hot. She breathed, her voice dazed. Noah growled low in his throat and without warning, bent down and latched onto her breast, sucking, slurping, his tongue swirling around the stiff nipple. Ah, oh. Dominique moaned loudly, her head thrown back, her hands moved on their own, stroking his cock while his tongue ravaged her breasts, switching from one to the other, leaving wet trails across her pale skin. His free hand slid down her trembling body, slipping between her legs, rubbing her drenched pussy desperately. Noah didn't slow down, he slid one finger inside her, then 2, 3, 4. Dominique screamed, her body convulsing as she came explosively, juices splashing onto Noah's hand and dripping to the floor. She collapsed to her knees, gasping, her thighs soaked. She whimpered pitifully, the proud succubus now nothing more than a soaked, trembling toy in his hands. But Noah wasn't done. He grabbed her chin and lifted her gaze. "What are you doing down there?" he said, his voice dark with lust. "Get up," Dominique laughed breathlessly. Her eyes, once sharp and proud, were now glassy, submissive. "We're just getting started," she whispered. She licked her lips and, without hesitation, leaned forward, taking the fat tip of his cock into her mouth, slowly at first, letting her tongue dance around the sensitive crown, swirling, teasing. Noah groaned, his hips twitching forward. "Arg, that's not enough. Take it all inside," and without warning, he grabbed her head and shoved himself deep into her throat. Dominique's eyes flew wide. But she didn't resist. She let her tongue loll out, slurping greedily around his shaft even as her throat gagged and spasmed. Noah gritted his teeth, thrusting in and out of her mouth savagely, using her throat like a fleshlight. GGH. 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 Wet, obscene sounds filled the room, tears streamed down Dominique's cheeks. Her nails dug into his thighs, but she kept sucking, licking, drooling over him, desperate, hungry. Noah felt the pressure building, and then, "OHFUCK," he moaned, exploding inside her mouth. Thick, hot cum flooded her throat. Dominique's cheeks puffed out, her mouth overflowing, but she swallowed every drop, greedily, desperately, her body shuddered violently. Orgasmic trembles racking her frame. For a succubus, Noah's semen was no mere fluid, it was power, it was ecstasy. She stayed on her knees, trembling, her mouth still open, her tongue still hanging out, her eyes glazed over even more, swimming in lust and euphoria. Noah stood above her, his cock already throbbing hard again, glistening. He smirked darkly, ready for the main course. Dominique looked up at him, her whole body vibrating with need. "Yes," she whispered, her voice hoarse, broken by pleasure. "Please," Noah chuckled, "beg for it." Dominique didn't hesitate. On her knees, with her tongue still out and her eyes dazed with need, she said, "I beg you, master. Fuck me until I can't tell right from wrong, fuck me until I'm only yours." Noah's smile widened. "Get on the bed." Instantly, she scrambled onto the bed, lying back, legs spread wide, her soaked pink pussy glistening, dripping, begging for him. Noah's cock throbbed at the sight, veins bulging. "Fuck me," Dominique moaned again, her fingers spreading herself open. Noah didn't hesitate. This time, he plunged forward. And the real war began. Chapter 94, claiming the daughter of lust, 2, R18. Noah didn't hesitate. With a single, powerful thrust, he plunged deep into Dominique's drenched pussy, the thick head of his cock spreading her tightness wide and burying itself to the hilt. The moment he was inside her, it was as if lightning exploded through both their bodies. Pure, blinding pleasure. "Ahh." Dominique cried out, her head snapping back against the mattress, her mouth wide in a wordless scream of bliss. Her back arched beautifully, her tits bouncing as she writhed under him, her pussy walls gripped him like a velvet vice, clenching, massaging his cock, trying to pull him deeper. Every ridge, every vein of his thick shaft dragged deliciously against her inner walls, lighting up nerves she didn't even know she had. Noah groaned, his muscles tensing. She felt so damn good, wet, tight, burning hot around him. It took every ounce of his willpower not to explode inside her right then. But tonight wasn't about quick pleasure, tonight was about domination. About claiming. About marking her from the inside out. PAH. Pa. PAH, the wet, filthy sounds of skin slapping skin filled the air, sharp and rhythmic. Noah pistoned into her, setting a savage, punishing pace. Each thrust sent shockwaves of pleasure through Dominique's body, making her breasts jiggle and her moans grow louder, higher, more desperate. Fuck. "You're too big," she gasped, tears pricking her eyes from the overwhelming fullness. Her pussy gushed around him, soaking his cock and thighs, the sheets beneath them growing wetter with every brutal thrust, and then, a deep, brutal slam. Noah's cock smashed into the entrance of her womb, a savage, primal claim. "OHHH." Dominique screamed, her whole body seizing up as she came violently, squirting around him, a hot flood of juices pouring out of her twitching pussy. She collapsed against the bed, legs spread wide, her body trembling, completely overwhelmed. But Noah wasn't done, not even close. With a growl, he grabbed her by the hips and flipped her onto all fours. Her gorgeous ass was now presented to him, round, flushed pink, begging for attention. Wait. I'm still sensitive, she whimpered, glancing over her shoulder with wide, tearful eyes. Noah only smirked, grabbing her ass with both hands. No can do, he said, voice low and dangerous. He shoved his cock back into her soaking slit with a wet, obscene squelch. Slap. 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 The sounds of flesh on flesh filled the room once more as Noah pounded into her mercilessly from behind, balls slapping against her clit, making her scream even louder. Oh fuck fuck fuck. Dominique sobbed, her arms giving out so that she collapsed face-first into the mattress, drooling helplessly, her pussy spasmed uncontrollably, clenching around him with desperate hunger. Her heart-shaped pupils spun in her dazed eyes, drunk on the relentless waves of pleasure crashing through her body. Noah leaned over her, one hand wrapping around her throat. Pulling her back up, "You love this," he whispered roughly into her ear, his breath hot against her flushed skin. "You love being my little fuck toy, don't you?" "Why yes. Yes." Dominique screamed without hesitation. "Use me. Break me. I'm yours." "Only yours," Noah chuckled darkly, smacking her ass hard. Slap. Dominique's whole body jerked, another gush of wetness spraying from her abused pussy as she came again. Her moans became raw, animalistic, her mind shattered into a haze of pure lust. Every position they switched to, Dominique riding him wildly, Noah pounding her against the wall, him bending her over the dresser, the floor, the chair. She came and came and came. Her body pushed far beyond her limits, and yet Noah still hadn't come once. His stamina was monstrous, his dominance endless. Now, Dominique was back on her back, legs trembling, pussy gaping and leaking obscene amounts of slick. Noah hammered into her without mercy, the bed creaking dangerously under their combined force. "Oh. I'm gonna come again." Dominique gasped, her whole body trembling violently. Noah felt the tightness at the base of his cock, the telltale rush of climax surging through him. "I'm close too," he growled. At the last second, he pulled out, his thick cock glistening with her juices, and shoved it straight into her open, waiting mouth. "Suck. Every drop." Dominique obeyed instantly, wrapping her lips around him, hollowing her cheeks, her eyes shining with lust and devotion. Noah groaned, grabbed her head, and unleashed. Spash. Thick, hot ropes of cum flooded her mouth, far more than she could possibly handle at once. She gagged, sputtered, but never pulled away, greedily gulping him down, milking every drop from his throbbing cock, her eyes rolling back in ecstasy. Dominique gulped desperately, worshipping every thick, molten spurt. Like holy nectar, when she finally released him, strands of cum dripped from her chin, her tongue lolling out, her whole body shuddering with overstimulation. Noah's cock, already hardening again, twitched in anticipation. "Ready for another round?" he asked, voice low, hungry. Dominique trembled but nodded eagerly, crawling into position on all fours again. Without hesitation, Noah grabbed her hips and plunged back inside her. "Oh shh," she cried out, her whole body jerking forward. Her pussy was so sensitive now, every thrust making her mind go blank, making her scream louder. She couldn't think, couldn't breathe, couldn't exist without Noah's cock filling her again and again and again. Hours passed, neither of them cared. By the time they collapsed onto the soaked, ruined bed, their bodies were slick with sweat and cum, their chests heaving. The room was a disaster, broken furniture, claw marks on the walls, the air thick with the scent of sex and satisfaction. Dominique rested her head on Noah's chest, her heart still racing wildly. "You're a monster," she murmured, her voice hoarse from screaming. Her heart-shaped pink pupils glowed fiercely as she smiled lazily up at him. Noah smirked, running a hand over her bare, sweat-slicked back. "You loved it," he said simply. "I loved everything," she said with a deep, guttural purr. "You wrecked me. Broke me. Marked me. And I loved every second of it." Her hand slid down his stomach, lazily teasing his abs. "Your cock is the best thing that's ever happened to me." "Your cum? I'm obsessed. It's like a drug. I need it. I want it inside me, all the time." She shivered, her pussy twitching at the mere thought. "Even my mother wouldn't be able to resist it," Dominique added with a lusty laugh. Noah chuckled softly. "Good. Because from now on, you're mine." "Only mine." She raised her glowing eyes to meet his, her voice dropping to a sultry whisper. "I belong to you. Body, mind, soul." She straddled him again, her dripping pussy sliding along his shaft. "I'll follow you anywhere. I'll let you fuck me anywhere, anytime, any way you want." Her hand guided his cock back to her entrance. "I'll never say no. Never run. Never resist. Dominique's feelings for you have reached 100%. She smiled wickedly as she sank down onto him once more, gasping as he filled her again, completely, devastatingly. "Oh shh." They both moaned together, drowning once more in each other. Noah grabbed her hips, thrusting up into her hard, making her cry out, her body quivering. I didn't tell you my full name before, did I? He growled into her ear. She shook her head wildly, barely able to think. I'm Noah Weaverheart, he said, thrusting up so deep she screamed. Now your owner. Forever. Chapter 95, Meeting with the Crow. 1. Finally, the two collapsed on the bed, their bodies spent, their lust sated. For now, Dominique lay with her head resting against Noah's chest, her breathing steadying slowly. Noah Weaverheart, huh? I knew I recognized your face from somewhere, she said softly, tracing circles on his skin with her fingers. You're the human who defeated the Chosen One. Indeed, that's me, Noah replied calmly. Dominique lifted her head slightly, her beautiful pink eyes gleaming with curiosity. And what is someone as famous as you doing here, deep inside demon territory? Inside my mother's domain, no less, Noah chuckled, a soft, mysterious smile playing on his lips. I have some things to solve, he said, and then added with a smirk, and I thought it'd be interesting to meet the rulers of this land. Turns out, your mother is one of them. So why not have her introduce us properly? Dominique tilted her head, studying him carefully. I smell something fishy. Are you planning to seduce my mother too? Just like you did with me, she teased, her voice dripping with sultry amusement. Noah laughed lightly. I wouldn't say no to that. But no, I'm not here driven by lust. I have serious matters to discuss with her. Though, of course, he smirked wider. If it comes to that, their eyes met, full of mischief, and they both burst into laughter, knowing full well that now the idea had been planted, it might very well happen. I wonder. Dominique mused aloud, her voice dropping lower, hotter, how it would feel to be fucked while my mother watches, or to watch my mother get fucked. Her pussy twitched at the thought, sending a fresh wave of heat through her core. Calm down, you horny girl, Noah said, seeing her eyes grow heavy with lust again. Not that he minded. If he had the time, he would have taken her again right there, but he'd already lost enough time. Noah stood up from the bed, his naked body illuminated by the faint morning light filtering through the curtains. Dominique couldn't tear her eyes away from him. His physique was perfection, muscles sharp and defined like a sculpture, his wide shoulders tapering into a lean waist. His back muscles rippled with every movement, and his 8-pack abs seemed carved from marble, and with that long purple hair cascading down and those piercing silver eyes? Noah was nothing less than lethal. Dominique's heart skipped a beat, her gaze drifted lower, and when she caught sight of his still semi-hard cock, a fresh gush of arousal leaked from between her thighs. This is so unfair, Noah, she purred, her voice thick with need. Let's do it one more time. Noah's lips twitched in amusement. You horny bitch, stop it. I told you, I've got things to take care of. Wait for me tonight, alright? Dominique pouted, her lips forming a small, adorable sulk. I am a horny bitch, yes, but I'm your horny bitch, she said proudly. Noah smiled warmly. Yes. I know. He paused, then asked, curious, by the way, why are you even here in this city? Oh. Nothing much. I was bored, so I decided to take a stroll. I heard this inn was famous, thought I'd check it out. She smiled, stretching languidly on the bed like a satisfied cat, and luckily I did. Otherwise, I wouldn't have met you, Noah chuckled, truly convenient. I must be fate's hidden favorite at this point. He shook his head lightly, dispelling the whimsical thought, get some rest. I'm heading out, he said, turning toward the door, and just like that, he was gone, outside the room. The moment Noah stepped into the hallway, a shadow rose silently at his feet. Esther. She hadn't accompanied him inside earlier, knowing better than to intrude, but now. Why do you look so angry, Esther? Noah asked casually, sensing the waves of jealousy and anger radiating from her shadowy form. Esther's voice echoed sharply in his mind. Why, master? Her voice trembled slightly with emotion. Why did you lose your virginity to her, and not to me? And Noah smiled awkwardly, scratching the back of his head. My bad. I thought it'd be better to get some practice first, before coming to you. Total bullshit. But hey, what she didn't know wouldn't hurt her. Facing a succubus that forward had simply overwhelmed his old earth instincts. Before Esther could respond, Noah added quickly, flashing a teasing smirk, but now, my dear Shadow, I'm confident enough to give you the best pleasure you've ever dreamed of. Do you want to try it? In the shadow, Esther's brain seemed to short-circuit, her face flushed a deep crimson beneath the darkness, shame and excitement warring inside her. Even though she'd voiced her anger and jealousy so boldly, now that Noah was openly offering himself, she couldn't help but become shy. I don't mind, master, she stuttered in a tiny, almost inaudible voice. Noah grinned wider. I can't wait, my sweet Shadow. What he didn't know was that Esther was even more eager. Then she had dreamed, fantasized, for this moment countless times, and now that the possibility was real. Her whole body ached with anticipation. I can't wait either, master, she whispered. Noah's heart raced a little at her trembling voice, but before things could heat up further, master, a new voice called out ahead of him. He raised his head and saw Leona approaching, her expression serious and tense. Noah understood immediately. The crow was here. He nodded subtly. Let's go. As they walked briskly, Noah asked, where are Lucius and Zara? Lucius is in one of the rooms, with girls. Zara too, but she's alone, playing with Neko, Leona answered. Noah nodded again, not surprised. Both were taking care of their own, in their own ways. Soon they stepped outside the inn, into a narrow alley shrouded in darkness. There, standing at the far end, was a figure wearing a crow mask. The air thickened like a storm about to break, the scent of blood and cold iron lingering faintly. Judging by the silhouette, she was female, but Noah knew better than to trust appearances in a world where deception was a basic skill. Unless you had special eyes, which he didn't, yet you couldn't trust your sight alone. Still, Leona had confirmed she was female. Good enough. The woman in the mask looked at them silently. The air grew heavier. Leona's body trembled slightly behind Noah. It wasn't easy facing your former master, especially one as dangerous as the crow. Leona knew she couldn't fool her. After all, everything she knew about deception had been taught by the very woman standing in front of them. The crow finally spoke, her voice cold and emotionless. So, my hunch was correct. You did betray us, Leona. Leona's trembling worsened. There was no point in lying. The crow was a monster hidden behind a mask, a creature beyond simple understanding. But Leona placed her trust, her future, her everything in Noah. And indeed, how very impolite, Noah said, stepping forward smoothly, shielding Leona behind him, to call me here, and then completely ignore me. The crow chuckled softly behind her mask. True, her gaze sharpened. If you came, it means you knew I wanted to speak with you. She paused, as if considering something. I don't know if you're confident or simply foolish, but tell me, her voice lowered slightly. Would you dare go further? She tilted her head in a strangely playful manner. Come to our place. The Shattered Temple. Speak with our master. Leona's fingers dug instinctively into Noah's sleeve, her body betraying a flicker of true fear. Another pause, then, with a voice full of challenge, do you dare, Noah Weaverheart? Chapter 96, Meeting with the Crow. 2. Noah stood silently, the atmosphere thick with tension. Behind him, Leona trembled subtly, unable to maintain her usual composure under the pressure of the mysterious woman before them, yet Noah remained unfazed. In fact, he found it amusing. Tilting his head slightly, he spoke with a playful lilt. What do you take me for? A child, he chuckled softly. Well, to be fair, I am one. Still just 15, the crow stared at him, unimpressed. But Noah didn't care. You said it yourself, he continued. I came here fully aware that you wanted to meet me. You, someone rumored to be dangerous. Yet here I am, he smirked lightly, and you must know at least a little about me to understand that I wouldn't risk my life without taking precautions. The crow sneered. And you think the precautions of an A-rank being are enough against me? Noah smiled lazily. Would you like to test that theory? There was an arrogance to his voice, one he wore as naturally as breathing. He pressed on without giving her a chance to answer. You're the one who asked for this meeting. You're the one who needs me. And didn't you just mention something about meeting your master? His grin widened, which means, your goddess ordered you to bring me. Right, he tilted his head, his silver eyes gleaming. So tell me, what happens if you fail? If you let a mere A-rank slip through your fingers, right here, in your own territory, silence. The crow said nothing, but Noah could see the flicker of thought in her eyes. Got you, he thought. She hadn't expected this. Usually, her overwhelming aura clouded weaker minds in fear, just like it was doing to Leona. Doubt, terror, confusion, her specialty, but Noah stood firm. Unbothered. It's like my aura doesn't even touch him, she thought silently, a sliver of admiration creeping into her otherwise cold heart. It made sense. If her goddess herself had shown interest in Noah, he couldn't be ordinary. After all, even the most talented demons like Dominique meant little to her goddess. But Noah was different. She spoke at last, her voice measured. That's true. My goddess wishes to meet you. For that, you must come to the Shattered Temple. She paused. We won't harm you. You are only to speak with her. Nothing more. Noah raised an eyebrow. And if the discussion goes poorly, his tone was light, almost playful, but the question was anything but, will you let me leave peacefully? No fights, no tricks. The crow hesitated. If only for a moment. There will be no reason for that to happen, she said finally. Noah tilted his head again.
And why is that?
I'm a firm believer that if something can go wrong, it will go wrong. She shook her head.
We've observed you, Noah Weaverheart. We know how fiercely you oppose the Chosen One. We know how desperately you want to defeat him.
Her voice lowered, serious, but let me tell you something.
You can win small battles here and there. But a true victory? That will never be possible, not when he has a goddess backing him,
and you have no one. Noah listened quietly.
None of this was new. Illyra had warned him.
Lay to, still, he asked, why do you assume I can't win without divine backing? The crow looked at him as if he were naive. Because, she said bluntly, a goddess grants blessings.
Skills. Artifacts. Sometimes even talents.
How can you hope to match that? Alone, you can't. Noah nodded thoughtfully. Logical, but they were all making one mistake. He wasn't alone, he had never been alone. Not since he reincarnated into this world, right, dear system? He asked inwardly. Indeed, host, I was there.
I am here.
I will always be here. You are not alone. Noah smiled faintly. If you keep talking like that, I might actually cry, he teased, though half serious. A warmth filled him. A small, steady comfort, because beneath all his bravado, beneath the ambitions, the ruthless drive, the clever schemes, he was still human, still just a boy shouldering the weight of impossible dreams. The burden would have been easier if he'd accepted Illyra's offer to become the dragon's champion. It would have been easier, but easier wasn't what he wanted. I don't want the easy road.
Laugh if you want. Call me arrogant, foolish.
I don't care, because I believe in myself, because who would?
No one is gonna believe in you first, you will have to make them believe in you.
And for that the first step is to believe in yourself, so, I won't cower, and I will walk this path, no matter how heavy it gets. All of this flashed through his mind in the space of a few heartbeats. He looked at the crow, smiling coolly. True, I'm alone, he said. And I can't win alone, but tell me, what would you gain by helping me? He already had a good idea, but it was better to keep playing dumb for now. I'm afraid I'm not authorized to tell you, she replied.
But our goddess will explain everything. Noah nodded. Fair enough.
So how do you guarantee my safety? He smiled crookedly. Words are nice, but actions are better, the crow nodded in agreement.
We have no reason to harm you. We need you.
We can even seal it with a soul contract if that's what you want. Without hesitation, Noah pulled out a soul contract scroll, crafted personally by his soul dragon, an almost unbreakable bond. Here, he said, handing it over casually.
You can read it. It's straightforward. No tricks.
I'm actually a pretty honest guy, he smiled innocently. Behind him, Leona twitched.
Honest?
The man who had blackmailed, schemed, and manipulated so many, was calling himself honest. The crow examined the contract carefully. Her voice was neutral as she read aloud. We will not attack you even if the meeting goes wrong. Yup, Noah nodded.
Basic courtesy, right? You don't invite someone over just to kill them. Besides, it's not forever.
There's a 3-minute buffer after the meeting ends, he smirked. Plenty of time to run away if I piss you off, or if you are capable enough. 3 minutes will be nothing to you. Catching me will be easy. The crow stared at him, then without a word, signed the contract. Noah clapped his hands together. Perfect, he turned, his silver eyes gleaming. Now then, let's go meet that infamous sneaky demoness. Chapter 97, The Meeting with Echidna. Noah and the crow appeared in a ruined, shattered temple. Leona was nowhere to be seen. Only Noah had been permitted to come. He didn't mind. In fact, it was better this way. Leona's presence would have been a burden if he needed to escape should things go wrong. The temple lived up to its name. It was shattered, so fragile that it seemed as though a single touch would cause it to collapse completely. Let's go, the crow said, walking ahead. We've wasted enough time. Without hesitation, she led the way toward the heart of the temple. Noah followed silently, though he felt relatively relaxed after signing the soul contract. He remained ready to act at any moment. When they arrived at the temple's center, Noah found himself standing before a tall, crumbling statue. It depicted a woman with horns and wings, her body curvy, her figure statuesque, yet like everything else in this temple, the statue was damaged beyond repair. I wonder why. Noah mused silently. The crow gestured toward the statue. Go ahead. Just touch it. This is our goddess's avatar. When you touch it, she will sense your presence and intervene. She paused, but be calm when you do it. You only get one chance. Noah kept his composure.
Where exactly will the meeting take place? Here?
Or another realm? The crow tilted her head, slightly puzzled by his question, but answered, it's a small temporary realm, created just for this meeting. It exists within this world.
Noah nodded, secretly relieved. Thanks to Leia's blessing, his virtual immortality in this world meant he didn't have to fear much if the goddess decided to act out. He stepped forward, with a steady gaze. He pressed his hand against the shattered statue. Immediately, it began to glow with an eerie light. A deep, unfathomable pressure descended on the shattered temple, and in the next instant, Noah was engulfed in a blinding flash and disappeared. Behind him, the temple, already crumbling, finally gave way. In mere seconds, it collapsed into nothingness. The crow remained at the center of the destruction. Quietly, she reached up and removed her mask, revealing her true face, a beautiful young woman. Seemingly no older than Noah himself, she had flowing black hair, and striking eyes, one gold, the other red, giving her a unique, haunting charm. She sighed heavily, gazing at the ruins around her. I hope you make the right choice, master, she murmured. Otherwise, we might as well pack up and abandon this world, because this was their final chance. Her master had paid an enormous price just to place this fragile avatar here. That's how badly the divine beings needed this world. In these times, finding a world without an owner was like finding a virgin soul in a corrupted land, rare, almost mythical. She sighed once more. Waiting was all she could do now. Meanwhile, Noah appeared elsewhere, a new realm, but unlike Illyra's serene white realm, this place was filled with darkness. The sky was black, crimson flashes tearing through it like lightning. The space was empty, desolate, except for one thing, a throne. At the center of the realm stood a magnificent throne, engulfed in black flames. It radiated both beauty and danger, seemingly crafted from the rarest materials in existence. The throne pulsed with a heartbeat he could feel through the ground, each beat whispering destruction into the air, and atop that throne sat a woman. To call her merely beautiful would be an insult to her very existence. She was beyond beauty, something divine. Her black hair flowed around her like a silken river. Her skin was black as midnight, adorned with intricate tattoos depicting fire and destruction. There were no visible horns or wings, but Noah could tell this was merely her base form. She sat on the throne not like a monarch, but like a disaster waiting to unfold, calm only because it chose to be. The woman regarded him calmly. You are intriguing, she said, her voice melodic, without the usual divine force. It was as if a normal woman were speaking, but Noah knew better. He was standing before a goddess, a demoness, no less. I cannot see your future, she continued. Nor your destiny. Nor even your fate. She leaned forward, smiling slightly. How fascinating. How can a mere mortal hide from me? Even if my authorities don't govern fate and revelation, this shouldn't be possible. Her black eyes gleamed. So tell me, Noah Weaverheart, how did you do it? Noah steadied himself. This wasn't his first time facing a higher being. He had faced Shadiva before, and she had been far more erratic and dangerous than this one. He smiled lightly. Maybe fate itself adores me and decided to shield me? Who knows, she chuckled. Or perhaps it's a talent of yours? A title, maybe? But to receive such a thing, you must have accomplished something truly extraordinary. Her voice turned thoughtful. Which is it? I wonder. Noah simply smiled in response. The woman waved her hand dismissively. No matter. I don't need to know. The important thing is that I found you. She stood up, her excitement barely contained. I only discovered you because you defeated the Chosen One during that little game of yours, she said, her eyes gleaming. And now, thanks to that, I'm aware of your existence. She smiled broadly, delighted. Others won't notice you. To them, you are non-existent. Nothing worth paying attention to. Anyone trying to peer into your being would find nothing. She shivered slightly in delight. You are a wild card. Her excitement was palpable, because it meant that she alone knew of his existence. It meant he could be hers, a rare anomaly, a wild card perfect to become her champion. Then, it seemed with my excitement I have forgotten to introduce myself. Suddenly, her demeanor shifted. Gone was the playful woman. Now, standing before Noah, was a true divine, an existence above mortals, a being of terrifying authority. The realm itself trembled as black flames erupted around her, carrying devastating power. I am Echidna, she declared, her voice thundering through the realm, the demoness of flame and destruction. Her voice alone seemed strong enough to shatter reality itself. Behind her, a massive silhouette emerged, a terrifying hybrid of a phoenix and a dragon. A black flame phoenix, a destruction dragon, a lineage beyond comprehension. Echidna, one of the rulers of the lower level of demonic divine realm, a place also known as Hell, Chapter 98, Those Who Love You, and the One Who Will Never Let Go. Meanwhile, in the Open Your Pussy, in a quiet chamber, Zara and Neko sat together, engaged in light conversation, but Neko wasn't truly present. Her body was there, but her mind drifted far away. Zara noticed. What's wrong? She asked. Gently, voice soft like silk. You're barely listening to me. What's going on in that head of yours? To Neko, Zara was the most caring person she knew. Yes, even more than, I wish Noah treated me the way you do. Neko said wistfully. Zara's heart tightened at the words. It hurt because it was true. Zara, a stranger by comparison, had shown Neko more comfort than her own master. What a cruel truth. Zara's smile faltered. She wished, even if secretly, that she could be the one to receive the kind of love Neko held for Noah. But this moment wasn't about her desires. She moved closer. Neko, in her human form, sat quietly, eyes distant. Zara gently took her hands. You can talk to me, she said, her voice full of patience. You know that, right? Neko looked up, her violet eyes meeting Zara's black ones. She sighed. I just feel distant from him. It wasn't like this back at the Weaverheart estate. We were always together. We trained, we played. I was always by his side. She smiled faintly, but it was a broken kind of smile. I remember the first time we touched, he looked so happy. I didn't know why, but it filled me with so much joy. Her voice dropped to a whisper. But ever since we came to the academy, he barely has time for me. He left me with you and just disappeared. She swallowed hard. And now, there are other girls. The sword freak. The saintess. That little green one. Sophie. Esther, her eyes began to glisten. I'm scared. Tears rolled down her cheeks, falling one after another. Zara's heart clenched. Without hesitation, she pulled Neko into an embrace. Holding her tightly, but Neko only cried harder, as if something inside her had finally broken loose after being held back for far too long. I'm afraid, Zara, hic. Hic, I'm afraid he doesn't need me anymore. I'm afraid he doesn't love me anymore. I'm afraid that I'm useless to him. That he'll abandon me. Her sobs were desperate now. I couldn't take that. I've known him my entire life. I was there when he was born. I've watched him grow. I love him. I really do. Deeply, she cried again, and again, and again. Her grief was so raw, so deep, that even Zara, who had mastery over emotions, found herself overwhelmed. She felt something she had never truly experienced before. Empathy, a deep, aching empathy for Neko. I've searched for anything I could do for him, Neko said between hiccups. Some role that only I could fill. But, she laughed bitterly, Noah's a monster. He doesn't need anyone. He already has the people he wants. I'm just an A-rank beast. Nothing special. Any of his teammates could probably kill me with one hand. Another laugh, hollow and self-deprecating, and then silence, the kind that feels too heavy for words. Neko had cried herself to sleep, her body finally giving out under the weight of her emotions. She had tried so hard to act normal in front of Noah. To not bother him, but Noah, he hadn't even noticed. So entangled in matters with higher beings, divine realms, and celestial pacts, he had begun to forget the ones who had been there from the start, especially Neko, the one who had helped him take his first steps into this world. Without her, Noah wouldn't even be standing before a goddess right now. A tragic truth. Zara looked at Neko's tear-stained face. She wasn't good at comforting others, so she said nothing. She simply stayed beside her, offering warmth and quiet companionship. She smiled, sadly, when. She whispered to herself, when will I have someone who loves me the way you love Noah? She looked up at the ceiling, trying not to cry herself, because it was painful. Painful to carry only the most negative emotions inside, painful to always be the one giving, never receiving. She chuckled bitterly. You said you'd teach me love, but how can you do that, if you can't even care for someone who loves you this much? At that moment, Zara's feelings have decreased to 30%. Noah had made his first true mistake, and truly, what a shame. While Zara and Neko wrestled with their pain, there was one woman who would never curse Noah, never resent him, never doubt him, a woman who would gladly destroy the world, or herself, 1,000 times over, if it meant saving him. Celine Weaverheart, Noah's mother, at that moment, in the Weaverheart estate. Celine sat in Noah's old room, a room immaculately cleaned. She sat on the edge of his bed, clutching a letter in her trembling hands. No ordinary letter,
A letter from her son. She had read it millions of times with her SS rank mind, memorizing every word, every stroke of his handwriting. A smile touched her lips, but her eyes shimmered with sadness. My sweet baby. I miss you so much, she whispered. The ache in her heart was unbearable. Not seeing Noah for so long, it was driving her insane, and at last, she realized something terrifying. She couldn't live without him, not truly. She had stayed away from the academy so as not to burden him, to give him space, to avoid being seen as controlling. But now, she was unraveling. Only the arrival of his letter had stopped her from flying to his side immediately, but even that small comfort was not enough anymore. She pressed the paper against her chest. I know you're not telling me everything, only mundane details, she said quietly. I know you too well for that. Still, she forced herself to trust him, to not invade his privacy. But, I can't hold on anymore, my baby. Her voice broke. Her body trembled. She needed him, his warmth, his voice, his presence, her son, her dear baby, her love, and just like that, something shattered within her, a wall she had built. A barrier she had fought so hard to maintain, a line that should never be crossed, but it had crumbled, and now, she couldn't deny it anymore. She loved her son, not just as a mother, but as a woman. Are you sure, Celine? A voice asked. Luminara appeared in front of her, her purple eyes locked onto Celine's, solemn. Knowing, if you accept this feeling, there's no turning back, you'll bear a taboo, she said. The world will scorn you. Him too. What will they think of this? Celine smiled, a crazed, broken smile. If the world dares stop me, then let it be frozen for all eternity, she said, voice sharp with pain and defiance. I'm tired, Luminara. Tired of suppressing myself. It's suffocating. She looked to her guardian beast, the one who had always known, the one who had been with her since childhood. Tears welled in Celine's eyes as she whispered, do I not deserve happiness? Do I not deserve to love and be loved in return? All I want is him? I don't care about anything else. Luminara looked back at her. She sighed, then, she transformed, taking her human form, a breathtaking woman with white hair, purple eyes, feline ears, and a long, elegant tail. She walked over and embraced Celine tightly. You deserve it, Celine, she whispered. You deserve to be loved. And you deserve to be happy. They looked at each other, eyes the same shade of violet. They smiled, a mad, obsessive smile. If the world objects, then let it freeze forever. At that moment, Celine's feelings for you have increased to 100%. Chapter 99, Transcendence of Self. Noah stood before Echidna. He should have felt dread, overwhelmed by the awe-inspiring divinity emanating from this being, and in truth, he did. But that emotion was eclipsed by the sting of two shimmering panels floating in his vision. Zara's feelings for you have decreased to 30%. Celine's feelings for you have increased to 100%, two notifications. Two opposing meanings. Both struck his heart with a deep, conflicting dread. What the hell happened for Zara's feelings to drop so drastically? His brow furrowed, shadows deepening in his silver eyes. His aura pulsed, unstable, and then, Celine. His mother. Her feelings had breached a point he had always hoped would never come, over 90%, damn it. That number didn't just mean maternal love. It meant desire. A shift beyond boundaries that should never be crossed. His thoughts swirled, pounding behind his temples like a migraine made of guilt, confusion, and unwanted truths. You seem distracted, Echidna's voice echoed, breaking through the storm in his mind. She had returned to her human form, casual, almost playful. Yet her eyes never lost their divine sharpness. Noah inhaled deeply, his expression resetting into its calm default. I'm fine. Just processing your power, he lied, then smoothly shifted the topic. You mentioned the divine realm. What is it, really? The Echidna studied him for a moment, then turned away. It doesn't matter right now. Time is short. This realm is fragile, especially after my earlier manifestation, her tone sharpened. I didn't summon you here to lecture you about the divine. I brought you here for a choice. She turned, her eyes meeting his. I need you, Noah Weaverheart. As my champion, Noah blinked slowly. Like Elijah is to his goddess, yes, she stepped forward. You've heard it before, to defeat a champion, you must become one. This is a rule as old as the gods themselves. Noah tilted his head slightly, still processing her words, but something gnawed at him. Has no one ever broken that rule? He asked softly. Echidna blinked, then smiled bitterly. A few. Less than 5 in all of recorded history. In fact, only 2 succeeded, then it's not a rule. It's a habit. Her smile vanished. Noah, she said coldly, do not confuse exceptions with possibilities. These things, who triumphed without divine backing, they are not heroes.
They are mistakes. Things the universe regrets allowing to exist. Her voice darkened. They are abominations.
And we have sworn no third will ever rise. She looked him dead in the eye. If you try to be like them,
You will die. Not by me.
but from the universe itself, so don't be stubborn.
Be my champion. With your current talent, you can be something that even divine beings like me will respect. Noah didn't speak immediately.
He absorbed her words carefully.
The warning was real.
The threat even more so, but then he asked, without arrogance, what did they have that I don't? His voice was still. If they managed it, then what do they have more than me? Was it power?
Conviction?
Will, or was it just that they refused to accept what the world said was possible? He took a step forward, his silver eyes sharp with something unshakable. I need to know.
What do I lack? Echidna stared at him.
Her expression unreadable. She wanted to say everything. That he was still young, untested. That those other beings weren't just strong, they were inhuman.
Insane.
Uncontainable, but none of those things applied to Noah, did they? And that unsettled her. Her voice, when it returned, was softer.
Even if you survived, you would have to fight the universe itself.
Are you ready for that? The silence hung between them like a blade. Then, System, Noah asked, is it worth the risk? Only you can answer that, host. What matters more to you, safety or freedom? Noah closed his eyes for a moment. He could feel it, every chain, every expectation, every role they wanted him to fit into.
Champion. Weapon.
Pawn. He exhaled slowly, then opened his eyes again, and smiled, a simple and carefree smile. He was done holding back. If I die, then so be it, but I won't live a life shaped by fear. You all said I am arrogant, yes I am. And I didn't give a damn about it. I won't chain myself just to make others feel safe. I don't need to. Because either way nothing touch what's mine. He stepped forward, aura expanding around him like a second skin. I've seen too many people spend their lives running from death only to find they were never living at all. How pathetic would that kind of life be? I'm not afraid to be hated.
Not afraid to be alone. Not even afraid to die.
After all, I already experienced death once. What I fear is becoming less than I am. His voice rose. You want me to kneel for power? I am power. You want me to follow your path to survive? I make paths. His silver eyes blazed. His aura erupted. His understanding of himself increasing steadily. You said I don't understand limits. You're right, because I was never meant to. Your title Limitless is acting. Noah raised his hand. His aura surged like a flood, boundless, brilliant. You are approaching the concept of limitlessness. I don't need blessing. I don't need protection. I don't need to become anything, because I am a pause. I am Noah Weaverheart, an enlightenment about the concept of limitlessness itself. No, not only limitlessness, but beyond that. His aura detonated. You are comprehending limitlessness, you are surpassing it. Then, the Akashic records chimed in. Fascinating, your title Limitless has been revoked. You have awakened something beyond title, a unique trait. Something that belongs to no other being in existence. Only you are transcendent, you are self, you have been granted, trait, transcendence of self. Noah had a deep understanding of himself. He didn't run from his self, no. He embraced it. All of it. The world around him trembled. Even Echidna's expression shifted, from calm to surprise. Noah Weaverheart, truly, you are sublime. Chapter 100, The Birth of the Third Abomination. A change had begun inside Noah, a transformation, not physical, but something far more profound. This wasn't just about power. It wasn't about dominance or ambition. Noah had stepped beyond himself. He hadn't just understood the meaning of being limitless, he had embodied it. He had confronted his own soul, and accepted it. The masks, the roles, the burdens of expectation, they shattered like glass. No longer did he care what others thought. Arrogant? Foolish? Villainous? Heroic? None of it mattered. What mattered was walking his path. His path, and staying true to who he was, no matter how the world saw him. That clarity, that deep self-realization, was the key. It harmonized perfectly with the enlightenment he had achieved in the concept of limitlessness, and with that, Noah transcended. Your existence has surpassed the second threshold. You have only one option for your intent, and truly, what a fantastic intent. You are the first being in existence to obtain the intent of the transcendent self. This intent is born within you, and only you can define it. Choose your path. Noah stared at the golden panel floating before him, etched in light, inscribed with the language of the Akashic records. He closed his eyes and reflected. He had transcended himself. He was not just one thing, he was many. A tapestry of contradictions, of gifts, of chaos and calm. he was a creator, yet also a being of nothingness, a sword, and yet a shadow, ice. He was a son, a master, or rival, a husband, a friend, an enemy. He was all of these, yet something more. He embodied many things, and he would embody even more. That was his truth. That was his path. He was the one who was all a chime echoed, not just through the realm, not just the world, but across the entire universe, a singular sound that reached gods, monsters, empires, and voids. A feat had been accomplished, an impossibility made real. You have chosen your path. And what a glorious path it is. You have received a title, the one who is all. This title is unique to you. None shall ever share it. This title is now linked to your trait, transcendent of self. Your intent has been integrated into your trait. Noah felt his body shift. He didn't scream. He didn't tremble, but his soul, it roared with quiet majesty. All his talents, his bloodlines, his affinities, they converged into a single point of unity, not separate, not compartmentalized, but one. His body began to adapt, refine, reshape itself into this new essence. Outwardly, little changed. Because he chose it so, his hair remained purple, his mother's legacy. His eyes, silver, her gift, but now they shimmered differently. His hair radiated cosmic mystery like strands of universal code. His eyes, silver as starlight, reflected reality with perfect, unnerving clarity. His aura was no longer wild, no longer screaming with arrogance. It was calm, soothing, like standing before the endless ocean, gentle, but limitless. Echidna watched in silent awe. The chime of the Akashic records still rang in her bones. If she hadn't seen Noah before her, she would have never believed someone in this world caused such a phenomenon. Yes, the chime echoed across creation. But the records were merciful. No one, not even gods, would know who had done this. No one, except her, in all existence. Only she bore witness to his rebirth. Minutes passed, the transformation concluded. Noah stood in silence, then slowly raised his hand and clenched his fist. Nothing happened outwardly, no light, no explosion, no divine winds. But Echidna flinched, because in that single, effortless motion, she saw fleeting echoes of ice, shadow, sword, nothingness, concept, soul, everything. And nothing. Noah willed the records again. Title, the one who is all. Through transcending the self, all your bloodlines, talents, titles, and powers no longer exist as separate elements. They have fused into a single living essence, prime origin, the core of your trait. He read the words, and now it made sense. He felt like he had only one talent, yet could do anything. Weird, he thought, then. Trait, transcendent of self, bloodline fusion core. All bloodlines are now part of a singular archetype, source blood. Adaptable to any world, culture, or concept. Choose a bloodline to embody and become it. Even multiple, if they reside in you. Talent convergence. All talents are now unified under one primordial talent, omnipotence. Former talents are now subskills. You express any of them effortlessly because they are now part of your nature, one form. Infinite nature. You retain a stable form, but within lies infinite potential. You can reflect beasts, gods, machines, voids, or even ideas so long as you qualify to embody them. Aeon Vein. All elemental affinities have fused into a single adaptable affinity, Aeon Vein. You can wield any affinity you possess without any need of a skill. As more are acquired, the Aeon Vein evolves toward perfection. Prime Physique. Your body embodies all physiques you possess. Currently, Shadow Physique in 2 budding forms. Complete them. Gather more. Become chaos. Become all. Noah's heart thundered in his chest. With his system, he could collect countless bloodlines, affinities, and talents. Now, they weren't separate strengths. They were steps toward a greater whole. He was no longer just powerful, he was infinitely evolving, no longer bound, truly limitless. Literally, he understood himself. He could choose to be a sword or ice or both, a man, a dragon, a demon, even a concept, an idea. But to become such things, he must first obtain or understand them. He was overpowered, yes, but it was earned. And it would be earned again. After all, he has to seduce his girls to obtain more power. And what's more difficult than to keep the affections of your women stable? He sighed, thinking about Zara, then smiled. He turned to Echidna, who was still looking at him as if he were an unspeakable cosmic anomaly. His voice was soft, devoid of arrogance, gentle. I'm sorry. It seems we lost so many times because of me. He smiled faintly. Let's resume our conversation. I have a proposition for you, demoness of fire and destruction. Echidna blinked. This new Noah was not one she could bind. Not one she could tame. She nodded silently, and for the first time, her ambition shifted. She wouldn't own him, she'd walk with him. It's a great opportunity to be close to this type of being, because she knew, if nothing stopped him, Noah would become something monstrous, and she would be the only one who saw him first. And while Noah and Echidna resumed their talk, the entire universe stirred. In the heart of a lush green realm, beneath a tree large enough to cradle worlds, a woman with green hair and golden eyes looked up. Oh my, a new one like us. She paused. No. This one is more exaggerated. She smiled softly, then resumed her lecture, flipping the pages of a green tome that, if even a drop of its power leaked, could obliterate galaxies. Elsewhere, in a realm littered with the corpses of divine beasts and cosmic horrors, a man sat roasting meat over a rainbow flame. He had blood-red hair and black eyes. He froze. He raised his head in the sky as if able to see things unknowns, then laughed wild and loud. Huh? Another one like us? He grinned, feral and pleased. Gods, I hope he's not like that boring bookworm. He stood. I am getting excited. Time to kill some of those fucking seraphim. Gotta calm down somehow. But really, why do those people love to bother me? He sighed as if not wanting to fight, but his mouth formed an evil and eager grin. He then vanished. Across the stars, countless beings felt the ripple, and one phrase echoed in every corner of creation. Fuck, another one. Yes, another had emerged. But this one would surpass them all.